time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. Wind up tight, then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload, flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load, it's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the narrow slump from losing flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive.
아무것도 보이지 않아. 환히 웃던 네 미소들만 습관처럼 난 아침이 오면 내 옆에 네가 있는 상상을 해. 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 어린 더 이곳에 어린 더 남아 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 어린 너덜. 아무것도 들리지 않아. 반겨주던 네 소리들만 어제처럼 난 길 걷다 보면 모든 게 날 부르는 소리 같아. 함께 했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 alone in the dark. 돌아와 줄까 아니다. 내 생각할까 you want. 함께 했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 alone in the dark.
As you wish. Everything you wanted.
가벼운 발걸음은 바람 따라 날아올라. 왠지 감이 좋은 날
달콤한 생각은 느낀.
설레는 맘 가득해. 이 순간 말해줘 다 말해줘 너의 마음 다. 어버이피 앞에 이뤄져 이제도 믿을만 이렇게. 네가 바라는 대로 느낌이 오는 대로 전부 들어줄게 whenever whatever. 네 곁에만 있을게 이대로. 내 이름을 불러줘 alright. 언제나 너를 만나 떠날 거야. 너에는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어가 벅차올라. 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게. 거친 바람에도 흔들리지 않는 손잡아. 이루리 이루리라 이루리 이루리라. 모두 다 이뤄질 거야. 너를 느껴봐. 우린 one day love ya. 어두운 밤 속에서는 빛을 찾을 거야. 이루리 이루리라. 나를 꺼내줘. 네가 바라는 건 널 위해 말해줘. 두만에서 너를 비춰. 이루리다 봄라탈라타 널 비우리다 내 맘에. 약속해 이 순간 영원해 이대로. 너를 향해 비친 날 이렇게. 네가 바라는 대로 꿈꿔왔던 그대로 전부 보여줄게 whenever whatever. 이제 내 곁에만 머물러줘. 지금처럼 나를 바라봐줘. 언제나 우리 함께 할 거야. 너에는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어가 벅차올라. 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게. 거친 바람에도 흔들리지 않는 손잡아. 이루리 이루리라 이루리 이루리라.
맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내디뎌도 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들을 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어 이젠 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식 밖에 나가 밤이 때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 갈거로 장애물은 터미널 깨지 않길 바랬던 내 꿈이 이제 눈을 떠야겠어 여전히 난 내 삶들을 뱉어
Go back to the my stage Where shall sleeps in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라 Our 밝은 명의 energy Hey, someone from like 흥궁이야 흘러대는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 my
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 않아 내게 보인 믿음과 지켜야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤의 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까 한입 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져 언젠가는 내밀어진 손을 다시 잡아 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 난 시합 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶 눈을 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나
Go back to the my stage Where shall sleeps in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라 Our 밝은 명의 energy Hey, someone from like 흥궁이야 흘러대는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 맑게 걸어
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge, with your step, don't you let curiosity get you in trouble. Here's your warning, just thought you should know that. If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side.
knock on the door. And when they open the door, what are you gonna say? Happy birthday.
해컵 언더 12 라보노 출격 damn it real again Chester lifestyle shit let's get it let's get it let's get it let's get it okay let's get it Nike 입지만 내 fit은 안 미리 all blacked out 안 보여 밤길에 smoking on gas 안 내려다 get it for all of the ops 안 내려다 get it brand new kicks I'm playing I'm with it 거지던 새끼 이제 낭비를 다리에 wrist 손목에 감기고 또 다리에 알 손가락에 감기를 trapping 어차피 난 trap을 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back 시간은 쌓이고 돈은 더 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형 이름 stacks 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일 샴페인 나 밥이 또 반대 penny 머리에 전둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new back 파티를 하지만 아냐 내 생일 마지막까지만 봐도 penny 때롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일 trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it 라보노 출교 damn it real again pull up trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it let's get it let's get it let's get it okay let's get it
Hermes 버크 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 그램 연금술 발견한 놈처럼 damn 마시는 거 하나 뿌려 샴페인 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake we make them cut like Central C my bitches gay 내 떨은 sticky bitches freaky DJ Ricky yeah 우퍼 치킨 캔디 flipping 우린 노랗더럽게 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so fuck the fame Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사름 rubber band 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 shit Now I get it bitch 네 팬들 출처 OnlyFans OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy shit 내 코밑에 powder higher than the motherfucking look the top
라보노 출교 damn it real again pull up Chester lifestyle shit let's get it let's get it let's get it let's get it
누가 내 이름이 불었니 불처럼 더운 시선들이 spotlight points at me 밀고 당기고 개미 좋네 Listen to my voice 여자들이 게임이 아니라 이치를 소중할 줄 모르니 애초에 내가 과연 드림없다 함께 하늘에 기억 속에서 너 때문에 눈물
want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my streams like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. Problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh to death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Sir, straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Sir, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music. Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit. Now your face feeling the fist. Bring it on. Problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. Problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. Don't get your hopes up.
I got power. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, I let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. Close to the sun, you're a renegade, a born on the run. 'Cause there's victory in the palm of my hand, and I'll be the last one to stand in the end. It's getting dark now, so I'm gonna let the spark out. Let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire.
stupid ass butterfly 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈
우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가
move get out the way 다음 생을 노리는 게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 업법해 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 딱 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스노우 랩맨
내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이오 마시네 나 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at me body
내 말이 뚜떠지려도 몰라니 가랑이 க்கப்ப바닥에 붙어 뜯을 것 저런 사람이 built-in chopper best selling motherfucker 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감히
사이코형 죽일까 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CP는 힘있게 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 앞을 somebody 통신은 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 대 working my studio 한 지출은 지린 the funniest Just gotta beat Millie go to the shopping in bad behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈을 쓰는 거또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지 쌓이고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨 어떻게 잘해 사람 나니 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 man 나는 like 난 불포 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야 the last and I get so big
바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 단지급게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두 번 세 번 더해 좀 mission 거기 나도 level So check my EP cycle with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 일단 버지 시켜 수줄 없이 봐봐 hater 멘트 탭탭 붙듯 다음 소리 카부로 따라 하다 캣캣 목 건강을 버린 수두로 빽빽 하지 마치 폐업제고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 조조 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수력 초수와 텐트 치기 채 한끼를 돌파 중 easy easy 해버려 나 own
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Middle of the
오늘 봤어 다 잊어버려 또 오늘 밤에 늦게 손 위로 오늘 밥솥 다 지워버려 나서 다 지워버려 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low Drop it low 의사님 어딜 아파 내가 이젠 음악이 내 약이야 모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 떠지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰 오늘이 힘들면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 난 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low
Pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, run them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flip and chop it around. Let's go. Yeah, I saw me flip, pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, run them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flip and chop it around. Let's go.
G-O-L-D-B-U-U-D-A, that's Buddha on the throne. L-I-L-C-H-E-R-R-Y is vitamin C, we on. What the is up, gon' brush your teeth. Fire, 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 fire. I tie on my she get on my level. I'm on your wishes, she get a thumbs up down. Golden Mulan, yeah, that's me. My heart beat like Pepto. Don't ask me, know how to dump it. Ooh, you urgent man. Ooh, you urgent man. G-O-L-D-M-U-L-A-N, we let the Mulan out.
Pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, run them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flip and chop it around. Let's go. Yeah, I saw you flip, pull up the loud. If you gon' snitch, run them rounds. You on the ground, move up and flip and chop it around. Let's go.
G-O-L-D-B-U-U-D-A, that's Buddha on the throne. L-I-L-C-H-E-R-R-Y is vitamin C, we on. If they know what the is up, gon' brush your teeth. Fire, 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 fire. I do my dance, keep my stance, Lucy Lou, get my check, and I ain't playing this for real, ho. I go hard till I can't keep up with myself, but that ain't today and that ain't tomorrow. Either way, we gonna serious my way. G-O-L-D-M-U-L-A-N, we let the Mulan out. G-O-L-D-M-U-L-A-N, we let the Mulan out.
Yeah, you don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Ha, extreme focus, no limits, nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started. Now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing. Just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Ask about girl there. Her pistols and dreams she's done. We forget as well as goodbye. The things fix true, you want it. Ask about girl there. Her pistols and dreams she's done. We forget as well as goodbye. Shut the first and the pills, moving full of bright. Until now, all inside in a cooler. Echo the back in the town, we ain't got a count. The glove of the season, she beats us up and she's under gas. Skirt. See all you know is on the feel as you hurt. And the guys are saying, my gotta go. Jump into, and put me in a fight.
I got broken heart. 내 심장을 죽여줘. Tell you what you want, no. What you really want. Oh, please tell me so. 태어나서부터 let me go.
I just let me go. 길들여지지 않는 like a fire. 맞추지 않는 세상의 말. I'll lose this. I am on my way. It's all a hurt noise. 이 꿈에서 깨어지 않는 night. 또 다른 묶음의 시작이야. No, let's take it. Step on it. What you really want?
What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 향한 뭐야.
What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah.
그럼 내 focus은 향한 뭐야. 시간은 늘어 하루 노동매일 점점 무뎌져 갈망만 거의 우리 사이 좀 숨 쉴 때 빠른 심장을 기억하게 오직 그대로 불이 내리는 나무보다 해탕물 속 더럽혀지지 않는 꽃처럼 멀어 spiral. I just let it go. 길들여지지 않는 like a fire. 맞추지 않는 세상의 말. I'll lose this. I am on my way. It's all a hurt noise. 이 꿈에서 깨어지 않는 night. 또 다른 묶음의 시작이야. No, let's take it. Step on it. What you really want?
What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah.
Look at the mirror and tell you what you really want.
What you want, yeah. What
죽여줘. Tell you what you want, no. What you really want, oh please tell me some. 태어나서부터 let me go, let me go.
우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
이제 난 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 흘리고 있어 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 다지워서 소스를 뽀뽀
burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
우린 핫 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상 빈공내도 안 해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뽀뽀뽀 Then we burn it up 버섯처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤네 난참 지났어도 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 이 길을 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀 우린 직진하지 while they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 일상 공원 이제 돼버렸나 가수
burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송 지구온 나나의 범인은 내 삶 no doubt 뒤따라봐 지금 제일 핫한 팀 이상 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌
burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up
주신다는 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 네 향기로 You can make it better 숨이 막혀버린 네가 가진 매력 와찬녀니까 아름다운 lady 너 없이 꽉 막혔던 내 하늘과 버리면 돼 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 Where the party at? 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 Where the party at? 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 어째 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 오직 아주 작은 별 그러면 저 하늘에 널 준대도 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 네 향기로 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 Where the party at? 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 Where the party at? 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 어째 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까
Hey, this is what you came for. Blood on the game bowl. Everybody drop it like rainfall. This is your moment. Eyes on a puppet. Can't think, chest just open. And they're singing your praises. La la la. Screaming your name. La 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 la. One more step, you're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Yeah, we. Hey, welcome to the big show. Next on the ladder, is it your name in the rafters? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Low and it's silence. Bad guy woke up and chose violence. And they're singing my praises, la la la. Screaming my name out, la la la. This is why we're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun
G's and NBs, welcome to World 2023 Play-In Stage live from Seoul, South Korea. Today it is time for Group B to take off, including the LEC's Team BDS, facing off against Team Wales from Vietnam, not the ocean, or one of the 4 kingdoms in the United Kingdom in our second series of the day. I'm Quickshot, joined by GB, as well as Mark Zimmerman. And Mark, I'm going to come straight to you with a question. What genre would you classify gods?
That's what I was asking, because I don't know anything about music. I am probably the most untalented person you could ever stumble onto this stage for anything.
Pop, K-pop, operatic pop? Is that the orchestral pop?
Stadium anthems.
Stadium anthems? What is it?
Stop looking at me. I'm here to talk League, right? Don't ask me about music.
Well then listen, yesterday Loud upset over GAM. GB, you knew it all along. I don't think upset's the right word for this. I think the way they played, it was impressive though.
That depends who you ask, you know. GAM, Raz had GAM coming in as heavy favorites, you know. But I think game 1 for me...
That's why he's off the desk.
We got Market now as a substitute. I think game 1 was actually Loud overperforming, if you ask me, from what I saw from their regular season. I think Loud had an amazing game on the Kaiser. I think game 2 was the game where that's a normal Loud game that I watched in playoffs and then were playing. But it's also a classic GAM game where they actually get the early game rolling for them, and when they read the mid to late game, they start falling apart.
It's really cool to see the kind of evolution of the power rankings in the minor regions, the fact that Loud has really climbed to the top of them recently, I think, when traditionally GAM would have been the favorites. And that game 2 comeback was really what solidified the fact that they are really playing at a higher level than GAM right now, because they got a Baron early. They should have been able to close that one out, and they had a great play in the bot side to bring it back. And I think that's something that speaks to Loud moving forward through the tournament.
And I mean, they even have Pirates supporting them in Stadium. Is it Luffy there, dancing around Robo and the rest of Loud? The fact that they pick up that series win means it is now set up for 2 MSI rematches from Group A. It's R7 taking on GAM once again for elimination, and it was 2-1 in favor of R7 at MSI, whereas PSG, they eliminated Loud last time 2-0. I think the same could happen again, but maybe the way it plays out could be different, GB?
Yeah, I think these power rankings are going to continue to evolve. I think in the first series that PSG is still coming into that against Loud as heavy favorites. And for Loud to win that would completely shuffle the rankings around, because I do still think that PCS is the best of the minor regions we have around. I think the R7 versus GAM is way more a redemption time for GAM coming into it. They had a lot of roster changes. They need to prove that now this is the testament where they can have a benchmark against R7 and say, if we beat them, at least we were better than we were in spring.
Yeah, for Rainbow 7, even though they lost 2-0 yesterday, they did have that first game, which was kind of close, and there's some things that they can hopefully clean up, but game 2 was not it at all. So it's really hard to predict that lower bracket one, where I think the PSG one's easier to assume they'll come out on top.
I'm also really intrigued to see if PSG can actually bounce, like, stand up to the usual level. Because at game 1, I walked away feeling pretty dejected around how they played, especially Ginger in the earlier game. So I want to see how they're going to play up, especially if Loud can do the same thing they did in game 1. There's going to be some interesting matchups there. Talking about the series that we have seen thus far, talking about the World's Qualifier Series and day 1 of the actual World Championship, we got a couple of champions that are 100% presence picks. Maokai, Rakan, Zaya, Jarvan, Oriana, and Rel. I want to focus on 3 of them. And Mark, we were talking about meta, we were talking about some of the champions. Where do we start? What do you want to look at and why?
I'm going to talk about Oriana to start, because she is someone who is a little bit newer in the current meta, one of the oldest champions, the staple mid laner for most control mage players, and she has catapulted herself back with the most recent round of buffs. We were able to talk to the dev team, and they're like, well, we hope we didn't overbuff her. It was
one of the concerns,
It was one of the concerns, and it feels like right now she is going to be the de facto queen of the mid lane, the ability to have a pretty stable lane phase and then scale throughout the game, comboed with what the rest of the meta is kind of looking like.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see if we're going to start seeing some Syndra actually come through it, or if it is just going to be that strong, we're going to have to ban it. For me personally, that's my most picked and pick'ems right there. I have a theory that players will say, there's no way we're banning Oriana. We're not wasting a ban on Ori.
She's too Norse.
Yeah, exactly. She's just Ori. What's she going to do?
Just avoid the shockwave.
Exactly.
It's easy, right?
But she's incredibly good right now, and the patches really did her a favor in terms of coming back.
And Mark, I know you really don't want to talk about BDS, the ball delivery systems.
I will not do it.
Ball delivery systems, what I'm talking about.
That one I'm fine with, yeah.
Rakan is one of them. He's also on the list. Why Rakan?
He does so much from the bot lane right now as your primary engager, as well as having that kind of power to support and win lane early on, that slight bit of range that he has, as well as just, like you said, being a ball delivery system. And it feels like with Zaya being like the highest presence AD carry, that we're going to see a lot of just traditional front-to-back team fighting. There are some splashes in the jungle that come through, but it looks like a lot of tanks as well. And so if you can have this way to set people up for big wombo combos with Orianna as the defining mage in the mid lane, that's what you'll expect to see a lot of.
Yeah, it's the perfect meta for Rakan right now. Not just because of the champions already listed, but also just because frontliners are good right now in the jungle and the top lane. That means you have an E to engage on with the Rakan. You don't have to be the only engager where you would often get blown apart at times. This time around, you have way more room for playmaking potential and making the most of Rakan's kit.
Okay, we've got one more champion to talk about here before I want to go broad and talk a little bit more about the meta. We still have some time before we get to our pre-match. Let's talk about Jarvan. The fact that Jarvan has been banned 5 times is what's confusing me. In my head, it's not a ban-worthy champion, but I want to understand what you've seen from the 3 picks and what you know from behind the scenes. Is it really that important?
Yeah, well, we haven't seen too much of it right now. From what we've seen, it seems kind of flippy, but also Junjie was playing it. Yeah, I would say that Junjie possibly in the first series where it went kind of slow, not the most impressive Jarvan. It wasn't really played throughout the most of its capabilities because the clears were so slow. There was no gang on the first, second, or third jungle clear coming through, and usually want that on Jarvan. But also, I was speaking to Molecule, and he was saying that there might be a potential for this champion to be a little bit of an echo jungle, where it's like, it seems really good and hype coming into the tournament, but in practice, maybe it's not going to be as good when it finally comes to it.
Could fall out after play-ins as well, right?
It's also a champion that you can do a lot of cheese stuff with, level 2 ganks, interesting pathing, stuff like that. And if you're getting scrim monsters who are popping off with Jarvan in the early game, and then, you know, on stage people play slower, they don't go for those. You go through 3 full clears. It's like, well, maybe I'll pick something else to do that with.
But I will say, though, he is not an echo. He does have that early agency where he can at least get ganks. You know what you get out of a Jarvan. There is still the more easy to execute playmaking potential. So I'm still on the fence on it. I'm not too sure what to make of it just yet in comp.
That, plus there was a Reddit thread, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, talking about how Yuumi was like not played at all during play-ins, and then main stage is like permaban. So there's like always this kind of thing where you're like, play-ins is definitely not the meta going throughout the rest of the tournament. It will continue to evolve, and who knows, maybe Jarvan falls out of the meta.
Okay, so the question I then also want to have is, let's expand a little bit. I've asked the production to give me a pentakill of Roots pentakill and Kai'Sa, and the reason I want to bring this up, talk to me about the bot lane meta and what we've seen, and specifically around the champ pool, right? We've seen a lot of very dominant periods for 1 or 2 ADs throughout the year. GB, are we going to see more diversity? Are you expecting more? Do you think we're going to just settle into a couple of unique picks?
I mean, Kai'Sa itself is diverse just in its own right. She's the new Ezreal of League of Legends, where you just pretty much build anything on her. We've seen the Storm Razors, we've seen the Lethality, we've seen the Rage Blades.
Oh, you sound like a Kai'Sa supporter.
I love Kai'Sa, and I've said this many times as well. I know the AP Kai'Sa was toxic. I think Kai'Sa is an incredibly fun champion to watch in pro play, because when you give this to the best of the best players, when I watch an AD carry, I don't just want to see you with Jinx on an Enchanter, because that will make anyone look like Ruler. I want to see someone who knows how to navigate a team fight, and Kai'Sa is one of those champions where you're allowed to do that.
Quick hits on the bottom lane, specifically on the AD champions. What are you expecting?
Well, you said she's the new Ezreal. Ezreal's still also in the meta. Sayo played it. It looked decent. I think there was potential to see even better play on the champion. He's a very high mechanically talented champion. If you can actually land all your skill shots and shift forward, but also not get hit, like I think this is a champion that people will continue to play as the tournament goes on.
Right. I'm really excited to see what happens. It's only been 2 best of series at the World Championships, 1 extra one. I will get my head around that one. Let's focus in on the Flying Oysters taking on Detonation Focus Me. I want to start with the Flying Oysters bot lane. Shun, best player on the team? Question mark, exclamation mark?
I mean, he's been my favorite player to watch.
Exclamation mark.
And I think for the same reason with Kai'Sa we just talked about as well, he's just a guy that's so good at navigating team fights. I love the way that he's playing it. It's not just an AD carry getting facilitated through an early laning phase where they get ahead. It's a guy that knows exactly where to click, exactly where to position himself, and exactly how to use his abilities. So I would say, but viewing this, I was pleasantly surprised by Shun's performance.
I like how you said it's not just that they can get ahead in the early game, but they often also do that off the back of shouts these champions. His Blitzcrank, as you saw in that replay, was huge, and I think it's something that the team does need if they're going to perform well at this tournament, that their bot lane is able to continue to find these kinds of plays that they found domestically, because when their bot lane can't get these kinds of leads, often off their own play or Gemini coming down, they do seem to stall out a little bit. Jimmy is pretty good in the mid lane on the Azir, and I'm wondering if he'll be able to get that, if people just ban it, and then how he moves down his kind of individual tier list from there.
Let me take a look at the stats there on your screen right now. Phenomenal performance for Shun. He's going to obviously step up against Yutapon today. We'll turn attention to him in a moment. Before we do, can I build up on the Xiaoxi discussion? Because the man behind our stats documents, our preparation, the guy in charge of writing most of the words on our teleprompter, Marcus and the rest of the team, have wrote this statement. He unironically gets Blitzcrank banned against him. Now validate that sentence for me. Unironically, are we going to see it either picked or banned today?
Well, it's the opposite of ironically, and that means that they're doing it on purpose. So yeah, they are getting Blitzcrank banned against them. And yeah, it is a champion you need to be scared of, especially with the champions we've seen meta right now. He's not afraid of picking into Rakan. He doesn't mind that you're picking it into Nautilus. He will literally just pick this champion and outskill you with it. And you saw the goal difference from Shun as well in lane. That's the highest amongst all AD carries there. So yeah, a scary bot lane for sure.
Very scary bot lane. See what they can do today. Because coming into DFM's first match at Worlds, for the team, it has been a very rough summer. Management issues have led to a competitive ruling that resulted in both role swaps and roster swaps. But I do want to focus in on the players and a specific player, Utapon. He was role swiped to top lane, still won the LJL, is now back in the bot lane for Worlds, and all I can say is what a legend.
Oh, absolutely. He stepped up when the team needed him, and obviously Utapon's been in multiple positions before. He's played every position competitively except mid lane. Now it does mean that he can go back into the bot lane position, but it just goes to show that he was such a hero both in-game and out of the game for what he brought to DFM, and he's been a hero for them for ages as well. Probably one of the most achieved players coming out of Japan as well.
Yeah, almost any regional league, at least domestically, he is one of the most accomplished players in the world. He has dominated the LJL in multiple positions. The fact that he can do it anywhere, he seems to be a great guy as well, and he's a very easy person to cheer for when you're trying to root for DFM.
Yeah, of course. And it has been somebody that has been cheered for by many Western fans, various amongst them for years. Let's now talk about the top lane, because Upperman, or Pupperman as I prefer, has been brought out of retirement to play in the top lane. Here's some old man stats for you. 31 years old. He's the oldest player to ever play it, MSI Worlds. He has a child, not a baby goat. Kid, he has a child, of course. He was brought out of retirement in 2021, but he's never played at MSI or Worlds before, so making his debut here today. Upperman, Pupperman, as he's lovingly called. What are we expecting from him in the top lane?
Yeah, I was speaking to Nymera about this guy as well, and he was basically telling me that he was one of the old guards of the top lane as well, but he's also one of the guys that would not necessarily have a playstyle like Epi. He's always been a top 3 top laner in Japan, but he would not be afraid to bring out a Yorick, for example, to bring a little bit of spice up to the top lane. But Renekton and Aatrox, usually something we would see from him, and probably what he will default into in today's matchup as well.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see Utapon back in his preferred position. It was really cool that he did that, but also let's get him back where he's actually his best. Opman will probably be able to step in and play weak side despite coming out of retirement to do this, and hopefully it's a return to form for DFM, because they were one of the most exciting teams.
Hold on, I love this. Can we check what the fans are saying? Because then I want to hear what your guys' predictions on the matchup, right? Because I'm still a little uncertain exactly where I'm landing. So for MasterCard fan predictions, let me run through this and see what it is. The fans have predicted, they've predicted who can win one of our matchups each day. You can vote at MasterCardGG on X to participate. And they are leading in favor of DFM 63.9%. Mark, I cut you off, so I want to come back to you first. How are these two teams going to match up? Fans are fairly heavily in favor of DFM.
I understand why. We all love Jujutsu Kaisen. You know, it's a great anime. It's something that's very easy to just
You're going to go straight to weeb, straight out the gate?
It's what most of it is.
Okay.
I don't think it's based off of...
I think it's probably they know DFM better than they know Flying Oysters.
And we saw Flying Oysters like last year for the first time, and you know, it was they beat 100 Thieves once,
so
so we'll hold that L. But
you're politely saying they're going to beat that DFM are losing today. Tell me why. We got about a minute and a half to go.
Well, I think the bot lane is a big part of it. I think CFO is generally speaking a more cohesive team. I really like how Jimian has played, like I was kind of highlighting him as well. And I think for DFM, they've been struggling more recently in international play, and I don't think with all the struggles that you're highlighting in Summer Split, they're coming in on the best form that they can hit.
Yeah, I mean, I think today's going to be a quick 2-0 for CFO, just in general.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I think the only role right now where DFM actually's got a chance is going to be through Arya to try and work through that mid-pressure and bring that to the rest of the map. But I also think the rest of the map is going to be under fire and a lot of pressure, because the laners, especially the bot lane as well, as Mark has mentioned from Flying Oysters, they are just better.
Yeah, I think Steel combined with Arya's is maybe where it's going to be, because Gemini sometimes, I don't know how to put it like too harshly, but like auto-pathing, where it feels like he's doing the most obvious thing.
He's listening to the GPS on the minimap.
Yeah,
he's just there. Where does that go next?
And like, he doesn't always...
GPS is amazing.
He sometimes leaves a little bit more for me what I want out of him in interesting paths, really throwing a wrench in someone's game plan.
We've got less than a minute to go. I'm going to come to you for one last thought here, GB. PCS versus LJL. Historically, I think it's PCS favored. What are the numbers? And I mean, you're pretty confident in favor of Flying Oysters today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's 3-2 right now in favor of PCS. I was just actually impressed that it was 2 games that was actually going over to LJL. Hopefully they can make it more. I think they had a disaster at Messiah 2023, falling down with disappointments with GAM. They're really hoping to elevate their region. But I also think with everything that's happened, that's going to be a tough ask for them.
Well, listen, with 20 seconds to go until we introduce the players, it is looking like an uphill battle. Detonation Focus Me have come over struggles, both personally and professionally throughout the course of summer, but they're champions once again. And today they stare down the barrel of PCS's second seed, the Flying Oysters. It is time to kick off our third best of in the World's 2023 Play-In Series. Let's hit the rift!
Khi mà đến chung kết thế giới thì team mình đã có một số khó khăn, hơn là tụi mình đã lấy lại được kiểu tâm lý để mình có thể lận vòng từng nhánh thua lên.
In 2021, people say that I didn't quite deserve to be here. But in the end of the days, you know, it's my job. I'm just a professional. Really grateful for this opportunity, and I hope I can prove myself to people here.
I think it's important to keep believing. Kind of keeping your head down and just grinding.
Mình sẽ không bao giờ từ bỏ cơ hội này.
プロのシーンから2年ぐらい引退して遠のいてたので、そうですね。子供がいるので、普通に働いて普通に成果をしようかなって思ってたのが、いろいろワールズとか試合を見たりとか、そういうLGL を見たりしているうちに、なんていうか、まだやっぱいろいろやりたかったな的なことを考えることはありました。
我觉得过往3次比赛就是队友带着我的感觉，因为我可能就是还没有那么成熟，但今年就是我觉得我自己变得更成熟，然后去带领这些队友一起前进世界赛了。
みんななんですかね、ワールズとかの経験もあって、やっぱりなんか僕は学ぶ感じで。
我觉得我们是在越困难的时候，然后会表现得越好的队伍，这样吧。就是我们5个选手都是这样的个性，因为我们都非常不服输。
2年のブランクがありますけど、そんなことを感じさせないようなプレーを見せます。
With their appearance last year, this is their second World Championship. How high can they fly this time? It's the CTBC Flying Oyster.
And this is going to be a fun game to watch coming in immediately off the rip. As teams get a little walk-ins, you know, get excited. I hope we see some personality. Right now, it's stone cold killers, you know. They're right into the thick of things. But, you know, they need to have some fun, I think.
And I feel like, you know, this is a roster that's like, they're experienced. This isn't their first time on the stage. Like we said, second time this organization comes to the World Championship. But in their playoffs at PCS, these guys did 3 back-to-back best-of-5s that all went to 5 games. Just 1 game shy of taking that first seed away from PSG. Like, I feel like these guys are coming in with confidence after how PSG played.
Absolutely. I mean, look, CFO, they crushed in the playoffs, right? Up until that finals, of course. And that was coming after they kind of squeezed into playoffs at the end. Not as exciting a regular season for them, finishing 9-9. But now some chances to do some damage here in the play-in stage.
To see how they can do. Certainly excited to see.
Major koalas.
Yeah, we've got koalas, we've got oysters, we've got whales on later today. We're a veritable zoo.
It's the zoo, yeah, I absolutely love it, the zookeep. But on the other side, with 22 finals appearances and 16 championships, this is the LJL's most decorated team. It's Detonation Focus Me.
And it's exciting to see, isn't it? Detonation Focus be stepping up. Obviously a fan favorite. We saw the fan vote. It was, what, 66% in favor of DFM. A lot of people at home cheering for this squad. And like you say, domestically dominant. They've been to the World Championship many times. I mean, this is not far off of the team that we saw at MSR.
Except it kind of is almost like the storylines, right? Like, obviously they win and they always win, but the whole swap around with Utapon going up into the top lane, now back into the bot side. 31-year-old Appaman coming in top lane after 2 years playing professionally. The last time he played was 2021 summer. You couldn't write a better story than this. This is like Christopher Nolan at his finest.
Right, like with Appenman as well, I feel like he's such an aspirational player for like so many people. Like for me, I'm also 31, right? I don't have a kid, but like he reminds you that you can still do it. Age isn't going to stop you. It's like kind of Pasha biceps vibes, where it's like, you know, he was always the dad in the CS:GO scene. I feel like we now have our own Pasha biceps here in League of Legends as well.
I just love the Papa Man name too. You know, we're gonna have to work that in today.
It's so good. I'm joined by Ender. We're gonna be kicking things off today for you, and I feel like we've got quite an exciting series in that DFM, you know, coming in, doing decently at MSI. Certainly a team that have been representing their region for a long time, but now they're coming up against PCS to kick off their tournament. The second seed, we saw how good PSG were. You have to assume that CFO will be in a similar caliber, and you've got to wonder what DFM are going to bring to the table to challenge that.
Yeah, because that's the real question, right? How does Opperman look like in the top lane? When we saw him previously play professionally, there was a lot of, you know, the Nars, their Nectans in the top side. Top lane meta, I don't feel like changes super drastically over the years, so that's not really a concern. But what does the form look like? What does Udapon's form look like going down into the bot side as well? Those are two large question marks coming into this game. Although I will say, this is probably the best matchup to get initially if you want to work through the laning phase, because the Flying Oysters do not crush you in the lane phase. They take things slow. This team had an over 60-minute game back in the PCS, and they're really known for their powerful team fighting coming through the bot lane.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I feel like we've kind of got somewhat symmetrical storylines almost coming into this one, where top lane, we've had shift-abouts for both teams. Like, since MSI, both top laners have changed up in this one, and when we look towards the bottom lane as well, you know, we talked about Udapon, but then Shun as well is kind of a focus point for a lot of people when talking about the PCS's second representative. He feels like the powerhouse of this roster. So in terms of who we're looking at, it really is that top lane, that AD carry on both sides of it.
100%. And for Shun, you know, it makes sense. If your team takes things slower, plays for team fights, that is where the AD carry is going to thrive. And that makes the draft very interesting as well, because there's sort of two main ideas, I think, coming in to the Play-in Siege in terms of the meta. First one is going to be your Wombo combo. Jarvan, Orianna priority is skyrocketing. And when you see bans in the jungle like Lee Sin and like Poppy, that really makes you think first or second rotation Jarvan, and then locking in the Orianna if you can.
I love that that's the way we're approaching Worlds this year. It takes me back, man. Jarvan Orianna, that's like classic combo. Jarvan Rumble as well. It's like, it's old school Wombo combo. It takes me back to like Pharrell and Lord 4K Elo Shockwaves, you know?
Oh,
like,
that's way back in the day.
Way back.
Yeah, you're really leaning into the 31 years old thing. I like it.
Look, it is what it is. I've accepted the reality of my situation.
Maybe you can go pro, just like Appleman. I absolutely love it.
You wouldn't say that if you saw my solo queue games.
Oh, well.
Jack's taken off the board as well as we look towards the solo lanes. And the Rel Flex, who've just been pretty consistently banned so far.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I'm seeing the Jax ban. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially if Appleman does want to go, tankier route in the top side, so we just can't get split into Oblivion. Maokai is also going to come in initially for Detonation Focus Mace. So it remains to be seen whether or not DFM, sort of with their prep coming into the series, want to match in the team fight. Maokai not necessarily known for like insane early game ganks, but I do think once you unlock the ultimate, if you do have range, there's a lot of options you can do, whether or not you walk towards a lane that's been chunked out, can set up a dive, or just use that ultimate to push players off the tower and set up for some early plays.
We'll see. The Maokai locked in as well. You could see something like a Jace coming out potentially for Arya, although we've not seen that much just yet. And yeah, we talked about the combo already. Rumble Jarvan, the spicy hot pot as it were. But in fact, gonna take that Jace that we just talked about away, denying that Maokai combo.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You want that physical damage. You have AP top laners, so physical damage mid. Other side has the magic damage jungler, so deny that does make some sense, especially because the Tristana was also banned away. Now, this does offer some questions towards the bot lane, because I think the answer to a lot of these like Wombo combo, big CC comps could be more defensive bot lanes, your Zayas of the worlds, the Kaisas, the Ezreals, things that can get away. But if we see Senna, Nyla, I would be more than pleased.
That would certainly be a treat, wouldn't it, to start our day off. The Senna's locked in. Do we get the Nyla? We'll have to wait and see. On the other side as well, there's potential for something like an Ivan coming in alongside that Jace. Jace loves a tree in the jungle. Maokai, Ivan, he doesn't matter which one. maybe even a Zac. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but Ivan could be an option.
Yeah, especially because when you see Senna locked in, like Senna Maokai, and then the other side is Jace Rumble, I'm seeing a lot of like range in terms of like poke options for CFO or like just dropping the ultimate to finish off a kill. Whereas Senna Maokai want to play team fights a little bit more control oriented, you know, get as many autos off as you can with the Senna, take things slow, maximize the heal. So either CFO need to follow that up by getting some dives so they can break into the backline or continue playing range. I actually think something like the Lilia could be interesting for them. Would mean they're really lacking in sort of hard frontline to tank up shots, especially like something like the Senna. So of course that Sejuani is going to come in as a really strong champion to play around both the melees and top and mid.
I feel like we're seeing the dichotomy of jungle being held there. You've got the Nidalee and then you've got the Sejuani, like two pretty opposite approaches to how to play the jungle. It is going to be that Sejuani Gemini playing for the engage, playing for the front line as we head towards our second round of bans. And I mean, maybe something like the Neela could be worth banning away. It can be such an incredibly strong bot lane with the Senna.
Yeah, it almost feels like you can, like, maybe DFM are wanting to pull a free ban away, something like this. But we'll see. Sion taken off the board right now, and I'm wondering how much bot lane shenanigans can we get up to with that Senna down there? Because if we do want to play some melees, that is an option. With Aatrox already taken, that seems to be what CFO is targeting away.
Yeah, the Senna Sion, we've seen it before. It's not going to be here today, though.
You could theoretically play the Maokai Senna. All I'm
well,
saying.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see on what goes with the Senna in the end. Azir going to be taken off of the board, which, you know, Orianna, Azir, Talia, all taken off now. A lot of focus towards that mid lane. I'm curious where we'll end up. The Nico is the big mid lane pick in my mind that's still glaring at us.
100%. And whatever Arya gets his hands on in the mid lane is going to be nasty. Like, we talk a lot about the top laner, the bot lane, all the swaps they made. Arya has been sort of like the standout player for DFM so consistently throughout the years. Has been absolutely on point. So even though there are questions in top and bot, mid lane is always a giant exclamation mark. It's going well for Arya.
It certainly is. Sean hovering a Draven right here. We see the Blitzcrank banned away from Xiaoxi. And he, like, Xiaoxi's name even looks like a Blitzcrank hook. You can see why they're banning that one away from him. The Draven locked in though, so aggression across the board basically for CFO.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be gnarly, especially because you say the Senna, hey, you actually can't walk up and stack souls. Senna would love to play a chill lane against, you know, a melee support where she can just stack up that passive, get to 20, get to 40, those 20 increments. But that's going to be a lot harder, especially if we get an aggro support down next to the Draven. Something like that All-Star could work. But as far as setting up Arya for success in mid, Vi Arya is a power duo to hunt down kills, both around mid and also roaming into the river and getting inside the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it takes me back to MSI. Vi Ari instantly locked in. We saw that a lot of times. But Xiaoxi looking towards the hook champion, the Nautilus that we see oh so often will be locked in. Fantastic to set up that Draven. And it does mean that we've got kind of an interesting bot lane.
Udapon put the work on in the top lane. I do think it is going to be the Senna Maokai coming on through from this. And it's actually a really annoying lane because of how much sustain there is. Maokai has his passive, and then Senna also can just spam away the Qs very freely inside that lane. I do presume that it will be the Maokai farming, so in case you haven't seen this in a while, that is not the carry Senna down on the bot side of the map. Instead, wants to maximize that passive potential. You can't CS more than, I think, about 2 minions a minute if you want to get those in.
They have just swapped, but I guess Udapon will still probably play the support style Senna. I will say
it could honestly go either way. I'm partial to the Senna personally because I think getting that passive as high as possible is good, but the Maokai support is perfectly valid.
I will say this ruins everything for pick'ems. Like, people trying to figure out the best flex pick, I don't think many people were thinking Maokai for that pick.
No.
Now it's going to be played in support. People that are playing the same duo might switch the roles to the AD carries of the Maokai. Like, this could become like a 4-role pick if we even see Maokai at the top lane. Like, pick'em's a dude.
I just have to say, I'm so disappointed that we're playing a Senna bot lane, and Udapon, after spending a split in top lane, is not playing a top lane champion, right? Like, if he'd locked in the Aatrox, that was a pick he went for also. If he'd gone for the Maokai, any of that would have made sense. It would just put a perfect little bow on this story. But no. He's the AD carry player now. We all remember Udapon. He has been so good over the years with this team.
Yeah, I mean, Udapon, absolute gamer, right? Like, we talked about it back at MSI. This guy's radiant in Valorant. He's global elite in CSGO. He's the top rank in Overwatch as well. Like, every game this guy touches, he is a top player no matter what. So it doesn't surprise you that he can swap up to top, come back down to 80 carry, and still make it to the World Championship. Early invade, though, here. Xiaoxi and Shun moving forwards. Not going to drop a ward just yet, though. Udapon spotting them.
I was right. It is support Senna. Confirmed. So support item down there on the Senna. Harp does have the teleport, so it just looks like Udapon wants to play the Marksman champion. That is perfectly valid. And well, Xiaoxi hunting around looking for a little bit of some hook action, but DFM perfectly right for this one. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, late invade coming through from CFO. I don't know if they want to actually commit to something in terms of that invade, but it looks like no. Just dropping the ward, moving back to their own blue buff. So we will have a fairly standard start, and it looks like both junglers will be pathing up towards the top lane.
And in case you want to check out some cool tech, everyone, I'd encourage you to look at Udapon right underneath the flash, and also Shun underneath the flash there. We do have stack counters. We've got it in the game. So don't be concerned. You're going to see exactly when Udapon is getting those range increases. Those happen every 20 souls 20 missed souls or thresh, as Dracos always reminds me. So once you get up to 20 and you get those off of the minions, of course, so Udapon is not going to be finishing off those last hits. That improves the chance of miss dropping that he's going to be picking up right there. Also gets it by attacking an enemy champion twice. So whenever Xiaoxi rather walks up to auto attack those minions, Udapon is going to be stacking up that mist.
Yeah, just going to be trained back and forth there. But don't forget to log in and watch on LoLEsports.com to earn exclusive Worlds 2023 rewards. We've got drops, we've got emotes, we've got icons. There's all sorts to be getting your hands on. So make sure to check it out and watch the stream over on LoLEsports.com. But I'm excited to see how the junglers are going to approach each other in this game, right? We've got a Sejuani versus a Vi, both junglers that can be extremely proactive in the early game. Happy to get a gank going, but also, especially Sejuani, happy to get into the enemy jungle. That early ward, giving the information that they maybe can move down there.
Yeah, so Gemini knows that Steel started on Raptors and then went topside, so it's a safe bet that that's a 4-camp clear until that before the red buff comes down. So Gemini is just 1 camp ahead on tempo to get down here. Steel is not going to make it in time. Gemini has the smite as well, so that is just going to be a stolen away red buff, and that really reduces the impact of I can have in the early game. That slow, very nice to have on the Vi, and actually Gemini is going for the Krugs as well. He held onto the smite, so that's just going to be 2 camps yoinked away. Steel has nothing to say about it.
He's not even seeing it. He might even get all the small Krugs here. He does. Gemini getting basically the entire camp. Xiaoxi moves in to make sure that it's safe, and Steel, I mean, he's living up to his name, just in the opposite direction.
Yeah, so this is a really big early game plan. You saw that, you know, Xiaoxi was donating some misstacks over to Udapon, just getting auto attacks on the minion wave, but that was to guarantee priority on the bot side. So Xiaoxi walks into the jungle, now he's walking into mid lane. I don't think he's going to have an angle. Those ranged creeps a little bit annoying. Nautilus can't sneak those Qs through those. So even though Arya is under pressure with 3 enemy champions around mid, he can stand up and farm because he just plays on the north side of those minions, and there is absolutely nothing that Nautilus is going to do.
Yeah, it feels like Arya as well, very safely positioned in the lane, so he'll be okay. Gemini moving up to the top side now. The Scuttle Crab already taken by Steel, but I'm looking towards that top lane matchup as well, right? Apperman bringing out the Aatrox, which, you know, this is a player from 2021. It feels like this is a pick from back then, you know, as well. We all think of the Shy G2 when we see this pick coming through at the World Championship.
Think about that. Nope.
But, you know, during the laning phase, he's up against the Rumble. Rumble, he's a terror. He's a terror for melee top laners.
It's true, especially Rest is going for the Ignite build as well, so a ton of kill threat. That Grievous Wounds is going to be really nice as well, especially when level 6s come online for any sort of all-in around the top side of the map. So wouldn't be too surprised to see Gemini looking around that. Nice little hook and some damage, but as I was saying, you're not going to find much around that. Gemini with flash forward.
Flash, Arya could be stunned. One more auto, but they can't quite get in range. And Arya flashed on by Gemini, but he doesn't finish the kill. He's not tanking, though. He gets it. No! Just on the edge of range. Gemini was holding aggro for so long, but it just wasn't quite good enough.
I respect it. Jimmy saw the angle, went for it. It was actually so unfortunate because he couldn't transform into the ranged, and Arya almost ended up surviving because of it. They get that kill in mid side, and with both mids burning their flash, that makes mid lane a giant point of contention in the next few minutes, especially because both junglers are going to be ticking up to level 6 before those splashes come online. Arya just hit it as well. So if Jimmy is ever pushing up in this mid lane, it is a whole world of hurt for that Jace. This is a nice gank from Gemini, just playing right on the opposite side of the Fog of War, and there's just not much Arya can do. It was a nice charm, but ultimately, if Jimmy's ever going to commit the flash, it's just going to be a trade for that one.
It's really unfortunate because Jimmy actually pathed back for a second. He thought he'd got it with the Q down and the W around him. He thought that would finish it off. Arya was like on sub 10 HP there. Does mean that it's a trade in the end. So Arya doing a really good job just to maintain an even situation despite Gemini spending time in the mid lane.
Both mid laners end up teleporting back as well, so nothing too much going to be lost there. Arya's about a wave up in terms of actual minions, and even though Gemini did go for the early invade, a lot of times you don't actually get a huge lead off of invading the enemy junglers. Gemini's just back in mid, but level 6 means Arya is perfectly okay. And easy little cooldown spent there. It might be a dragon opportunity for DFM, as a matter of fact. Bot lane's really pushed back from Shun, and now that Gemini sort of, used that Q in, there's no flash on either him or Jimmy, and it's a little bit hard to play around mid right now.
The only issue they've got is because Arya had to use the ultimate in that previous play, does make it a little bit more awkward for Ari to try and have these skirmishes in the early game without that ult.
Oh, here we go. Xiaoxi's looking for it.
Stand aside comes through. Xiaoxi, great hook right into the middle of the mist, and Yudapon in all kinds of trouble. Slowed up the ignite, tick it away. But Gemini starts hitting Harp instead. They're retreating, and I was so sure that was going to be a kill.
All good. Yudapon has the flash, has the barrier, can just waltz on out of that one. No problem whatsoever.
Do you know, I was told CFO are a really slow-paced team that take it easy in the early game, but they're being pretty proactive. They're trying to make plays happen, and I like that Gemini, with this Sejuani, is trying to use that early proactivity that Sejuani offers you.
It's also nice just you have time before Worlds. You put in some work, you come in with a very different look. It's important, because otherwise, you just get prepped into oblivion. Enemy teams picks hard scaling versus you, and then you get out team fought later on. So both teams taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach. And I think mid lane is going to heat up in the next minute and a half, especially Steel. When that 6 comes through, you gotta make use of the lack of flash around mid. So the best Jimmy can do to full push the wave, like we see right now, or hold it in front of his tower, he has to weather the storm in the next 60 seconds.
To be able to get out of the chain. Hex Drinker already picked up by Appleman. He knows he needs the MR for that lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see that just go straight into a Maw, honestly. We've already seen that in this tournament, like Maw finished as a first item. As we see, Xiaoxi moved up to the top side. Gemini's there as well, as Herald has just spawned onto the map, but it looks like the FM want to answer.
Gemini hasn't started it just yet, and actually I think Shun was a little bit confused. Was walking towards mid lane like they wanted to go for a fight. He's still going bot side, and as a matter of fact, Yudapon and Harp have both come up here, so this is absolutely just going to end up being a Herald. If fight were to break out, Shun did hit level 6, so can get involved with that global ult.
Harps here, level 6, like you say, and I mean, Gemini's just going to go down here, surely. He's totally alone. Xiaoxi goes for a hook as well, but him and Jimmy have got to get out of here. Steel locks him up, though. And CFO, like you say, they're 80 carries at the bottom side of the map. I don't think that's a fight you should be trying to take.
Just a huge error there. No vision apart from the Scuttle Crab, so I don't think they'd actually seen that Yudapon and Harp had moved up. Regardless, though, you're aware of the timing they went for that reset. So, yeah, this is great for Shun. He can push that wave down in the bot side, but as a matter of fact, Harp is going to be back there in time. So he's going to pick up that full wave down there. And CFO just donate 2 free kills to the Vi, who is now ready to just take over.
And worth mentioning as well, great positioning from Harp to punish that. He's like, look, they're going to want to be a bit cheeky. They're going to want to try and get vision and potentially poke at us. So I'm just going to step a little bit further forward than they're expecting, get a control ward down, and then obviously Maokai, he's going to lock someone up. He's going to help find the kill. And that's where the Ari and the Vi kick in, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's where you can never escape again.
The crazy thing about DFM's comp is the reach they have. What I mean by that is like the long range ability to actually like punish you with crowd control, whether it's the Vi QR to close the gap, the Ari, the Maokai ultimate. That is so much range. Then you also have the global ult in Yudapon too. So it's very easy for DFM to set up picks exactly like this. Even if there's not an objective up, if they can position themselves inside the enemy jungle, that is going to be doom for CFO. Once these outer rings of turrets go down, mid lane stepping up to catch the wave in the middle of the map is going to be very, very concerning for the Flying Oysters, because DFM can just jump on you from miles away out of the fog.
You can see our total damage so far. Anyone that says Sejuani is just a tank, is like, you know, just there to be the engage, I think that kind of disproves it. I think that's a great example of what Sejuani really does in the early game. Like, the E passive alone just does so much damage.
Yeah, and in terms of like fighting too, just that extra second and a half of damage reduction is just so powerful off of the passive. So unfortunately, Gemini, because he used the flash around mid lane, ends up costing him. But this is what I was talking about, looking for those dives with the Maokai on the turret.
It's already begun. Jimmy has the Dusk Blade, trying to use that movement speed. But look at this. That's the reach you were talking about. The long arm of the law coming through. Jimmy actually gets a kill, and he's got a stopwatch as well. Charm comes through. Gemini flashes out. Jimmy finally falls, and it becomes a 1-for-1.
I was confused for a second because he's not playing Gwen. How is he immune? That doesn't make any sense. But between the Duskblade completion, getting that kill on Steel, and then the stopwatch on top, that was crazy that he almost ended up surviving. In fact, Gemini gets out. It's a testament to the time that Jimmy bought. It allows Gemini to also get out of there, and what was a huge investment for DFM ends up just being kind of all right. Yeah, a lot of minions lost for Jimmy, but I think CFO are going to be happy with how they were able to fight back there.
Yeah, and honestly, in the meantime, Shun, just free farm in the bottom side, right? Got at least 3 waves, just solo XP there. Got to play it as well. I mean, what can you do? What on earth can you do against this?
I mean, it's a great ultimate out of Gemini. Look at that. Arya had to drop Turdagger going up, so much time was lost, so much damage was lost because Arya couldn't get in the fight. That is 100% Gemini reading the play, playing just on that north side in the Fog of War. It was a huge save from CFO's jungler.
Yeah. Also, some mega damage coming out from them to be able to get the kill back across. Like, the fact that they go 1-for-1 there.
Oh, yeah.
I did not expect that kind of damage coming out from Jace this early in the game.
Yeah, I forgot to look at the bottom of the screen and see that Duskblade completion, because as soon as that is there, Jace becomes an absolute beast. You know, Jimmy's been getting pushed in mid most of the game. You know, right there, he's getting tower dove, but now he's going to really begin to hurt, especially around objectives. And when I talk about reach, you think a Rumble ult, a Draven ultimate on top of the Jace Q poke, there's some instant burst potential from CFO.
Shousey might be instantly burst here, though, as he's been caught out again. The ultimate going to be popped from Arya to guarantee that kill, and the Dark Seal is in pocket. That's 2 stacks in already.
And going to be able to gobble up the blue buff there as well. Looks like Shun maybe wants to try and fight for that blue with Gemini, but Unicorn's stuck around, so I don't think this is going to favor them. Yeah, they're just guaranteeing that they can pick up the Grump. That's what it's called. I wanted to call the Grump a Scuttle Crab for a second. I'm like, that's not what it is.
Scuttle Frog.
Scuttle Frog, yeah. What if everything was just a Scuttle Crab? That would be kind of sweet.
I mean, that's literally a version of TFT.
We've heralded a Scuttle Crab.
I think there's logic there. It's like a void corrupted Scuttle Crab. Yeah. That's my theory.
I mean, Sejuani could ride a Scuttle Crab. I don't know.
Voidborn Sejuani skin? Any buyers? I don't know where I'm going with this one. Plate's taken though at the bottom side. There's Drake coming up. It's just over a minute here, and I feel like we're being treated a little bit here, Ender, because we've got both teams fairly even in gold. We've got gold on the carries as well. Arya and Jimmy and both getting kind of stacked up for these fights. When it comes towards Drakes, we both compositions have some like early proactivity to be able to make these fights happen as well.
100%. DFM have the tough choice, I think, though, of knowing when do we actually all in, right? Because you have the Vi and Arya, which can go in really deep. Can't really get out so easily, so I think what they want to do is play the fights as slow as possible, almost to make as much use of the Senna healing damage range as they can, and then once they can sort of divide the fight, if they see, you know, CFO are splitting in towards them, that's when they activate the Vi, Ahri, the Maokai, and can look to tear up. Obviously, Appamen can look for some flanks and options like that, but I don't think these fights are so easy, especially against CFO, who are team fight, that's their power, is how they play in the 5-on-5s, and we haven't even seen Shun cash in yet. So this game is really balancing closely here.
Yeah, we're on, what, 300 stacks at this point for Shun. That's going to be a big cash in if he gets it.
He's just dominating Yutapon. Yutapon only has 45 stacks. That's crazy.
I will say Hop's doing okay for gold. He was over 1,000 up on our MasterCard lane economy snapshot there. He's getting pretty tanky on that Maokai. Appamen might have a chance onto Jimmy in here. Knocked back, though, by the Thundering Blow. Won't find his all-in opportunity, but that Night Harvester picked up by Rest at this point is a huge spike for the Rumble.
They want to fight
someone up. They could go for a fight. Arms charging forwards. Trying to get CC down. There's the equalizer. Big damage, but now a flank on the backside. It's a spread fight, but Steel's the first one to go down. Now answered as Aria got into the backline, but CFO looking good so far. And they've managed to group up. They've managed to find themselves in a front to back once more. Xiaoxi just hooks the wall and has to back away again. But Drake is down to 600 HP. Finally taken by Gemini. 6-4 on the scoreboard.
Oh,
absolute carnage as it's flash for flash in the mid lane.
Alphaman's trying to reset right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it out. It's actually 2 of them. That's 2 free kills. Harp looks for the turn.
He thought he was finding a pick, but he picked himself here, and now over the wall goes Apperman. But now reinforcements from Jimmy, and there's one, and it could be another, because Apperman, he's in no man's land. He's in the wrong territory. We've already got Shun with 1 kill on the board, and he wants to make it more as well. Apperman nowhere to go and taken down for his 2nd kill into Draven's pocket.
CFO destroying the team fight right there. It looked like a good start for DFM. You know, Apperman coming in on the flank, but Shun getting that first kill, even though he was shut down after it, was absolutely huge. Look at this, teleport coming in from behind, and the Jace is a little bit late to the fight, going for the base initially. But here, Shun just turns immediately onto Steel. There was no immediate follow-up on Shun. Arya wasn't there quickly enough, so that's a big cash-in for Shun. Yutapon obviously falls on the opposite side of the fight, and then where's your consistent DPS? It's a little bit tough without Yutapon there to sort of free hit without cooldowns on the Ahri. And while they got close here, Gemini just flashing over the wall, dodging away from that Q3 from Apperman. That was for sure a kill. If Gemini falls, maybe they can look for a little bit more, but the low HP members of Oysters just hunt down for a couple of extra kills on the back.
Yeah. The second Gemini gets away, that play goes from like, oh, they found a pick to, oh, this is completely doomed.
Yeah.
They both go down, and it turns into a bit of tempo there. But now DFM onto the Herald as we come back to live. 2,500 gold down, and the Herald will help to mitigate that somewhat if they can get it onto one of those tier 2s. Although,
yeah, they're going to
get through the tier 1s first.
Actually, the first turret of the game taking 17 minutes, and that is an exceptionally late first turret. Oysters taking that one, although, and maybe that ties into our prep, you know, delayed on the first turret, the slow early game, but no, Oysters have come in with 2 fantastic Dragon, well, the first one they just got for free off the timing, the second one, a very nice fight from them to secure.
It was Gemini, just about dodging, accidentally I guess, because I'm not sure he was aware that was coming. But look at the items right now. Jimmy and Shun, both on 2 items, and it's Jason Draven. Like, if there are 2 champions of the game that spike hard on 2 items, these are your picks right here, and almost stacked up on the Muramana there as well from Jimmy, who's just going to finish off that tower in the top side. So I feel like the gold is in the right place in this competition for CF.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, all the damage from range, the physical damage is going to be there, and then the rumble, the little cherry on top is very nice for the Oysters. And honestly, just feel like they're winning on the map right now. It was a bit of a game of ping pong on the map, because DFN cashed in all of their priority to take the Rift Herald. CFO get both top lane and bot lane tower off of that, as well as a little incursion into that top side jungle. And CFO are going to win overall off of that play, taking the 2 turrets as opposed to probably just the one. The Herald's going to be able to secure you.
And I've just realized, looking at that graphic that popped up between our AD carries, it's another tournament where all casters, all analysts are lamenting because AD carry stats are going to be ruined by Senna. Once again, AD carries playing the support role. As the Herald charges down in the mid lane, but it's a 5-man stack to make sure that tier 1 stays standing. CFO not losing a single tower so far this game. Might be losing some lives here. Gemini engaged on, but he's pretty tanky. And Xiaoxi with a great hook to start onto Harp. They have to back away, and CFO, it doesn't even feel like CFO took damage.
Yeah, I mean, the last 3 fights we've seen from DFM, Arya has just not been with the team, right? With the turret dive, it was Gemini stuffing that engage. And then the last 2 fights, he just has not been in range to deal with whatever pick DFM is going for. So DFM lucky to get out there, just casting a few ultimates to try and survive. But Arya has to be more involved with the initial attempt from DFM, or they can't go in. This is what I was talking about, right? If Steel or Harp go in too early without Arya to be there, it's tough, but they're looking for the dive.
Jimmy in trouble once again. The amount of times this man has been dived this game so far, and once again, there's just nothing he can do to survive the onslaught. The point and click CC, followed by CC, followed by CC. It's just unstoppable.
Is it because Arya was there? Is it because it was a 3-on-1? I don't know. Either way, DFM, they're securing it. And that's really all I want to see them do, is any play they want, it needs to be Arya sort of like leading that charge for the team, working with Steel. And that charm combo has to be there on the Twisted Advance or any of the YCC.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a great follow-up, but on top of that, I'm keeping my eyes on that Dark Seal that's in his pocket. It's now on 6 stacks. We're headed towards Medjai's territory here, and we all know what an Arya, what an Ari can do with a Medjai.
All right, team fight time. We got to teleport into the mid lane from Arya. He wants to get involved immediately, but Appleman is a little bit isolated from the team. They're just going to give the 3rd Drake in exchange for the mid lane tower. That was incredibly low after the Herald, but that's surprising because they got that kill on Jimmy, but couldn't actually cash in on that 5 versus 4 off the base taken from Appleman, off of them just spending too much time on the top side of the map. The timer didn't work.
It feels a bit rough as well because that's not just any old soul either. That's an Infernal Soul against Jason Rumble. Like, if they get an Infernal Soul in 5 minutes time, you're seeing 1 Shock Blast and an Equalizer landing on a Unicorn. He's gone. He's out of the game.
It's even better with like a Draven as opposed to a normal AD carry too, because Draven isn't building attack speed anytime soon. No. Just stacking up damage on damage. Hit me with that % multiplier. I'm going to feel very, very happy.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal if they can get that soul. 5 minutes time, DFM will have to answer. But for now, Baron up on the board, and you can see the vision battle begins, as it always does.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, too, I feel, for Detonation Focus Me, it being the Infernal Rift. It's a little bit harder to set up picks on this map because of the open sight lines around red buffs. So it's hard to walk into that topside jungle, less brush as well, sort of close the gap and play inside of the Fog of War. And really, CFO can just walk around together as a unit, I feel, a lot of the time and not be too concerned about the heavy engage from DFM. At least that's how it's looked so far for the team. It's really important that DFM find ways to divide and conquer up CFO around the map, and that starts with vision inside the enemy jungle. That means taking the priority you have in mid lane, walking around, so you can see sort of Arya Steel holding hands together, walking towards the top side of the map. Will Jay step up to push this wave? No, that guy's a little bit too smart for that, so instead we farm this this minion wave while Steel just guards that, so Arya can get the reset.
So we're getting towards a sort of quieter moment in the game now, because I think rightly so, the 2 teams are acknowledging that actually a mistake at this point in the game could be extremely costly. Xiaoxi looking for a hook there, but won't find Steel for himself. And our win probability powered by AWS looking pretty tasty right now for CFO, and rightly so with those 3 dragons stacked on up. In terms of gold, we're pretty close, but those dragons are worth so much more than just gold.
Yeah, it really puts a timer on things. DFM have to take the next objective fight around the Drake. Well, do they get, is there positioning on the map bat poor before that? Do they get picked, you know? Can CFO just try to start up the Baron and pull DFM off of that? Like, there's so many more options when you're the one on 3 that DFM just don't, frankly, have access to. Quick check-in on stacks right now. Yutapon up to 71. And because Shen cashed in that Draven not so long ago, only 142 right there, but is not too far away from that 3rd item on the Draven. And that's going to just be a whole world of hurt. There's also Morellonomicon purchased for Rest, and the Rumble pretty solid at applying that as well with all the AoEs you have in the kit, so that's really going to reduce the healing of the Senna and the Aatrox coming on in these team fights.
Yeah. And you can see already like a heavy presence towards the top side of the map here from DFM, and rightly so, because when you're running this kind of composition, you gotta play around vision, right? You gotta play around trying to find those picks. And like you keep saying, the Ari really being the crux of that, was so close to finishing a death cap there. Like, that's your way back in for DFM. Control this area and find those opportunities.
The tough thing is that's kind of the only bush they can play around for picks, the one they just cleared away the ward from. And we've already seen CFO have been diligent when clearing that out on the re-entry. They do have a Farsight Alteration as well on Shun, so if they're ever in a tough position to approach that, they can spot that one out and then reclaim the territory with Xiaoxi and Gemini just being this giant, beefy wall to absorb all the CC.
Yeah, the other thing as well is they already got a pick from that brush earlier this game. Harp hid in that brush at the Herald play to find that pick onto Xiaoxi early on. So it's a question of, like, yeah, that theoretically can work, but it's like a fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, that's an issue from CFO right there.
That's the follow-up. Honestly, and CFO have been taking things calm. You might wonder, like, what are CFO doing? Like, DFM have just been trading push and bot, reset, push top, reset, push and bot, reset. CFO don't need to do anything. They are full-on chilling right now because Infernal Soul is up in 45 seconds. That's what they want Prio on. So they have 4 players in mid lane. DFM with the Prio from Appleman, though, are bringing him up. So they're going to have 5 players on this wave hitting first. With that Prio, they need to be able to get vision on the bot side, but Rest has already beat him up here on the timing.
He has 30 seconds on that Drake. 30 seconds on the timer for DFM here. They can't afford to lose this soul. And CFO have control of the river right now. Still trying to clear vision. But this is what we're talking about. DFM spent so long getting vision control of the Baron area, but they don't have control of the soul that's about to spawn.
Yeah, and if CFO just stays stacked, it's really hard for Arya to access the target she needs with the charm, which is Shun and Jimmy, and those are the players you got to be able to find. And we're actually just teleporting into mid. No flank from up. Oh, sorry, no, that's Harp coming on in there. Your support Maokai just TP'd in mid lane.
This is a 3 TP team. That's going to be confusing. But yeah, Apperman getting a big push on the bottom side to find a way into this river, but Rest going to just fall in. Look at this damage coming out from Rest. There's Apperman just trying to flip. What a prediction from Jimmian. The sniper with the shock blast finds that kill and surely opens up for a soul.
That's just going to be a soul. Steel has to go for something. Can they push mid? Can they run over to the Baron? They can't get onto Baron fast enough. This Drake just got exploded completely. That is a disaster. You're playing against a carry top mid AD comp, and they just got Infernal Soul. Good luck.
And I mean, Rest has had a pretty quiet game so far, but suddenly we see the rumble damage come out from him, just shredding through Apperman. And that's with Apperman having a ton of MR.
It's so tough right now. DFM's best idea is, hey, we can actually step up to the Raptor Brush now and get vision in, but Gemini's respecting it too much, right? Like, maybe DFM can get one pick off of that play, off of trading the kill and the soul, but that is just an absolute disaster. They also don't do Baron fast at all, I don't feel. It's lethality Senna, right? She doesn't have a lot of gold with the support build, so it's just an item and a half. It is going to be a long time. You gotta get off this. At least they don't take damage because of all the healing of the Senna, but there's no way you can stick on to this.
No. If they can commit to that call, it's desperation stations at that point, right? Like they're committing to the fact that they are a soul down and they just want to try and find something. I mean, just take another look at it. Apperman face checks in, but he just gets melted.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play from Rest, right? Because previously, Apperman, when they were all 5 around mid lane, he'd been able to walk through the river, and he was setting up, oh, I can group with the team, maybe I have a flank option. Rest, instead of going to the minion wave like Apperman expects, is just sitting in the bush by himself. Apperman thinks he has 5 more seconds before the rest of CFO can get there, but actually, that Rumble beats the timing completely, and Steel might be in some trouble if he tries to clear these wards.
They found him. That's the jungler as well. Pulled back in. CC chain is there, but the health bar's getting low on the other side as well. Shun has to turn golden here, and they dive on in. Harp the one to make it happen as Apperman charges into the backline as well. Harp goes down as Jimmian's arrived on the scene. It's a double, triple for him as he shreds those health bars. Apperman trying to go old school, but he's taken down as part of a quadra kill.
Jimmian absolutely tearing him up right there. It starts with the pick from CFO, but it looks like for a second DFM can turn it. That might just be all she wrote, though. Baron and option on the table. Look, the Maokai and the Aatrox just not around with the team, and Jimmian isn't even here, but he's instantly ready on the TP. That was like 0.5 seconds of delay. So yes, it looks good. Watch him target out Udapon. He's rooted up. He's not part of this fight. Just one-shots the Senna. Then he's like, okay, I guess I have free reign in here. There's no cooldowns to be used. Arya's busy trying to kill that Sejuani. So this Jace is just frontlining the entire time. What a monster as he was completely ignored from the team.
Apperman's so close to getting kills there, but the double stopwatch coming through from CFO. The cherry on the cake from that fight.
Welcome back to Pro Play. Here's double stopwatch.
Yeah, hope you didn't miss this one. That's Baron now taken, and suddenly CFO, everything going their way. I mean, this game has been their bread and butter, right? Surprising level of presence in the early game, considering this is a team that honestly, most of the time, play very slow. They have the second longest average game time of anyone at Worlds, but when it comes to this point in the game, this is absolutely their comfort zone.
100%. I mean, just from how quickly Jimmy was reacting on the teleports, how fast the team was ready to go for that. You know, Steel walks into Vision, like, we're going for this. Not just the pick, but the Rumble ult is coming down solo onto the Vi because they just knew they had it. And DFM, they're trying to bunker here outside. Oh my word, the charm lands. That's damage.
Everfrost is there. He's got a GA. It's a lot used to find this one pick. Can they commit the kill? Can they finish him off? The answer's yes. Equalizer comes down. Time for an answer. Coming out from CFO, and they've got a CC chain of their own. Gemini charging forwards. It turns into a 1-for-1 here. CFO trying to get onto the tower, but I don't think they really have the range.
Yeah, Appleman died on the bot side, so it's actually a 1-for-2. That was just completely off our screen with him falling there. Yeah, it's a plus 900 Gs for Arya, so that might end up being all right, all things considered, for DFM. But they're going to have to be able to stop this super minion push. The Baron buff minions, there's 2 cannons here, which are just going to destroy this turret. There's no chance. Yeah. No wave clear with this comp.
I would love to see what happened to Appleman in a replay there. I don't know if we'll get chance though, because honestly, CFO looking kind of scary here. Still 10 seconds on the death timers. It looks like they are going to back away. They're not going to try and brute force things just yet.
I mean, hear me out. If you saw a giant oyster flying at you, I imagine that would be out of your comfort zone. You might be a little bit shocked.
I'd be feeling clammy, that's for sure.
Bot side, Appleman tries to go on to Xiaoxi, who just tanks up, and then I guess Shun just smashes him in the face. Yeah. Gemini actually uses the ultimate onto Appleman just to make sure he couldn't turn it around onto Shun. I think there might have been some more angles had Gemini not used that ult just for the insta-CC. They could have chased down for maybe some more kills, but at the end of the day, you protect your AD carry, you get the inhib off of it. CFO are completely in control.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from CFO. And at this point, you know, the Baron power play is basically over. The Red Bull Baron power play going to be about 3,000 gold, which totals now to 6,000 gold in their favor. They've got that Infernal Soul. The one stick in the mud here for CFO is Elder Drake comes up. In just under a minute's time, and in any game of League of Legends, no matter how far ahead you are, they manage to get that steal, everything can suddenly go real wrong.
I see what you did there. I really do. DFM jungler,
I'm trying my best
did the funny.
Not to say steal every sentence, but
he robs it. It's a heist. I like it. I'm just trying to give you ideas, because if you say he steals the dragon, I do think we have to like dock your pay in some way. That's just it's too free. It's too free.
Yeah, just as free as I'll be if I say it because of the dock pay.
Other good news for DFM, I'm really reaching. So everyone, we're going way down into the back.
100% win probability.
Udapon is good at counting, and he's up to 110. If that number gets bigger, that's better. Will it ever be enough? I don't think so, but maybe.
I mean, if the game goes long enough, Senna is literally a 1v9.
Arya's not here, you can't fight!
What a hook onto Harp there. He has to flash, root it up. He has to use his ultimate as well just to deny any further follow-up, but that's not ideal. Harp now without his ultimate, without his flash, doesn't offer a lot to a fight.
Hey, Rest used the ulti too, though, so I think this trade of ult might actually favor DFM a little bit. Problem is, they have no mid-prio, and they just sent 2 of their teleports into that bot lane. They need to start up this Drake, and they need to force the fight. There's going to be supers running into their base.
I thought Jimmy was just going to run up mid there and try and end the game. Harp taking some chunks here. Rest on the front line. Ult still on cooldown for him, but
7k.
There's still some pretty good damage going down. 7k on the Drake is still looking for the engage, but decides to get it in the end. Stopwatch out from Rest as now Gemini charges into the fray. Rest gets back to the rest of his team, but now everyone diving on in Steel. He's gone too deep though, and Gemini keeping the rest of his team at bay. Steel is down. That's the smite out of the picture, and CFO surely finish off the Elder. It's a double kill coming through for Shun, and he'll turn it into 3. No, Rest denies it, but it will not matter. That's Elder, and surely game.
Just a dominant game 1 from CFO. They can run down mid, pick up that wave, the Elder on top of everything else. They just play that team fight so calmly. Like they're not even challenged whatsoever. Rest is inside of the middle of the pit, just baiting out everything, and now they're ready to deliver the final punch.
17-10 is our potentially final score. Could see a couple more kills coming through at the end here, but a fantastic start to the tournament for CFO, showing what the PCS second seed is capable of, showing us why they went to 5 games in their finals, finishing off DFM here in game number 1, and luckily for us, we get a best of 3. Luckily for us, the FM have a chance to fight back in this one, but CFO, a really confident start to their tour.
100%. It felt like everything kind of spiraled out of control after that one Drake fight, right? Where Shun gets the big cash in on the Draven. The fight wasn't even that lopsided. I think it was a 1 for 2 favoring them, but then 2 more players from DFM get caught inside the enemy wolf camp. They end up falling. Another kill goes down to Shun, and after that, just felt like the Drakes got stacked against them. DFM were never able to get control inside the enemy jungle. And that meant the fights, the picks were never going to find themselves.
And I feel like when you look at DFM in their domestic play, one of their biggest strengths was kind of a lot of fighting in the early game, building leads and then snowballing towards a victory. But CFO did a great job of kind of neutralizing a lot of that early game. Like the Sejuani pick, I think, was absolutely key in this composition to being able to just match the Vi, make sure that all of these early ganks aren't going to lead to anything. And in fact, actually, CFO getting a lot of early ganks themselves, kind of mitigating that early lead that DFM like to get, and then just leading into a neutral game in the mid-game. That's their comfort zone.
Well played, CFO.
Like, fantastic gameplay coming out for them. Before we head to the break, let's take a look behind the scenes of our daily video teasers, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Compare with me, you gon' look disheveled. 빛나는 $1 million smile or a bet zone. 괜히 신경 좀 두세워, I would never. Extra bubbles in my champagne, sparkling chili. 기분 좋은 날은 애들 불러 get silly. Ops in the corner plotting hard, what's the dilly? 난 가진 자의 여유, super chillin' to the billy. On another level, levitating, yeah, yeah.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
여자들이 게임이 아니라 이치를 소중할 줄 모르니 애초에 내가 과연 드림없다 함께 하늘에 기억
느꼈어 넌 후회할 거야 넌 후회할 거야 I will show you who I am now
Yeah, if you want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my shoes like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on.
What's your play?
Flash, Aria could be stunned one more. Auto with the Conquest getting range. And Aria flashed on by Jimmy, but he doesn't finish the kill. He's not tanking though. He gets a no. Just on the edge of range.
Out already to be there. It's tough, but they're looking for the dive.
Jimmy in trouble once again. The amount of times this man has been dived this game so far, and once again, there's just nothing he can do to survive the onslaught. But as Appleman charges into backline as well, Heart goes down as Jimmy's arrived on the scene. It's a double, triple for him as he shreds those health bars. Appleman trying to go old school, but he's taken down as part of a quadra kill.
Welcome back to the analysis. Fantastic cast from Munch as well as Ender. And that little highlight reel package is a great introduction to our post-match. Let's start by the draft, talk a little bit about the Senna, the Maokai, the fact that the Maokai was ended up being flexed, swapped out to the Vi, some question marks there. And we saw Xiaoxi on a hook champ. No one is at all surprised by that with an unironic Blitzcrank ban. Let's talk about the rest of the draft here, GB. I see some confused looks there.
Yeah, but we were watching this, and I think when we were watching it, we were kind of saying as well, this kinda looks like a draft from CFO where you expect you're going to be winning every single lane. It was very much out there. It wasn't fully like we're a poke comp, we're a team fight comp. It had a little bit of everything where I felt like DFM's comp was a bit more constructed with intent, at least from the purposes, the Maokai flex, the Vi and Ari, old school counter now. Well, not that old school from this year in general. And it worked really well in the early game. It at least felt like DFM had a better idea of what they wanted to do with this draft.
Yeah, I liked the DFM draft. I thought the flex, like you said, with the Vi coming in was where it lost me a little bit. I'm like, ooh, what meta is this? Is this Spring with Vi, Ari? You know, it's still a strong combination. They put a lot of resources towards mid lane, so they were executing on at least what the vision of the comp was, but it did feel like it kind of got outscaled as the game went on. As much as I love the Senna coming into the bot lane, the supporting the Maokai to get more farm on that champion, I thought it was a cool idea, just didn't quite pay off.
Well, Mark, you talked about grouping up and putting some support there into that mid lane for Arya. Let's take a look at some of the clips, some of the roles there, and start by, again, it felt at times as though DFM were just camping mid. Almost the entire team was around.
I really think the DFM early game was superb and way better than I had expected. The 4 members just grouping up together again and again. By minute 10, they were pretty much all part of the kills that they had gotten, and they were out-rotating CFF throughout all of it, getting Heralds here, making sure that Jamian couldn't play the game. He does outplay this with the Dustplate proc, but this does still go to show how much emphasis they're putting on this mid lane and willingness there to really sacrifice that bot lane prio and make it a mid lane prio instead.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see the attention that they had towards the mid lane, getting Arya ahead on one of his best champions, but then it did feel like they were sacrificing a lot to get there. They were big CS leads both on the top lane Rumble as well as Draven, and then eventually they were able to find kills at, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd dragon fight, and to be fair, they were stacking dragons well for CFO that whole time, so the goalie wasn't quite getting capitalized on enough.
And that's really it. Even watching that early game, you know, I was never really sold on DFM being able to take it all the way, because it was still some of the issues that we had seen from them when we were watching regular season. Getting ahead early, the individual skill from DFM, it's never really a question, but it's what they do with it. And going into the objectives, specifically that one of those Drake fights where suddenly everything turned around, where they had a lead, they could have played it out better, they had an easy to execute comp, but sometimes they just get over eager with that, they get split, and that's why CFO
I have to point out, just before this next replay, I explicitly asked Goldborg to say, I said to him, look, even though we think CFO is the better team, does this composition from Death Focus Me give them enough safety barriers? Does the ease of execution work out? He flat out said no in less than half a second. Here's the replay of it. I mean, just, again, talk me through some of the execution here and why it was that Flying Oysters were so easily able to win.
Well, in the beginning, you can just see it's kind of split where Ari is in a position where maybe he can go for flank, but they're not looking for it together. Xiaoxi even gets out of this alive, which, let's be honest, he should never do. They also turned in the beginning on Gemini on the Sejuani, which they couldn't blow up. And then when the TP finally, or the Aatrox finally joins the battle as well, it's so split. You have two people on the top of a river. You have Harp still leashing the Drake for some reason. He's not a jungle Maokai. It's still a support with no smite. And they just stick around. And even after this replay, they still stick around on the top side. They still get 2 more kills over. And yeah, some of the objective setup, some of the way they played out, it's just been, yeah, the bane of some of DFM's existence.
Definitely something that you hope to see leveled up in Game 2, but at least has been playing them all year. Just the fact that you saw Arya start on the left side of that fight, have to sprint all the way through the primary engage to meet up to try and finish off the Draven. It's like, yeah, you got it, but it took a lot of resources to do that.
I've got one more replay before we turn our attention to the next game, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Jimmy predicts the Flash to take down Upperman and secure the Infernal Soul. I mean, this was just a beautiful Flash predict, and the impact that it had really nailed the coffin shut for Dead Focus Me.
Yeah, I mean, it was just beautiful. It's a small thing like that. They get Infernal Soul off it, and while the early game was very much in Arya's favor with how DFM played around him, this late game was all Jimmy and on the Jace.
Yeah, that's why I was excited that we was able to hype him up a little bit before Game 1. He is, though Shun is a lot of the focus of the early game plans, often Jimmy can be an absolute beast in these team fights, and he's pretty unfocused here, which is maybe a mistake given that he was already at 5 kills, I think, at this stage in the game. He picks up 4 more in this team fight, absolutely cleaning up, and a huge performance out of him after taking a lot of attention in the early game. You can see how much 4% and team proximity that both these guys had. It was very much the focus of the early game plan, and he weathered that storm quite well from Arya.
Yeah, absolutely. You take a look at the damage per minute, it's still Jiminian who tops it, despite the damage coming out from Arya percentage-wise, despite the forward that Arya had in the laning phase because he was so facilitated by his teammates as well. But it was a really exciting mid lane matchup. Arya was still playing very well. It wasn't really ever a question about the individual performance, but the team performance that really lost the FM that game.
Yeah, right now I have just heard that Picks and Bans is ready. Detonation Focus Me have selected red side going into Game 2. So head back over to Mudge and Ender.
Thanks very much, guys. Here we go for game number 2 of our series. CFO starting strong heading into the series. I mean, literally playing a blinder, like Goldberg was saying on the desk, literally drafting to just dominate every single lane. And DFM, a team that's built around getting ahead early. How do you get ahead early if you're behind in every lane?
Yeah, it almost felt like they drafted to not deal damage a little bit. I think that was really lacking. Obviously, the Ahri was very, very powerful, but wasn't really in the right position, I think, in a lot of the fights to follow up off of the CC. The Senna never fully came online in the damage department, which was a bit of a letdown. So I do hope we see some changes moving over to the red side. I will say it is also exciting that Yutapun played top lane all summer, switches back to AD carry, and he played support last game. So he's just doing it all. He's doing the world tour. So will he lock in jungle? Will he go mid lane? Probably not, but you never know.
I think, if I remember correctly, I had this written down for MSI. I think jungle is the only role he's not played competitively. He's played every other role in professional play over the course of his career.
Down 0-1 at Worlds, that's the time.
It's, yeah, well, yeah. Hey,
guys, our prep didn't work. I'm playing jungle.
He's got time. Yeah, a tough showing from DFM at MSI as well. Coming into Worlds, I feel like this is a team that, you know, they've got the support from the fans at home. There's a lot of people cheering for them. We've got to see a little bit more on the Rift, especially when it comes to that early game. I'd love to see here in game number 2. I don't mind the things like the Vi Ahri. I think that's great in terms of the kind of personality of this team. It fits beautifully, but we need to see a bit more scrappiness in the early game.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit more to do with how they actually played inside of the game. Because you remember, like, they had the good Rift Herald roam that they got the couple of picks off. They went for that crazy mid lane dive that would have been perfect had Arya not gotten stuffed by that Sejuani ult. And then there's a stopwatch and a Duskblade. So there were a few things that just went wrong that could have gone absolutely the other way. And then we're looking at a very different game. Still not easy to close by any means, but now we do get to see what the shift is going to be switching sides. These teams don't really care about what side they're on. It's still all the same bans, although CFO will be targeting away that Senna.
Yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised. I feel like the Senna could have become problematic in a more passive game. CFO taking that off of the board, just trying to get back to normal bottom lanes as the Orianna banned as well. So things like the Azero, things like the Jarvan open. But it looks like that Maokai that we saw doing quite a lot of work, at least early on in the previous game, could very well come through.
Yeah, I think I still like the Maokai here. Of course, the Maokai did end up swapping down onto the bot side and just sort of like sustained through that laning phase very nicely. But expectation here should absolutely be that that is going to be locked into the jungle for Gemini. The question then, do we just match the Sejuani again? Do we look for something maybe a little bit more aggressive? There are options here for Steel if we don't want to just match tank v tank in the jungle.
We'll see what they're going to go for as I feel like your first duo can be extremely powerful, and with the Xayah hovered, you could very well see the Rakan there just alongside it. Solid bot lane duo, fantastic later on in the team fights as well.
Yeah, DFM were also perfectly happy to, we'll talk about the Blitzcrank if that gets locked in. That's a Xiaoxi classic. But I think DFM were perfectly happy to sort of delay the picks for Steel and Arya in the last draft until second rotation. So taking a power bot lane here in the Xayah Rakan, especially when you see like Maokai ult on the other side, Rumble ult. Now, like, this is a very strong topside map, tons of range, even though they're all like melee champions. The ability to influence you from very far away is going to be quite powerful.
I mean, it just feels like 3 outright power picks for CFO, right? And power picks that work together really well on top of it as well, like the Maokai ult with the Rumble ult. Obviously, Maokai Jace, we all know it's a fantastic combo. Apperman going to go for the Aatrox once again. I mean, the laning phase didn't go that bad, considering it's really not a great matchup. Like, he managed to stay relatively even in farm and get towards the late game. It's just the whole team was too far behind for him to really get into those fights.
I think also like the Aatrox is just a long time you know, comfort pick for Apperman too. Reminder, if you are just jumping in, Apperman has not played professionally since 2021 and did not play in the summer split for DFM. Udapon was playing top lane. Apperman comes in to the top just for Worlds here, with Udapon swiping back to the bot side. But yeah, the Aatroxes, the Nars, the Renekton's are sort of what I was expecting Apperman to be playing, and that is absolutely the read from here.
So Ezreal taking off the board, Nocturne as well. A bit of focus towards that jungle coming out from CFO. Not too surprising. The real question to me, we already saw the Blitzcrank hovered. Do you ban the Blitzcrank, DFM? Do you, are you willing to risk going up against Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank? Xiaoxi's unironic Blitzcrank, as it's been called today. There is no ban, ironic or not. And so Xiaoxi has that potentially available.
Yeah, the Nocturne might catch you a little bit by surprise, but this was the pick that Steel actually locked in Game 5 back in the finals to a win. That was next to an Ahri in the mid lane. So something that could have worked here for Detonation Focus Me, and actually would be pretty annoying if you just drop that ultimate in the middle of a team fight when Rumble lays down the ult, and all of a sudden you just can't follow up and deal any damage on all those targets being hit. So yeah, the big engagers, the Nocturne, the Sejuani, Vi again, I'm now looking at. Does Steel just lock that in once more if they want to take the Vi Ahri? Because that is, it's a very similar style of comp, I think, especially on that top side. Jarvan could be interesting, though. It's a little bit tough for Jace and Rumble to play the game. No easy way to jump on out of there, out of that Cataclysm. So that's going to be the lock for Steel.
We'll see how CFO are going to respond to it. Like you say, Jarvan can do well into these champions. Yeah! Gonna go for the Kaiser, and instantly Xiaoxi locks in his signature. He's been known for this pick for years, and I'm telling you, once we get onto that rift, just keep an eye on that player. His name even looks like a Blitzcrank hook. Like, he was born to play this champion.
I absolutely love it. The Kaiser Blitzcrank, not something you see locked in every day, but hey, you land a hook, the knockup, you are hyper stacking that Kaiser passive. That is insane burst damage, and Arya is taking it all into his own hands there with the Akali coming in last. This is like a time machine comp back to 2018. The solo lanes, the Xayah Rakan on the bot side, like, you could have literally picked that up from 5 years ago and you wouldn't have surprised me.
I mean, it feels scrappy, doesn't it? This comp from DFM feels like it wants to get in and fight you, and like, that's kind of what we want from DFM. That's exactly how we'd love to see DFM play, so I'm excited to see it. And Arya, like, fantastic game from him in the previous one. Like, so many great jumps, so many great moments. Now on a pick where you have pretty much maximum available skill expression, I'm here to see it.
He was so far up last game. but the coordination between him and the rest of the team was a big weakness. That has to be locked in. That has to be perfect, right? Who you're deciding to delete in a fight with that Akali. It's going to be a big focus from DFM in this game if they want to force us into a Game 3 versus CFO.
We'll see if they can find it. CFO 1-0 up in this series. They're feeling good. And I got to say, they've got plenty of power picks in their composition. This Jace looked amazing for Jimmy. And I mean, we saw the flash prediction on the Shock Blast. We saw so many great moments from him across the course of the game. The Rumble as well. I mean, both of those solo ladies looking really good in one specific play where they picked Happerman. But we'll see how they're going to be able to use these power picks and whether or not DFM can challenge them in this early game.
Here we go. Game number 2 coming in. Top side of the map looks very similar to game 1. Bot lane, a completely different story. Lovers duo flying on in for DFM. We'll see what they can do with a little bit more power on that bottom side of the map. Eyes also out for Steel in the early game. I think in game number 1, Gemini was beating him to the punch on a lot of plays. He was playing reactive as opposed to active. Now on the Jarvan, you're coming online at level 2, so there's angles to look for an early flash and then repeat punish into a lane.
We'll see what they're going to do is, again, this kind of early tiptoeing around, wanting to get a bit of vision as, there we go, first strike cashed in. Massive gold lead for CFO of 6 Gs right here. But DFM, they've got 4 players in tow. Gemini's got to be a little bit cautious as Harp's still in the area. This could go sideways. I think he'll be okay. Yeah, Harp decides, yeah, this is not a fight I want to take.
Yeah, nothing really to be done off of that one. And honestly, in terms of like bot lane as well, Yutapon not being required to leash or anything is going to be able to get a quick push down there. Nice trade from Jimmyin, but Arya not able to find that second Q. So Jimmyin just going to feel very nice in lane, transforms, so gets a little bit of extra damage on that auto. Arya will have to sustain, but like I was talking about on the bot side of the map, very expected normally in the Xayah versus Kai'Sa matchup that Xayah can just sort of, maybe even take W at level 1 and fast push that wave with the feathers. But with the Blitzcrank especially, that's the one. Been a while.
He's called Shousey.
You're not going to be getting
Blitzcrank, Shousey, either one of those words will work. Oh, and you can already see the angles he's looking for, right? Trying to get just on the edge of that minion. But before we get too hectic in this game, don't forget to connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. Then once you grab that, you can raise your dongers all day long.
Wait, that's the guy from Arcane. Oh, nice hook.
Oh, the hook under the tower half. Takes a tower shot for it. Luckily for him, he's on Rakan, so he's going to be okay, but even still...
if Shousey was level 2, he would have not been okay. That would have been some big trouble with a little knock-up there, just interrupting the dash. But that's honestly how a lot of these hook matchups go. You lose the push level 1, but even if you're down a level, you land a hook under tower, you get that poke down, you're going to feel very, very happy. So that's already 1 potion burned through from Harp on the bot side of the map, although, as you can see, Yutapon just stacking up those minions.
Yeah, it certainly is. Jimmyin will be able to...
got denied.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I try not to focus too much on cannons in pro players. Oh no! Just as we say it, just as I say, I'm not going to focus on it.
We don't have Senna, we don't have Draven anymore. So like, what else is there to count? I don't count stacks, so now I'm going to count -1, -2, whatever comes after 2. Someone will tell me eventually.
I think it's 3. I believe it's 3.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those, you can never be too careful. Maths keeps changing these days. Well, or at least my memory is. But we'll have to see how this top matchup is going to go. Because I feel like Apperman, we kind of hyped him up a little bit. Coming in, fresh from 2021, coming into the World Championship. I feel like there's quite a bit of pressure on his shoulders. Shun does get rooted up. He'll be okay. And actually, a knock-up onto Shousey as well. This is a good bit of laning coming out from DFM, getting some massive pressure in the bottom lane.
I love a Rakan that'll play on... You're playing versus Blitzcrank, you're like, actually, I'm completely safe. I just, W1 in, E on out, just gliding around there. And if you can ever, smash the Blitzcrank's mana pool by baiting him into using a hook there, you're going to be in a very nice position. That's actually both pots burned through from Shousey, so only the biscuits to work with. And Shun's just going to take a quick little reset while Shousey looks for gank in mid. Walks up the ward, though, so surely Arya can't die to this.
Emphasis on the word surely there, because I've seen it before. Maybe not from Aria, though. I feel like Aria having a really good day today. The Aria looked fantastic in game number 1. Couldn't quite convert that into a win. I'll be hoping to do so here in the second game. DFM, they would desperately love to get a game on the board. Unable to do so at MSI this year, and they'll be looking to have a little bit of a better performance here. Luckily for them, we've changed the format. It's double elimination. They get another chance after this one. But they'd love to not need that second chance. They'd love to have their first chance first.
It is preferable to win games, I think is the moral of the story here.
Yeah.
Winning, generally considered good.
Wise. Wise
words. What can I say? I'm a master of it. Honestly, I feel like it's pretty hard for either team to get much done. We didn't see Steel look for any sort of early flash, and a lot of times it's hard to like follow up on these lanes to burn a flash unless maybe you go top side where the Rumble's really pushed forward and Upperman can try to burn something, but it's just bot lane Prio switching back against Harp and Udapun right now.
And I will say, this is the expected game pace from CFO. Like, this is their standard game pace. Quite often you see in the early games back in PCS that...
yes, talk about the chill pace.
The second I say that, Shousey charges in. It's going to be the target onto Harp, and his first blood instantly. He's just deleted. Udapun, what a route, though! What a turnaround from Udapun back into AD carry, and CFO know about it.
See, we know how to get action going. Just say, hey, nothing's gonna happen right here. CFO really committing for that kill, but Steel is there. Trade on back. As a matter of fact, Shun getting sent back to base is pretty unfortunate, although 2 tanks down on the bot side, they're just gonna hold that way for as long as possible. That'll be a lot to cash in for Shun.
Yeah, Jimmy low on mana, otherwise he'd maybe have an opportunity in the mid lane there, but
no.
Shousey, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, you were supposed to hold the wave. Jungler takes the cannon minion, then lets 3 die to the tower.
Look, it is hell. It was hell, ultimately. Shun's managed to get there back in time. Should be able to hold this wave a little bit longer as well. That should just about freeze as Harp and Steel, in fact, Steel, just returning to the bottom lane once again. Sweeper there. Gemini will be spotted, but the sapling comes on in. And that's going to be full information now for both teams. So no play should come through, although maybe up towards the top side. Rest has that ultimate available. Just going to be poking Upperman under the tower.
Yeah, Rest actually switched to teleport. He had Ignite in the last game. I think after realizing, hey, I wasn't really playing for kills in lane, and it was really nice with all the teleports going around the map. Just trying to match that a little bit more. But as far as things are concerned, I feel like if Steel just hovers bot lane kind of permanently, it really neutralizes what CFO can do. You know, even if you're landing a hook, Steel's going to be there. Udapun has priority in this matchup regardless, so pretty simple to just play for Drake. After the kills were traded on the bottom side of the map, Gemini is just going to keep farming up here and covering, make sure that any dives can't happen, because now that Steel and Harp went on that walkabout inside the enemy jungle, you know that's something they can continue to look for. Whenever they have the shove on the bot side, Harp can move up, play for a little bit of vision, and make it impossible for a repeat visit from Gemini.
On top of that, it just makes a ton of sense when you've got an Aatrox up in the top lane that's against the Rumble. You've got an Akali that realistically wants to get out of mid lane and scrap. You've got a Xayah that you can stack up. Why would you not focus on the bottom lane? Great counter gank here. Shousey starting this one up. I mean, the speed at which they kill Harp, very impressive.
Yeah.
But then great answer. The route, beautiful.
I wonder, I feel like Harp could maybe play things a little bit slower. Like Steel is coming on the way, keep them interested, and Harp just sends it. It works. They're able to trade it back with the feathers, but maybe could have slowed things down just ever so slightly. But that's what I'm talking about with the burst between the Blitzcrank crowd controls, hyper stacking, the Kai'Sa passive. That is going to be an insta one-shot whenever you're grabbing a squishier target.
Yeah, Umbral Glaive picked up as well by Shun at this point, so he's feeling strong in this game, but the FM grouping up top to get that Herald once again. And
CFO learned their lesson. Yeah. We're not going to fight that again.
Yeah, this is the repeat of last time, except like you say, this time they're not going to walk into the brush. This time they're not going to contest without their team nearby.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because Shun and Shousey still walked mid, they don't just have the insta-push on bot side, so by the time Udapun and Harp get down here, they're going to fully pick up all those minions. Woo. Nice little attempt there. Getting the execute and the hook to come in, but yeah, no minions really denied from Udapun, so it's dead even CS, mid, bot, top lanes where it's really opened up. Rest with that Prio and junglers being very busy on the bottom side of the map is being so annoying. Cancels the reset on Steel. He's got Herald, so it's not a really big deal, but it's just doing really nicely for himself on the top side. We didn't see it.
Luckily, CFO didn't see it, because if they did, I think Xiaoxi flashes on that play, honestly. That's a free kill onto Harp if they knew about it, but it wasn't on Vision. Harp will get away with it, but that's one of those, that's what we call in the UK a squeaky bum moment, where it's like, you're Harp in that situation, you know those buttocks clenched as soon as he misclicked that W. He'll be okay. He walks away with his life, and it's only 1-1 on the scoreboard. But DFM, I'm a little concerned about that fact. I feel like we need to start to see skirmishes now. The Akali, level 9, you've got your boots in. Obviously, you like to get to that first item, but we've seen Akali's pop off before first item before. It's a champion that, with setup from things like a Jarvan, you'd love to get into a scrap.
Yeah, I'm kind of eyeing the Drake in 2.5 minutes time, because it's not a problem that they're not like dominating just yet, but like you're saying, yeah, the skirmish in the next few minutes going to be a big deal, whether or not that is around an objective like the Drake, the Herald, or just, you know, getting vision inside the enemy jungle and setting something up. It's important to note it is the Umbral Glaive build that's been catching some popularity for Shun's Kai'Sa down on the bottom side of the map, so really big damage on that Q as Rest just gets a little bit of poke and insta-pushes the wave. He wants to take an easy reset for himself, I would imagine.
He wants to take a rest, if you will.
I've
just got to get out of my system, you know? I've got to get out of my system.
I wonder if he saw Steel on the bot side and thought, if I get a fast push here, I can auto the tower a few times and look to chunk out for an early play. That would be an idea of like going for the insta-push, as you know you can't get ganked, so you can just disrespect the lane almost entirely. It could have also just been a little bit of poke there, because it did do about 150, 200 damage onto Appaman, who's been completely stuck underneath his tower.
Yeah. And, I mean, either the overlay's broken or his ult is back up again, so low cooldown at this point. Xiaoxi gonna get CC'd up. He's got the silence, though, and actually gets out with his life. And now Shun trying to get the damage down, but Cataclysm keeps him in the play. Killer Instinct over the Cataclysm, so he will get out with his life, but CFO trying to make these plays happen. It's not quite working out for him.
Yeah, maybe they think with the Umbral Glaive having the item advantage there is better, but after the burst damage comes in, it seems like Yutapon was just eating up there with the damage from the Feathers reigning supreme. Now Herald dropped from the bot side too. That should be 2 turret plates if they get some auto attacks down here as well. So nicely done. This bot lane prio really working for DFM, opting in, you know, saying, hey, you can pick the Blitzcrank. That is absolutely no problem. We're just going to take prio in this matchup. A completely different look to game number 1, where they were just content to farm up and stack up on the Son of Maokai.
Yeah, it's one of the, I feel like they've drafted this composition. It's like, it's okay if you hook us because we want to be in your face. That's our comfort zone.
Yeah,
Please
it's like a little public transport system. You just hop on the Blitzcrank train and all of a sudden you're in Shun's space.
Oh, fantastic. We'll see what Xiaoxi can get done, though, across the game. I like that we've seen a lot of attempts from Xiaoxi, right? We saw the pick onto Heart. We've seen him going towards the mid lane a couple of times. That control ward getting some big value here.
Step in the bush!
Heart knows exactly what's going on. They could set up a play.
Yeah, Xiaoxi saw him walk in here. Does he just go for the blind hook? Oh, if he'd gotten 1 second sooner.
He
should have just known.
And why didn't they read their minds?
Why can't he just see?
I mean, look, we've seen plenty of mind control over the last couple of years of League of Legends. I don't see it being out of the picture at this point. As vision around the dragon comes up. You mentioned this dragon a couple of minutes ago as a potential catalyst here for DFM.
But also just how annoying is it to play BDFM? You go on this cycle off a reset, you put down vision inside the enemy jungle. Thank goodness they still have that control ward down. But that's actually going to get spotted because Shuna's going to walk straight on past it, and he's got Umbral Glaive, so it's impossible to have any vision. Xiaoxi not going to waste his time looking for the recon. But yeah, how do you have any vision control against, you know, the double sweepers coming in, control ward purchases on everyone from CFO and the Umbral Glaive? It's going to be tough to re-clear this to River.
Here's control wards coming through as well. Vision will be cleared. DFM, I say they'd like to move in, but it's a bit risky, and it's always risky to play into darkness when Blitzcrank is on the enemy team. Dragon starred, but Steel has vision of the area for the time being. Gemini could just pop his ult here to try and brute force and engage as Harp sidesteps the hook. But ultimately, it's a Drake take, and Gemini will walk away. Bit of damage onto these sideline towers, but realistically, not that much gain from the side of DFM.
I don't hate this, though. CFO are trying to set up a little answer to the play, and they catch Steel.
They read him like a book. Steel is gone. It's another kill for Shun. I love the blast cone play, the creativity there from CFO.
CFO are so active. It's a really good look from them, matching everything. And that's after I thought it was a nice response from DFM. The fight was really tough because they didn't have vision. So Afflemen will get a turret plate topside. They'll burn the TP on rest, and Udapon has the full push bot. They're looking for the fight.
Xiaoxi rooted up, has that mana shield, gets the knock up onto Udapon, and Shun's untouched so far. That's the Feather Storm down. Surely Shun can finish the kill onto Udapon here. The flash for the feathers, but he doesn't find the root, and now Shun chasing for more onto Harp.
Udapon's so close on those feathers, but not quite at the end of the day. Gets the kill, but now it's a full wave lost to that bot side tower. And CFO take all the momentum away from DFO. The dragon play into the response in bot lane was just perfect.
Tough situation now for DFM, a team that realistically they want to be finding these glitches. They started this play.
Yeah, so Shun thinks the bush is clear because he just sent the W out into it. That's a really nice play from DFM, but Gemini is just babysitting down here. I'd be mad if I was Udapon and can't quite find it on the flash. Shun also had a nice response there. I don't think it ended up mattering, but the ultimate to reposition and dodge away from the feathers is exactly the right idea.
I just love this read onto Steel. It's so great. The fact that you could see them about to blast go and they're like, wait a second, Steel could be here. They could be trying to set up the dive. They go as a 3, and it pays dividends. Beautiful stuff from CFO. And now they'll get a Herald off the back of it as well.
Yep. And with moving their duo into the mid lane as well, now it's turned around. They can get Prio in mid lane really, really easily for themselves. More than happy to send Chimian down onto the bottom side of the map. And CFO, kind of their mantra in game 1 was take the fights around objectives. Gemini was very active in the early game, but then between objectives, they would, play a little bit more controlled, just full vision control inside the rivers, make sure DFM couldn't really set anything up onto them. And then when it came to their objective setup, always grouping with 5, always with Prio through mid lane into the dragon. It was very nice.
Hook through onto Steel, and he's just gone. He's just one-shot Jimian.
Walk straight over.
Has that lethality as Xiaoxi actually got the kill from that one. Harp forced to flash. He's in the back of the pit on his lonely. Onsum rooted up, knocked back. Xiaoxi is here to find the hook. Is it on cooldown? Must have been on cooldown for just another couple of seconds.
That's tough. Steel and Harp looking for another, invade option, whether it's a pick or vision, doesn't matter. Harp and Udapon, we'll keep our eyes on them, but this fight not going to be good for them.
Is it me or if we swapped to Jace AD carry? Like Jimmy and Xiaoxi have just buddied up, just running around the map together.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's a mid laner too. It makes sense.
That's true. That's true. Double Duskblade as well, now locked in. Rest has that Night Harvester. We've all seen what that spike can do for a Rumble. We all saw what happened to Afflemen last game when the items came on through for Rest. Things are feeling pretty good for any PCS fans at home right now.
Walking over a ward. There's no sweeper, and Jimian was just reading that, It was walking bot side to pick up the big wave, but as soon as you see him on the vision, can instantly path up there and catch that play in transition. And DFM, if they want to go for looks like that, first of all, you need to be able to sweep through, make sure there's not vision, but between the Jarvan and the Rakan, is that enough damage to actually kill anyone? I don't think so. I don't think so. Pretty sure Arya needs to be involved in that in some way. You have to have a third player in a look like that or it's just not going to work.
And speaking of Arya, he's had a very quiet game so far. Farming up with Storm, fantastic. He's got that mythic. We talked, another hook. The silence is there as well. Xiaoxi with his second kill of the game. Finding another pick, finding another moment, and finding a window into the dragon potentially for his team.
And every single hook from the Blitzcrank means you're just getting a fully isolated cast of the Acathian Rain on the Kai'Sa, and that's the huge lethality build. That is so much damage.
It's just dawned on me what the C in Xiaoxi stands for. It stands for Crank. We got Xiao Crank
the Xiao Crank
on the scene, and he's making it look fantastic. 100% kill participation so far on the Blitzcrank.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, they're going to be able to get this Drake, certainly. You'd imagine. DFM have the cooldowns, but do they have the items? I'm not so convinced. Maybe if they could set up some kind of a pick onto Shun here with Xiaoxi showing on the bot side of the map. That's a Hex Splash over. Arya's in trouble. Hook straight out of the sky.
Silence turns invisible, but Jimian's still getting some big damage down. TP's come through. Great little knockback on the quickness. And Harp gets no value out of his ultimate. Now Rest wants a little bit more. Equalizer available. Just slams it onto Arya to get a bit of damage down. And hey, honestly, you're happy with that 100 gold from the first strike. It's still a win.
Just cashing in. The chief financial officers are making it rain here on Summoner's Rift. The ultimate plus Herald in mid. They're not even going to catch anyone with the ult. Maybe could have used that straight up through mid to isolate them off the tower, but with 4 players around mid, Jimmy on the move as well. This one's going down, and Udapon has to ult out of the hook.
And the Xiaocrank forcing an ultimate now as Jimmy found a 1v1 and just decimates Apperman, sends him back to 2021, and Steel has to flee for his life.
The shock blast, I don't know if any of you saw it, but it was just narrowly avoided by Steel. That would have been the extra cherry on top. Yeah, you can kiss that dragon goodbye. CFO taking that one with ease.
And I mean, we got to comment on the sheer confidence that CFO are playing with here. They've shown up to play today. You know, 2nd seed from PCS, 5 games in the finals. We keep on saying this, but like, now coming into play-ins, this doesn't look like a team that's nervous, that's panicking, that's not sure how to... Like, this looks like a cool, calm, collected, well-drilled squad.
I mean, I think Gemini's pathing in the early game has been lovely. The influence he's had over the map, their setup for picks and objective fights also has just been absolutely gorgeous.
Is it me, or did the ward see Rakan, but Rakan didn't see the ward there? That was... I don't know if that's just a replay bug.
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea.
Kind of funky.
I'm not going to lie to anyone and pretend like I know. Here's the shock blast, by the way. Oh, never mind.
It's hard to say whether
I'm not lying.
Like a vision
I promise there was a shock blast that almost got it.
Yeah, I saw it. Don't worry. Yeah, fantastic stuff, though, from CFO. They're in a great spot, and you got to feel this is a great show of confidence for them. A lot of people at home that have got PSG winning the pick'ems feeling a little bit nervous watching this series, because suddenly CFO might just be that contender from the PCS, but there might be a reason that they went to 5 games with PSG.
And look, if Xiaoxi's going to have the Blitzcrank and look like this, you got to be happy with the performance. I do think it is important to contextualize the roster they're playing versus, though. DFM, long-standing, just champions of Japan as a region.
Oh my God. He just don't miss. And Jimmy has been found on the sideline. Finally, a shutdown over to the
they're
side
just
of
going
DFM,
Baron.
but I don't know if 600 gold is worth the Baron.
Yeah, but there's no teleports on the 2 soul laners that just got the kill on the bot side. That was Arya teleporting in. It's just Udapon and Harp trying to stall things out, but it's already down to 5k.
Harp and Udapon need some absolute heroics. Dashes away from the hook, 2k on the Baron. Baron's going to be taken. Can you get any kills? You're in a 2v4, though. This is surely unwinnable for them. Harp is down already. Udapon having to use that ultimate. Now an equalizer comes on through. Shun dives onto Apperman. This is a bloodbath, and DFM, they're just not having a good time anymore. Arya trying to get onto Shun, trying to find an assassination of his own, but he's knocked up and should be taken down. The Q can't quite finish the kill, but Xiaoxi can. It's Xiaocrank to the rescue.
It's just lights out from CFO. Xiaoxi, hook after hook after hook. Shun repositioning inside the team fight. Just wonderful stuff from the team. And it all starts with Jimmy down here on the bottom side. That's a teleport straight onto a minion. At the same time, the pick happens on the top side. So Arya thinks that he's okay to go for this play because we've got 3 players and our jungler alive top side. Surely they can't go for the Baron flip, but then Steel once again on vision. And that has been the story of this game. Steel can't go anywhere without being seen. CFO just look like they have hacks on because the enemy jungler is permanently lit up.
It's too beautiful. And Xiaoxi he just doesn't seem to miss these hooks in the fights. Like, consistently finding his target. And then Arya, I respect the attempt to go for Shun here. Like, you've got to make something happen. You just lost Baron. But again, Xiaoxi arrives, flashes for the knock-up, and then when Arya tries to go back in, just bopped.
He just
straight
cancels
bopped.
it. Oh man, the E follow-up not gonna work there. Now Xiaoxi just playing inside the fog of war again, waiting for that moment. When's it gonna be? There's also a Hex Splash online. You don't want to clear that ward!
God, not again. It's happening again. Apperman's been found, and the Xiaocrank comes out on top once more. Okay, Killer Instinct's on cooldown. I thought for a second we were going to see Shun fly into the enemy base.
No.
Again, he just can't miss. He simply cannot miss. He doesn't know how.
Xiao's just this little rat sitting inside the topside jungle. Hook after hook after hook coming out of the fog of war. You think you're fine, and then all of a sudden, the little mouse hole opens up. You get dragged through it by a giant robot arm. It's just disgusting. And he's looking for more. He doesn't need that vision. That's just silly. He's a little silly goose.
Imagine if he hits that. Like, that's like, we're winning this game, I'm getting my montage moment. Because he finds a hook, Yutapon happens to be going there, like, that's the game won.
What's better, the cross-map Ash Arrow or the Blitzcrank hook with no information?
The Hex Splash Blind hook. Steel charges it onto Jimmy and kind of just gets bodied. I don't know about that one, Chief.
The poke coming in. We're just waiting for the Shock Blast combo. Oh no, DFM aren't even safe when they're running with all the range that CFO have. Prio and topside, at least there's no mid-wave here yet, so they can try to respond, but no, if Baron creeps, it's not gonna happen. Arya lives to see another day, just barely.
Toying with the idea of going in for this one. Arya's there with the Proto Belt, but oh, the Everfrost almost locked him up on the equalizer there. Arya has to use the Zhonya's just to keep himself safe here. And the poke coming out from the Kai'Sa is really kicking in as well. There's plenty of AP in that build at this stage. Arya's low. Featherstorm also shut down to the backline, and he's got the Dustblade, so he gets away with it as well. The snipe is just a millimeter wide. CFO, they're straight up flexing on DFM right now. This is a masterclass, and it's beautiful to witness. Jimmy dived on by Steel, but the Nexus towers are getting low. Apperman desperately diving forwards, using his ultimate to buy space for the squad, and he might just have kept this game alive.
CFO making this look like an ARAM, the way they're just walking straight down the map as a team playing poke, playing Blitzcrank hooks, and DFM just completely scattered. No. Okay. I was about to say, those recalls are about to get canceled, and there's about to be a hook straight out of that brush, so good thing they used the far side alteration, but now you don't have that again, and you don't know where this Blitzcrank is.
You know, until he literally had vanished off my screen, I was so ready for Shouty to go for a hook there. They are going to reset. Drake is up on the map, so they move on to get towards Soul Point.
DFM, no chance to leave their base and fight for it. At this point, best option for DFM is, hey, there are super minions coming in top lane and mid lane. That means we get a lot of experience really, really fast. Cannon minions every way, big EXP off of those supers. That's the only chance they have. And again, I am full on coping. They are down 13,000 gold. But that's the only thing you can tell yourself, because as DFM, you're already down 1-0. You are looking like being put on your last legs here in the tournament. Not over if you lose this series, but there's no more breathing room after that.
Certainly isn't. But CFO, I mean, I'm so pleased to see the performance they're coming in with and the sheer calm with which we're witnessing it. Like, they know what they're doing. They've got comfort picks. And also, Shao Krang kind of reminding everyone, look, they didn't ban, guys, they didn't ban the Blitzcrank. Like, there is nothing ironic about those bans anymore. Like, it's straight up like, you have to respect this, or you have to have a plan on how you're going to deal with it, because he's just an uncontainable monster. Is Gemini going to drop the ult? Looking for a dive behind the tower.
TP flank, but they're just going into your base.
And now a hook off the back of it as well. It's a beautiful little combo, and now DFM, they try and find something. They're
Arya's coming from behind.
Arya finally arrives, but he's 1v5. Yutapon alongside him, though. Chelsea wide on the hook. Shuriken lands. Do you really want to go in on that? Yes, you do, because look at the damage coming out of Yutapon here, but Jimmy lives anyway. They are unstoppable. They are indomitable. They've gone 2-0 in their first series at Worlds, and they are here to make a statement in 2023.
CFO, all right. Just dominant in this second match. You know, game one, took it slow, played the objectives. Game two, anything but. From the early gank down on the bot side to then just rolling over DFM with every single skirmish. This is a team that plays together so nicely across the map.
And I feel like, you know, this is a team that were coming in as the second seed. They wanted to prove that they're more than that. They wanted to prove that, you know, they may have lost that final, but it was close. They might as well be a first seed from PCS with how that final went. And I think they've really proven that here. You know, coming in once again, this is not their first international, and it doesn't feel like their first international the way they're playing.
No, absolutely not. I was really impressed.
It does the way that they're lighting up on stage.
Yeah. The walkout's also a little bit of a letdown. It was a little serious for my liking, but hey, serious walkout, serious playing the server. It all lines up for them. On the opposite side, DFM, disappointing way to start it off. Of course, with Appleman coming back in and Yutapon swapping back to the preferred position of AD carry. we hadn't seen this roster yet play professionally, and that is a big hurdle they have to get over. And now they are going to be sent down with it all on the line in the games to come.
Yeah, into that lower bracket. We'll see if they can survive.
Was that the little Naruto run? Was that what he was trying to go for?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I thought it was like a bit of a roar at the camera, but you know what?
Oh, the Yankos. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Like it.
Oh, yeah, maybe it was Yankos.
Yeah, it was like if Yankos, instead of being a lion, was like a little house cat.
Yeah.
It was a really nice roar. Yeah.
Great to see, though, that not only CFO looking fantastic in the game, they're starting to feel it on the stage as
like
well
right when we ask for it, here comes the fun, you know? Now that the business side of things is over, they can have a sweet time. And look, Xiaoxi had a phenomenal time in that game. The hooks were absolutely on point. The play inside of the fog of war, I don't want to be in the game playing against that. Keep me away. I don't want any part.
No. Unless you have complete and utter vision control, like you just got to ban the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, which they never did because it's an Umbral Glaive Kaisa. Like, how do you play?
I don't know. After the break, we'll see the LEC team BDS enter the world stage, and we talk to their mid laner Nuke about his world's debut in the latest episode of Oppo Welcome to the Rift.
Hi, my name is Nuke. I'm mid laner for Team BDS, and this is my first time at Worlds. We just won against GG. It was a stomp, 3-0. Yeah, I'm super happy because basically this match was the result of all those years, all those hard work. Like, this year had so much highs and lows, and now we just have to keep going, and it's just such an amazing feeling. I'm just really proud of my team. I'm really proud of that. Getting back there, I was so happy because I just have this feeling of when I'm in Korea, I don't know, I'm just playing so much better, and I'm so happy to be there. Everyone can do it basically if you give yourself like the time and just the energy. You have to work for this really hard work. Just never give up until one point you will make it.
The second I say that, Xiaoxi charges in. It's going to be the target onto Harp, and his first blood instantly. He's just deleted. Unicorn, what a route, though! Farming up a storm, fantastic. He's got that mythic. We talked. Oh no, another hook. The silence is there as well. The shot dives onto Apperman. This is a bloodbath in DFM. They're just not having a good time anymore. Arya trying to get onto Sean, trying to find an assassination of his own, but he's knocked up and shouldn't be taken down. The Q can't quite finish the kill, but Xiaoxi can. It's Xiaocrank to the rescue.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
what you came for. Blood on the game bowl. Everybody drop it like rainfall. This is your moment. Eyes on a puppet. Kid pink chest just open. And they're singing your praises. La la la. Screaming your name. La 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 la. One more step, you're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Yeah, we. Hey, welcome to the big show. Next on the ladder, is it your name in the rafters? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Moment of silence. Bad guy woke up and chose violence. And they're singing my praises, la la la. Screaming my name out, la la la. This is why we're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Yeah, we. I'm on my knees, pray for glory. Anyone read this underdog story? I can't lose myself again. Help me raise this sword. I'm brave. Once you play God, but once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Once you play.
Don't give a shit, 그날의 look, 진내 멋진 only money and precious thing, painting and green, 그날은 green. Lady a bitch, 위험해 bitch. Get in my way, 저를 박으면 네 차를 팔아야지. 난 차를 고치고 하이스 받아야지. 난 천을 뜨고 너한텐 차가빈. 내 위에 따라와 모두가 두려운 신. 족같은 먹으리 두려운 족같은 바이브 어둠이 두려우지. 바다에 살다가 올라와 바닥에 치우서 올라가. 바다에 살 때는 몰라봐. 지금의 날 보면 모든 게 놀라워. 여기는 시끄러워 놀라봐. 웃기지 가져 오락가. 원래 다 내 거에 개새끼야 전부 다 찾으러 가보자. Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. 여기 너무 차가워 빙신도 빙신도 아이스. 내 차를 박으면 네 차를 팔아야지. 난 차를 고치고 하이스 받아야지. 난 천을 뜨고 너한텐 차가운 내 위에 따라와 모두가
멋이 떨어지면 나는 그날 떠나. 그게 전부인데 그게 없으면 뭐라 할까. 뻔해지거나 한없이 취해지거나. 평화보다도 필요한 건 바로 변화. 그지 새끼로 살아도 그 편이거나. 누가 내게 훈소를 줄까. 우리 엄마 아니면은 말은 말어 내 아이폰을 꺼놔. 얘는 전쟁터로 온 것 같아. 현아 가볍게 대하다가 바닥쳐. 바닥 출신이라더니 꼭
혼자 바닥을 앓더니 뭐라는 거니 내가 너니 증명은 시간이 해결하지 어려니 늦었다고 해도 내 생각은 흠집 하나하나 고른 대로 굳었으니 절체까지 밀어붙이는 게 내 뜻 장수하지 않은 볼 수 없어 내 끝 내 숨처럼 계속 내뿜 비유하자면 대충 태풍 시작했으니까 여기에 새길 거야 나의 이름 험난한 길을 걸었지만 한 번 뒤는 내 발은 피로 뻥뻥 네 발은 튀는 알아볼 때까지 난 계속 쉬운 적 없네 항상 위태로워 잊어버릴 빼못 버티지 괴로움 난도 원해 네가 겪은 배로 변치 않아 절대 밟아 제대로 해 떨지 말고 제로 부족한 실패 더 채워넣을 빼고 정세같이 걸어가지 걱정이를 빼고 Get the fuck, get the fuck, 정세같이 걸어가지 걱정이를 빼고 yeah. Unstoppable, phenomenal.
What's your play?
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have the entry of two new teams to the world stage. Team Wales, the #2 spot coming from the VCS, has had an incredible journey to make it here, winning 2 back-to-back 3-2 series. And these young guns are ready to continue Vietnam's legacy on the international stage.
Một bóng đồng hồ đợi đồng đội Quỳnh lao lên, bạn đang sắp đã hồi lại và activate bắn yếu càng. Anh ta bắn được 1 bạn, anh ta bắn được 2 bạn. Team Secret thất bại trong pha giao tranh.
They do, however, have their work cut out for them against the LEC's 4th seed in Team BDS, who decisively beat Golden Guardians to prove that they deserve to be on the world stage and demand respect from every team in play-ins.
Crowny together versus the world, and here comes the Garen. BDS again finding the angle. It was all good for Golden Guardians, but they can't find the fight, and BDS bring it back.
Something inside of me was like convinced we would storm them. In the end, we managed, and I said I'm just way better. So.
Will BDS carry on a flawless streak, or will Team Wales take a huge win for the VCS against the LEC? And welcome back to Worlds as Team BDS make their debut, the international stage, and their first ever World Championship Best of Series. They're facing off against Team Wales, coming out of VCS as the 2nd seed. I'm going to start with the fact that they had a dominating win over the Golden Guardians in a clean 3-0 sweep. Mark, how did they get here?
Oh, God, I couldn't tell you. I think I blacked out during this one. It was not a fun time for North American fans, but for BDS, they were able to absolutely dismantle Golden Guardians, had the better of them the entire time. Game 2 was the only close one, and even then they were able to come back with some really nice team fighting.
And honestly, this is the best form we've seen BDS in a long time. They weren't necessarily very good coming into summer. A lot of the issues they had that plagued them, specifically around that mid to late game, we didn't really see much of outside of the game 2, but as you said, they're still able to fight back in it. And I think as an individual level, Shio, Nuke, players that also deserves a lot of praise because they stepped up.
And I mean, there was some concern coming in for BDS. I think one of the main threads that we had during the qualifying series was that not only did the meta and the team comp kind of fit BDS's strengths, they went back to playing a style that we saw a lot of success on them much earlier on in the year. And as you're seeing on your screen, Adam popped off. So I'd like to take a moment to talk about some gods. I want to talk about Garen, I want to talk about Olaf, Darius, and Set. God. It is the world's anthem. When Phoenix was the world's anthem, FunPlus Phoenix went on to win the world championship. I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying it's an interesting tidbit. And in addition, there's that Korean meme talking about his champion pool, talking about his play. Adam also played like a god. 6 solo kills in those 3 games against GG.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely insane. I don't think it can be understated, but I also just think his champions work so well into the top laners that's meta currently. The fact that you can have a Darius against the Renekton, the fact that you have a Garen against the Jags where the Counter-Strike won't do anything and you're just allowed to play the game. Yeah, Adam puffed off, and there's not much else to say about it. You look at the forward percentage, and he was just chilling.
Yeah, I just appreciate that there's enough creativity in this team while also still relying on a lot of backline, front-to-back team fighting kind of things. Sheo also with his level 1s in Game 3 had a really nice invade.
They're so good.
Yeah, they always have a little splash of spice, whether it's coming from Adam's champion pool, his roam, some of those interesting things, or from the jungle. So it's a very exciting team to watch, and I think secretly becoming borderline hometown crowd favorites. They get the loudest cheers by far.
Oh, I'm so glad you actually mentioned that. Also, huge kudos to the production team. I think this is a great graphics setup. I do actually want to hear from Adam himself about what he had to say about what he said on stage about the whole Gods meme from the local fans.
So Korean fans call you the superstar. And are you aware of the Korean meme called 가다 세월?
I knew about Kadaseol only 2 days ago, you know, because of Twitter, so 감사합니다.
I think it's fair to say that most of the minor region teams are not going to have that level of support from the home crowd, from the Korean fans who are going to be filling out most of the venue. So it's really cool to see them kind of as the stars of play-ins that a lot of people are hoping to watch.
Yeah.
And even just all year long, it sounds like had a lot of fans in Korea.
And historically as well, Garen is a pick that in the Korean server and in South Korea has been a meme, has been something that culturally they played with. The fact that he plays it legitimately and wins with it, it also has that deeper connection. We spent a lot of time on Team BDS. Let's turn our focus to their opponents today, Team Wales. It is a brand new org from the VCS. 3 players making their international debut in Sparta, Glory, and Artemis. Glory, I know, is the player you're the most excited about.
I love Glory, baby. I've been reviewing this team, and are they going to win against BDS? I still think they're heavy underdogs coming into it. I think BDS are favorites. But Glory, to me, has been so exciting to watch. I think from the early game that he plays out, he has the best laning phase out of all of them. Artemis is a really good team fighter. Laning phase is a bit iffy, but Glory, to me, has been super excited. I love him on the control mages currently. I think that even the game they lost in the finals here on his Syndra, he was completely 1v9, finding plays for them to play the team fight, buying space from Artemis, and just in general, leading the team forward. If Glory has a good early game, then the rest of Team Wales will have a good game. And he's been one of the best performing mid laners coming out of Vietnam for so long, who's just never been able to make it to the international stage.
If they have Gauze for BDS, they have the grind and the glory backing up.
Absolutely.
Side of Team Wales. This is a logo battle. We'll see, or catchphrase battle. We'll see who's able to come out on top. I definitely agree that he is the biggest individual agency player, I think, for them by quite a bit. But Artemis does, like you say, have good team fighting. I feel like where this team sometimes struggles a little bit is because their top side with BJ and Sparta love to dive in, and then suddenly Artemis is all alone. I think that's one of the ways that BDS might be able to expose them and something to keep an eye on throughout the series.
Listen, I'm just going to put out there, either your eyes will bleed of joy or of depression when you watch some of the plays that come through in the top lane. They will flip it, and they will either look like a god or they'll look a bit embarrassing. So I'm excited to watch BJ and Sparta because no matter what, it will be exciting.
All right, here we are just about to move on, so I'm just want to make sure I understand. BDS heavy favorites here. We're both expecting 2-0s. The only way we kind of see a potential Team Wales win is if Glory pops off and kind of shuts down Nuke, takes it from the mid lane, right?
I mean, yeah, and the rest of the team obviously steps up as well.
Okay, oh yeah, but I mean, it starts from there, right?
Yeah,
that's the man that we have to watch.
That's a good starting point.
That's the man we have to watch. That does it from us here on the Analyst Desk. Before we get into picks and bans, let's check out what BDS's Crownie had to say about this matchup in our Verizon Game Day interview.
And welcome back to Seoul for the pre-game interview of Crownie, BDS Crownie, facing off Team Wales today. How are you doing? First off, tell me about winning against Golden Guardians. How did it feel?
It felt amazing, of course, to play in LoL Park and see all the Korean and international fans. It was really nice, and I think we showed up on the day, so it was very nice.
And now focusing on the next opponent, you had to prepare for this game. I don't know how much time you got to study your next opponent, but it looks like Artemis, the bot laner for Team Wales, is the main carry for the team. What do you think about the matchup, him as a player, and the best way to defeat them?
I mean, I know he is quite good from what I've heard from people, and I know he also played the Asia Games for Vietnam, and he had a good showing there. So for sure I have to respect them, but I think as long as we play like we did against Golden Guardians, we should be in a good spot.
I remember the interview we had in the LEC when you qualified for the match against Golden Guardians. Not Worlds yet, but Korea. Yes. Now you're at Worlds.
Yes.
This is going to be your first Worlds. I can't believe, given how long you've been playing Crownie. What is your resolution for this Worlds, and how hyped are you about playing Worlds in Korea?
I mean, I would say very hyped, obviously. I would say my resolution is to try to play I mean, everyone says close to like in scrims, but like to not be scared to make plays and to play aggressive and, you know, to bait enemy spells and stuff. And I think against Golden Guardians, there was still a bit of stage nerves, at least for me, like the new setup and stuff like that. So I would say my resolution is to just be comfortable on stage and play confidently.
Well, wishing you the best of luck. Hope you can go as far as possible. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everybody. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Ender as we head towards our second series of the day. And I think, you know, we just heard from Crownie. He's feeling confident coming in. I think a lot of EU fans watching will be feeling confident, especially after the showing we got from BDS in the World's Qualifying Series. They're up against Team Wales today. And I think Team Wales, for a lot of people at home, somewhat of an unknown factor, right? Somewhat of a team that this is their international debut as an organization. It's the international debut for 3 of the players on the roster as well. And they're going to be hoping that this is a debut that they can remember.
Yeah, they're gonna think, EMEA in playoff or in play-ins. We can get through this easy over against BDS here. But we'll see what they can do. They're not a super aggressive team in the early game, and that's definitely an area where BDS will look to attack them. So similar to maybe a CFO that we saw in the last game, I'd love to see a little bit more proactivity come in from them in the early stages to beat BDS their own game.
Yeah, you saw BJ flashing up on the screen there. He's the player I'm looking at in that early game. Loves to go for a level 3 gang. Loves to keep the tempo of the game high to start things off. But whether or not you can make that happen on the international stage is a different question to domestic play.
Yeah, it's not that they won't try for plays, it's that they don't usually generate large leads. That's great clarification on that one. BDS already walked out. They're sitting down. All right.
Awesome.
Did we not? I feel like we missed them walking out.
They're organized, okay?
All right.
They came in during the previous series, just like kind of nudging people out. Like,
because they already walked out, maybe. So maybe they don't get to do it again. I don't really know what the rules are. Either way, the 4th seed representative from EMEA in the LEC, Team BDS. And this is a team, we're just hot dropping in. Forget all the boring stuff. Only the fun stuff here. We don't even want to talk about bans. It's just Rel Instalock.
Crucially, Rel flex pick. It's been banned a ton so far this tournament. We do get it first picked instantly by BDS. We could see it in the jungle. We could see it in support. Very, very strong pick, but instantly that Renekton locked in. We've seen domination in the top lane from Renekton.
Place your bets. Garen, Olaf, dare I say Set? Yeah, everything is up for grabs for Adam on the top side of the map. Man will play just about anything. But we will see, because I think the Lee Sin is a champion that's been getting banned out a ton. Got some small buffs, I think, on the kit there. But always going to be a champion that crosses your minds when you come over to Worlds. But there we go. The Darius coming out. Adam was all over the Garen in the series versus Golden Guardians to qualify here. But now we get the signature.
I just love that, like, you come to an international tournament, there's a lot of players that'll have pocket picks and stuff, and they come to an international and they're like, well, maybe we should just play meta, maybe we should play how everyone else plays. It's like, no. This guy knows he's good. He knows how he plays, and he sticks to his style even on the international stage, and I respect that.
Yeah, and look, if you are not a viewer of the LEC, and the last thing you really remember of Adam is when he came to Worlds with Fnatic, this guy is a completely different player. He got sent down to the LFL on BDS's second team, re-earned his spot just at the start of this year, and he has been so dominant in the top lane. Tons of solo kills, leading the league, most splits up on the top side of the map, has been doubling down on that unique style of these huge lane bully juggernaut champs as well.
I was about to mention Talia was making it through the draft so far with the Azir and Orianna banned. It could be a power pick, but is going to be banned away by BDS. I think Team Wales were trying to set up for the Talia there potentially. And now Ivan taken off the board away from Shio as well. We've already seen some jungle shenanigans against Golden Guardians from Shio when he got that Maokai. See if something like that can come out again.
Yeah, Shio on a lot of champions, I think, can be pretty impactful, especially ones where he can get inside the enemy jungle. But we'll see, because BJ, obviously, very aggro on the opposite side. And if you can sort of beat Shio on those early gank timings, you can generate a lead before he's able to get in your jungle, layer down vision, and protect his lanes.
So we'll see where Team Wales are going to go from here. They've got their bot lane, they've got a top lane. Pretty strong lock-in so far. They want to leave that jungle until they know where Rel is going. So going for the Nico, great priority pick in that mid lane. and then they can find out where that rel is going before they lock in their job.
I would love an Alistar coming in here against these big engaged like mage champions, the Nico especially. If Nico tries to come in on an angle, just the headbutt to send her completely out of there. Ezreal can also stay relatively safe versus the Nico, because I think before this, Nico looks like a really awesome pick. You see like a lot of melee champions, that means pretty easily you're able to land your roots on the Nico. Ultimate's going to be catching out a lot of players, but now that Alistar really messes some things up. The Syndra as well to scatter the weak. If you're coming in on a flank, you're going to get stuffed as Glory on the Nico. It's very important that Glory finds ways to approach fights from the fog of war or abusing, you know, the passive clone thing so that Nuke and Labrov don't realize until it's too late that Nico's on them.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite liking the BDS composition just based on, like, there is so much ACC and B damage coming from this squad. Like, the one weakness you'd say is, like, maybe they could be outranged, but then when you look at what they're up against, I mean, Kai'Sa, no range whatsoever. Nico wants to get in the middle of it. Renekton wants to get in the middle of it. So it feels like this composition from BDS should be able to thrive with just like sheer damage, sheer CC, and a lot of like AoE damage as well. If you get people multiple knockups with the Alistar, with the Rel charging in as well, that sets up for a huge burst out from your camp.
It 100% does. I think Team Wales too have a couple of like abilities that are kind of must dodges from BDS, right? You have to avoid Nico, you have to avoid Rakan. If you can do that, you're probably winning the fight. Team Wales going to be doing the same thing against the Scatter, the Weak, the Rel ult, the Alistar coming in. So once you can clear those abilities, that's where the 80 carries I feel like really got unleashed. Ezreal going to be hyper mobile. Kai'Sa can wait for that moment to dive into the fight. It's going to be so many fights that teeter on a knife's edge. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, I feel.
It certainly is. And I feel like, you know, watching that series against Golden Guardians, BDS were playing with pace. You know, they weren't playing slow. They weren't just waiting for the game to come to them. They were making things happen, and I want to see that again today. But I'm curious to see Team Wales because, you know, coming from VCS, this is a region that is renowned for their kills per minute. Like, this is the region that took the kills per minute title from LPL just a few years ago, and since then they have maintained that high kills per minute. So I'm hoping and anticipating that this should be a little bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, Team Wales is a bit of an anomaly though, because compared to a lot of other representatives from the VCS, actually looking at them compared to all the VCS reps that have rejoined ever since the VCS started re-attending international events, they are the least bloody of the early game teams on that front. See what they do here up against BDS. Might be a little bit tough for B&J to get super involved early on, but I have to say, in a late game team fight, transforming into a Darius, I feel like you're cleaning up fights when you can take over Adam.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how those fights are going to go, but we'll have to see if we ever get to like the 5v5 situation, because I feel like so often in an early game, we'll talk about like late game team fighting compositions.
The scaling.
And then, like, you know, in 10 minutes time, one team's 5k ahead. It's like, okay, we're never having a proper 5v5. But I do want to quickly mention, like, Team Wales, this is a team that I think a lot of viewers at home won't have heard of before unless you've been watching the VCS. This is their first time at Worlds. And this has kind of come off the back of Saigon Buffalo, a team that has been to Worlds, that has represented previously.
Yeah, the Mark Ruffalo Buffaloes.
Exactly, exactly. Well, the team sort of disbanded at the end of spring, had some financial troubles, and B&J was one of the players that came from that roster, joined Team Wales, and has brought a lot of power with him. He's one of the big reasons why this team has made it. The team generally loves to play around the bottom lane, but we're looking top for now as Adam just charging straight in for the 1v1 to kick it off.
Sparta wins those, though. A little bit of burn. Oh, my.
Does he? Adam flashing onto Sparta.
Giga Chatham in the top lane. That's just stupid in all the best way. I love that. Adam knows he will dominate the trade with the W. And now he activates Ghost. He's still going.
And that's flash gone from Sparta as well. It's cost Adam both of his sons. But
doesn't matter.
He has so much presence up here. He knows the enemy jungler is on the bottom side. He should be able to just get a crash and a free reset.
And he's doing this because Sparta has Ignite on the other side too. So he's like, I need to take control of this lane quickly, get that prio. Sparta's never going to be able to fight me. He walked in and warded B&J's red buff initially as well. So B&J might have a chance to avoid vision. Check this out. Missing ping on the red buff. The timing is B&J could have cleared 3 camps, but he has avoided vision entirely, and Adam is super pushed up with no sums. The thing is, his minion wave is so large and Shio is looking to cover. Shio knows how his top laner plays, that the gank opportunity fizzles out.
And on top of that, like, Sparta's so low.
Oh my god, they're diving.
Even if you go for, oh, hang on. not. They're actually going to go for this one. BJ's in the area. This could get dangerous. Apprehend in. The stun is there. A good dash away from Sparta. Negates the play. I love this, though. Straight off of the bat, we are seeing BDS taking this game into their hands.
Yeah, they just want to keep pressuring here as well, because anything, Sparta's going to be missing minions. BA looking around mid lane for Nuke. Nice scatter of the weak, though, and he's too close to tower to actually make anything happen. So back to top lane. We're diving, we're diving.
They're just going to go for it again. Sparta, though, gets stunned onto Adam. The turret, that was hitting a caster minion behind Adam, not hitting Adam.
But these are wins on wins on wins. BJ loses the flash. Sparta uses the ignite. Yes. No kill. And the minions, exactly. I was going to say, when you're fighting underneath the tower, oftentimes, the blinders go on, and you just go for the kill. But BDS just denied, I think, 7 minions that I saw underneath the tower, just off of those 2 dive looks at Sparta. The man is hurting in the top lane, and it's all off of that pressure from Shio.
And one of the best bits is as well, Shio, he may be a camp or 2 down now, but BJ has kept on trying to come back up. Oh, BJ's going to walk in. Does drop the ward, though. He'll get out with his life by the looks of things here. Moving back up towards that top side. Shio now keeping BJ interested. He's actually winning the 1v1.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous, because BJ, what else is there to do? All his camps could except Raptors, so he wants to look for the topside gank. Shio has only cleared the 3 bot side camps. His Raptors have respawned before he's cleared any of his topside camps, and he's still top lane.
He's actually going to go for this again. He flashes for the pullback. You're going nowhere. Apprehended and taken down. Shio jousting towards victory.
If you play top lane in solo queue, you have known the situation Sparta has found himself in, where the enemy jungle refuses to clear his camps, and you're like, eventually you just gotta step up and farm a minion. He's only got 12, but he just one after another after another. BJ's right there, just shadowing him, but it doesn't matter without any sums.
It's just brutal. He's been absolutely brutalized. He's 20 CS down at 5 minutes. That is... can you recover from this is the question. He's going to need some help from BJ, but it might be a matter for Team Wales of abandoning this top lane and trying to play through bot.
What are you going to do? I mean, BJ was trying to reset as well, so not only does Sparta die, BJ waste so much time here picking the wave up while camps are still alive on the bot side. Finally, Shio goes back, takes Scuttle Crab, takes 2 of the camps on the top side. So he's a little bit delayed on the tempo getting back onto the map compared to BJ, but Viega with no flash is not going to do anything in terms of actually finding a gank window. Maybe he tries, but it's so tough because now he has to cover for topside. This wave is pushing into Adam's side. See that? There's 6-7 ranged minions up on that one for Sparta's side, so that's an obvious push for the Renekton.
I think one of the toughest things as well is that because you went Ignite on the Renekton now and you're behind, you're never really going to have kill pressure in the 1v1. Shio.
He's coming back.
I expect Shio to just stay here pretty much all game at this point as he charges on it. Sparta, you're gone. It's another kill for Adam as they decimate this top side. But the Ignite is going to be useless, and he won't have a TP for later. This is a disaster for Team Wales.
How to watch just 2 players win an entire map, the tutorial, Adam and Shio. Bot side is doing well for BDS. They're up 12 CS, which is wonderful. Scatter of the Week doesn't quite connect, so Glory gets out of there with a quick thumbs up. But the fact is, BJ was in position to try and cover Sparta. You have to cover Sparta there. It doesn't matter that you know Shio is taking the reset and has all of his camps on the bot side up. That wave is pushing in. There is an angle for Shio, and Shio is going to take that angle. Shio was at his best in the LEC when he was playing very aggressive inside the enemy jungle with BJ's looking bot.
He forced a flash here as BJ tries to get into the lane. Lebrov low, but does still have his own flash available. Stunned up. Oh, yeah, that stun went through Crowny to hit him. Crowny trying to block that, I believe, but Lebrov survives, and that's what's important. Actually kept his flash alive as well.
As I was saying, though, hold on, because Adam's
Still
level
outside
6. Flashes are back now. Sparta's about to be in half a second, but this wave in a tough spot. Gonna be really hard to farm. Nice scout of the week. Good damage.
Glory could be in trouble here. It's a great route to answer, though. He'll survive. Not quite enough damage from Nuke at this point. The Dark Seal in pocket, you know that this is a Team BDS that want to snowball. They had a very fast win in game number 1 against Golden Guardians. So far, so good to try and replicate. Sparta trying to answer this one. Ignite available, but just has to slice and dice away.
Good news for him. Jungler's on the bot side of the map, so surely Sparta's not going to get dove, although now that he doesn't have the Dominus, maybe he just can be. He is down 30 CS at the moment. That is brutal. And now Shio's jumped over the wall, starting up the dragon. BDS are a team that love to stack their drakes, and it comes when Adam roams down. So he takes this early priority and just starts walking down on the map. He's not going to go for the full roam this time because they realize, hey, we have full bot prio, mid lane's looking good as well. So he rewards the enemy jungle. Look at the coverage. Ward on red buff, ward on Krugs. There's that control ward to the left of red buff as well that's going to last a long, long time. You're not going to do anything as Bean J on the top side of the map this game.
And in the meantime, the bottom side are ahead as well. 10CS, they've got Prio to force this Drake as well. And Short Nuke falling a little bit behind in the middle.
Okay.
Oof. That was a weird bit from both sides.
So Glory was really considering the flash there because Bia could follow him up, but then right when he was about to, sees LeBron come out of the fog 4, cancels it.
Yeah, but still got the flash out from Nuke, who was predicting the flash from Glory. As now, with no flash available, rooted up, might just be taken down here. That's a nice little kill, but a solo kill in the meantime. Shadow,
he wants more.
Just take it over. Bean J gets their herald, but Adam's here to try and apprehend it. Ultimate out from Bean J.
Okay. Team Wales, let's keep fighting around mid. Let's try to fight around bot. Top lane is a disaster. We ignore that entirely. But the angle they just looked for in mid was fantastic. Burn the flash, then immediate repeat, and they find the punish.
Hold my point for a second, because Shio might be going for something here. Charges in and just takes the red buff away.
Big counter jungler in the LEC.
Honestly, he's just not giving Bean J a second to breathe. And I want to just... Oh, let's do the replay, and then I'll come back to that point.
I'm going to guess that he uses his abilities. Okay, there we go. W to slow. Yep. Sparta uses his ability just to run. Adam uses his abilities to chase. And Adam kills. Okay, yep, that's how that works.
And you know, 40 Adam going full French. He loves a guillotine. As Sparta could be in trouble again. Shio is here, pulls them in, knocks them both up. The sustain is there, and Bean J bleeds to death. Sparta's gonna be next. Is the Q coming back up? Quickness though. Oh, but he channeled it just in time. The buffer is beautiful from Adam as he looks for a little bit more as well, and he still lives on. Adam is unstoppable.
Adam is here, and he's not here to play games. He's here to take names. Top lane 5-0-1, dominating. He didn't even have the ultimate for that 2 versus 3, and they turn it straight back around. It's just disturbing what he and Shu have done this game to the top lane.
It's brutal. And on top of it, like, Team Wales, they love to play around Artemis. That's their usual game plan. And they feel like they can't this game. They feel like they have to focus on Adam. So they're playing against their usual strengths anyway.
Just give up. It's not gonna work. You think Adam's by himself. He isn't. Shio is always there. They are best friends on the top side. And look at that. I mean, like, Adam, every single Q, it's hitting 2 players for the maximum damage on the outside there. Here again, Sparta tries to walk in. While he's charmed, that Q still goes through from Adam for the kill. He just cannot finish it off.
I mean, I'd love to see the total number of, like, healing in that fight from Adam, because he got solo so many times. Oh my god, he's done it again.
Does he just
bleed? Is the bleed enough? I don't know. There's a pot ticking away. The bleed is there. Is it enough? Oh, you better believe it is. Adam just can't stop.
See, I remember I told you that's a different player than Fnatic Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, different player.
No, yeah,
completely.
I'm with you.
His name isn't even Adam anymore. We call him Chatham.
Yeah, this is something else. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw a player have this many solo kills, have a 6-0 scoreline, 11 minutes in the game.
I mean, he's making it look like 2015 Juggernaut patch Darius. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, is this C9 balls in the top lane, or is it Adam? It's just disgusting either way.
Yeah, this is something else. And now Team Wales, they're in such a tough spot in terms of trying to get control of the rest of the map again, because, like, mid and bot relatively even. You've got a minor lead there for Glory. Obviously did manage to get the kill alongside Bean J, or I think it was Bia actually, in the mid lane onto Nuke. But aside from that, you're really struggling. And Shio, even though he sacked a lot of farm early on to make this camp happen up towards Adam, he's actually even because Bean J had to spend so much time trying to answer the camp.
Yeah. It's upsetting, honestly. I will say, I'm a big fan of coping. So, Team Wales, what do we do here? First step, ignore top lane. Sparta's going to farm under turret as well as he can. He's probably going to die a few more times. That's okay. We need to start investing in other areas on the map. That's going to be around your duo lane, around mid lane. I think Glory is definitely a player you can get behind. Already has the kill, the lead. Now they're going to get some turret plates into the Kai'Sa's pockets as well. So lovely. That's exactly what we need to be doing for Team Wales. Now when it comes to the team fights, it is a hope and a prayer that we can kill Adam and that BJ can assume his form in the fight. You turn into that turbo-fed Darius, all of a sudden, all the early game doesn't matter. You're taking that for yourself, all those items, and those fights could genuinely turn.
It's actually a genius strategy from BJ.
Oh yeah, it's the strategy.
Like,
Yep,
get the Darius really fed so I can be the really fed Darius.
Sparta is just so smart. It's all part of the plan.
I can't believe how much the bleed did as well. Through a
He's
pot.
potioning. Like, the man is glowing green. And, oh.
Not anymore, he ain't. Not anymore. Not even a blink of emotion there. Puts a little grin on as the bleed finishes him off. Oh dear, Adam is having the time of his life on the stage right now, and rightly so.
Luke is top lane right now, but I don't think that's going to matter for Team Wales. Glory wants a reset, and as a matter of fact, that's just a lot of minions lost on the top side. As soon as actually all these players are showing they're teleporting in, they want the fight.
Rob stepping backwards, does dodge away from the stun from BJ there. Drake taken. Team Wales a little bit too late to the party to actually try and contest anything. And in the meantime, no teleport available because Sparta has Ignite, and that means that Nuke can just take a tower for free.
Yeah, I think Team Wales went for that because turret plates were going down. I think initially Glory wanted to teleport top lane, then realized, hey, it's 14 minutes, so Nuke by staying up there isn't actually going to get a ton of gold.
Good lord.
Okay.
3,500 gold. 14 minutes on a single player. That is absurd.
Huh. I'm trying to like find a way to contextualize this. It's like
that's a full mythic.
Yeah, but it's like you're playing like an RPG game and you get into the late game and you just have like $400 million. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, you just buy all the luxury items. Like, Adam is just full luxury. He has Stridebreaker plus boots plus some components there to a Phage.
Yeah.
That's the top lane matchup currently.
I mean, the funny thing is, as well, like, when you look at the gold difference between the two teams, Adam's individual lead is higher than the gold difference between the teams currently. Like, he's kind of hoping the rest of the team will pick it up, maybe, at this point. But yeah, getting a good engage here. Nuke in trouble.
Nice.
Great little ult from BJ. And that'll finish the job. Great pick on the bottom side. There's BDS in the meantime. We're going for the Herald.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to look for. Look for cross-map plays. Sacrifice Herald, but Sparta gets to easily farm that bot side. BJ gets the kill. Artemis has push in mid. Like, they actually get to win in 2 lanes very briefly for the price of the Herald. Difficulty is going to be, of course, it's not so simple to do that for the coming Dragons because BDS are a team that puts so much priority on stacking the Dragons early. They force you into those fights in the mid game. Maybe Team Wales can give the next one because, frankly, if Adam shows up, it is completely Jover. But that 4th Drake, they're going to have to put up something.
They're going to have to, especially with Mountain, especially with the Alistair, the Rel. You're going to get so much value out of that kind of Drake sort of game. And it's not like, I think the thing that I'm struggling with in this one is like BDS are so far ahead through Adam in this one. And while Nuke is behind in the mid lane, Crownie has a ever so slight CS lead, but realistically there's no difference in our AD carries here. Like, they're Ezreal and Syndra. It's not like they need to be ahead right now. It's not like these are champions that are going to fall off later on. Like, BDS, they're absolutely chilling.
Let's make a pact. Let's not talk about Adam until 20 minutes minimum. Let's see if we can do it. Obviously, if there's no fight, we're going to have to say the name. But I am personally tiring of talking about how far ahead that player is. So I think it's really important to say Glory has the 2nd highest damage in the game so far.
Yeah, he does. He certainly does.
And that's
managing to get 600
if you double
ahead
it still doesn't
Sparta.
catch the other number, but it's all good.
I just want to let everyone know as well, this is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's BDS versus Team Wales here as the VCT 2nd seed tries to make their name on the international stage in their international debut. And so far, a certain player that will not be mentioned says no.
Indeed. Glory going to be able to pick up this turret on the top side. Overall, only 2.5, 3K down. But this mid lane turret is certainly going to be falling on the push right there. 4 players grouped up as BDS jump onto BJ. He's going to have to ult out again and still in trouble. He has to flash. It's the second time now he's just been forced away. Demanded to use his ultimate to escape. And if you just look at the minimap currently, like the fact of how much vision, forward vision BDS have, make the game impossible to play. Because Team Wales looking for the cross-map pressure or anything like this, it doesn't work if BDS are just pushing into mid, and looking for picks doesn't work if they see you coming a mile away.
Duke could be in trouble here as Glory tries to move up. No, he's not! They toggled vision, even I was baited! And Glory goes down. As we're not at 20 minutes yet, I won't mention his name, but a certain player may have just rested 7 kills.
Nuke just at the end of the fishing line right there, just reels Glory on in. Completely destroyed. But this is what I'm talking about. There's just pings non-stop. I actually don't think Glory had been seen with the vision coming through. I think he avoided that narrowly as the base was being channeled there, but it doesn't matter. He showed up on the vision when it mattered, and now we're just 15 seconds off of Drake. Positioning on map tells me Team Wales don't want to fight this. Yeah, BA looking for a reset here, only has 1 ward on the support item. So he's actually playing top side, and again, looking for some kind of cross map. That's not going to work, cross-mapping around this Renekton, though, perhaps. Just offering some support and, of course, maybe a chance to place that ward on the enemy blue buff, which he does before looking for the reset.
The one thing I'm looking towards for Team Wales here is, you know, Artemis now 2 items, or 2.5 items on this Kai'Sa. The guy's known as a bit of a teamfight monster. Like, this team's identity is not really about just, like, slaughtering the early game. It's much more about winning those teamfights later on. So hopefully there's a situation where, you know, we've seen already Kai'Sa's absolutely assassinating people.
Yeah.
We've seen what this pick can do with the right situation. I mean, Kai'Sa versus Ezreal, almost a famous matchup for being able to just one-shot the Ezreal. So BDS, even though they are ahead, even though they've got a big lead up in that top side, like, they do need to be cautious on how they play, because you misstep for just a second, you are going to get one shot.
It's true. I'm kind of 2 minds about this Kai'Sa build, because obviously, like, all-inning on the lethality early is so much burst damage, especially on squishies. But if you're forced into a position where you have to fight front to back here, and you're just hitting a Darius, a Sejuani, and Alistar, like, that's going to be neutralized pretty heavily. And I know, you know, the Kai'Sa like to dip into the AP after this. The passive, of course, is going to do a lot of % HP damage and sort of make up for that when you are hitting frontline. But I still think the only fights that Team Wales really have a chance of winning are fights where Artemis can follow up on some kind of engage from, like, Glory and BA onto the squishy back.
Trying to get onto Adam here. 4-man stack. Adam is tanky, though. He pulls him in. He heals himself up, and the rest of the team arrives. It's disaster for Team Wales as they try to find a pick, and they just get slaughtered. 3 picks for BDS and straight onto the Baron.
You just can't kill him. He is going all the way. Now LeBron and Nuke hunting down the last 2 kills. It's a support and a minion fleeing the scene of the crime. PA is going to pull on that minion. I don't think they're supposed to be able to run that way.
Yeah, Glory's going to try and get away. I don't know if they're going to make chase properly, but actually it looks like Brownie wants to. Heading up towards that direction. Glory tagged. Red buff, I think, taken away there. So the slow should be in play as they look towards Scatter the Weak potentially. Glory trying to get out with his life, but they will not allow a single soul to escape. BDS, they take Baron. They take a delayed ace. They might even get a tier 2 in the mid lane.
Adam goes legendary in that fight. Remember, I was like, I don't know how they really get through this front line. Adam just would not die. And the fact that his Q is hitting 3-4 players every single time, that's just an absurd amount of healing.
I mean, BDS coming into this tournament looking so good now.
Man, I mean, Artemis is here, but again, it's the lethality build, so is the damage actually coming on in? First of all, big shield onto Adam initially, then the Q to survive. He also hits the Punny Fruit. Is able to scoop up maybe 1 or 2 off that. And I mean, what are you going to do?
the Stride Breaker Q onto Artemis just does like 2/3 of his health.
Yeah,
Adam
he's been breaking ankles all game.
Adam didn't even like go towards Artemis to try and finish him. He just walked off to the rest of the team. He's like, you get that one, Crowny. That one's for you. That's a little freebie. I'm going to go kill everyone else.
That's like awesome though, right? Because that's how you need to play the... I'm going to hold that thought because Glory's a minion again. Count your minions. Okay.
He's not going to get away with
There's 4 melee minions. I wonder which one's the Nico. That's a little game you can play. But yeah, I mean, just the Darius positioning in the middle of as many people as possible is exactly the position you want to be in. Maximize that AoE damage.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the healing as well. The first Q got him like 500 health back or something absurd. It means you're so much tankier than you actually look. And he's already pretty tanky.
Counter minions!
Trying to get onto Crownie, but good buffer on the E, and now suddenly the crash down is there. BDS with a beautiful re-engage, and that is going to break this game wide open.
Adam's not even doing anything and they're winning the fight. Like, what is that, man? Glory went for the big play, but Crownie way too slippery. This was an absolute shellacking from level 1 with Adam flashing onto the face of Sparta in the top lane. Shio never left and BDS never let up.
Adam literally started the game by ganking his own lane and just decimating from there. 14-2, a 24-minute win here. BDS, they have shown up to play-ins. They dominated Golden Guardians to get here, and they are meaning to carry on where they started off here. 15-2 as they look for a couple of bonus kills. Shio just about gets away with his life as the Nexus falls.
Welcome to Worlds BDS. After the 3-0 to qualify versus Golden Guardians, they look good here in their first Worlds match up against Team Wales. I mean, just obscene things happening on the top side of the map. And now if you are Team Wales, it's all gotta, like, I don't know if it is the Gods ban and you have to take away Garen, Olaf, Darius, and just whatever it is, don't Belling pick top lane. I think that's rule number 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if it helps, because as long as Adam gets one of those champions, he just knows exactly how to crush inside the lane. How many people are going to pick the Darius, flash W at level 1 after taking the initial trade? Like, I thought it was over.
It's the part that's like the cherry on top for me is like, he flashed the W at level 1 to start winning the fight, and then ghosted to do it again.
Yeah.
Like, immediately just both summoners forced the flash out from his opponent as well. Like, the initial flash looks terrible in isolation until you see the ghost follow-up that forces the opponent's flash. And then you're like, oh, I get it. Now suddenly it all makes sense.
But it's literally, when someone has a pocket pick like that, every game you play against it, it's a learning experience, right? Because Adam, you play against that Darius once, now you know what to expect. Can you do anything about it? And can you adapt in 20 minutes? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And this is not a pick that you get to practice against often. We're going to kick it over to Trevor and the lads to break this one down and, I mean, I guess talk about Adam for 10 minutes.
But
correct?
Yes.
We're doing that.
Since you asked me to, okay, that wasn't the plan. Garen, yes. Darius, yes. I'm just waiting for Olaf and Set. I mean, look, gods. While the game started in favor and hugely Adam one-sided, let's talk a little bit more about how he extended that later into the game. Let's start by just running the roles, though, because it was a beautiful start. Adam doing Chatham things.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the Desk was talking about the uses of summoner spells in the beginning. It's something in the top lane where at times, especially when you play Darius, it's actually worth for you to trade your summoner spells in the beginning to get your full stacks off, just because you get lane priority of it. And that's something that's really important. Direct Hunter is running Ignite in this matchup, but if you flash for your passive in the beginning, you do way more damage than the Ignite would actually give you, and you get a ton of lane prio. But I also love the way that every time they get a kill, look at the wave. They always crash it and they get a slow push back. It makes the entire laning phase completely unplayable for Sparta as soon as Adam got that first kill.
And I like the point about how familiar you are with this. Obviously, guess who's played a lot more Darius versus Renekton than... like, who's played more of this match? It's probably Adam.
Yes.
And I think the decision to opt into playing the Adam minigame, that's what it is to me. It's like, you're going to play a separate game than just League of Legends if you're going to opt into this. And the fact that you take the Ignite, you take the Renekton, and then you path topside as well to try and fight these 2v2s, which clearly BDS are way more experienced and know how to play these out better.
Yeah, I love just a little animation he got through on his Q with the Rakan as well. Sparta just walking into it. Look at these statistics from a top laner. I mean, it's absolutely unreal.
I heard 14 minutes. Matter.
Yeah, Adam makes it a little bit different here. The CSD at 1450, the goal difference 3.3.
Oh, on that
But also take a look at the jungle proximity. A lot of the early game was about the top lane. Seeing 25% of the jungle's time in the early game spent on top lane is
two things.
Very rare occurrence.
The way Mark just set that up, I need my stats one more time. Sorry, if you can scroll back, thank you. That is the second highest goal difference at 14 for a top laner in World's history. okay? The record was set by LA from LNG at 3,600 gold in Worlds 2021 in play-ins. It was against LLA's Infinity. 3,300 gold. That is what we're talking about.
Just one more solo kill.
Yes,
he had it.
Listen. The second highest in Worlds history. And what I will be stealing and using for the rest of the tournament, Mark, is do you opt into the Adam minigame? That was something that happened. The Adam minigame then spilled over. It led to a Baron fight, or 20-minute pre-Baron fight, I should say. Adam ends up surviving. Goldberg, I'll come back to you. Break this next one down. I mean, by this point, we start to lose hopium that Glory could pull it back.
I mean, I saw he had that Sterex ready already with this play. You get a 4-man queue after. You're living this. And, you know, I appreciate the effort coming out from Wales, because when everything goes wrong, all you can do is just try and go for a good old Fnatic push, see if you can find the shutdown, farm those coins. It just doesn't work, because you spend everything just trying to kill Adam. He had the highest damage as a top laner. That rarely ever happens, and when it does, it's because you get a busted-ass champion like Rumble instead. This time around, it's Darius just taking over the game.
How many champions can we add together to equal Darius on the enemy team? At least 3. You can go the entire top side plus the Rakan.
That's a bit.
Yeah, that's pretty good when 3 champions equal you.
But I also think that if you want to play, you ask, do you want to play the game with Adam? You need to have done your research specifically for when Adam will bust out these champions.
Yeah.
The Darius is in contrast to a Renekton. The Garen is in contrast to a Jax. He has very specific play patterns.
When do we see Olaf instead?
Well, Olaf actually functions into the Renekton as well. So if you ban the Darius, he will still play the Olaf as well.
Because I'm playing the minigame. I want to collect gods right now, right? I know the 2 that we've seen on Garen don't technically count as an update as well. Despite 6 solo kills in the qualifying series, they do not count towards World Championship statistics. So, Adams Darius is now on the board. 2 solo kills only here at Worlds. I have heard that Team Wales have selected red side. So while we start to wrap this up, I think we might be going to an ad break soon. Team Wales, it was always going to be an uphill battle. They're playing red side again. What do you want to see changed?
Hey, Glory was ahead. I was happy about
my
that.
God.
He was against Nuke.
Barely
He was ahead with like 10 to 20 CS. He was winning the matchup. I said Glory was a good play. What can you do when the rest of the map is just burning? Actually, not the rest. Just the top side is burning like that.
I'm saying that's what you do. Just ignore top side. Go ahead. He's going to play. Adam's going to do Adam things. And if you try and stop him directly head to head, I feel like that's a harder recipe for success than going to mid lane a little bit more. If you have the Nico for setup, go gank there more often, or play around bot lane. Do something else. Adam's going to get a lead. He's going to run mid. Try and just negate that a little bit.
I have to steal exactly what Ender was saying at the end. Is like, how do you deal with it? You got 20 minutes to try figure it out. How do you get away from that minigame? I don't know. After the break, we will continue talking about Adam's gods on the Adam God Show today, apparently. Until then, you can check out all the world's 2023 content of your favorite creators over at youtube.com/gaming. We will see you after this for Game 2 of Team Wales versus Team BDS.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches and
and BJ bleeds to death. Sparta's gonna be next. You coming back up quickness though. Oh, but he channeled it just in time. The buffer is beautiful from Adam as he looks for a little bit more as well, and he still lives on. Adam is unstoppable.
I go next here.
I go mid. I
go next mid. Yeah. I'm keeping on top. I'm keeping on top.
Shot come to me.
Viego.
Vego.
Garde Nico. Garde Viego, raise it. Oh, jag robię Adam. Så full. Jag är lite tanky.
You know, it was League of Draven earlier on today, but his big brother has something to say about that because it's all about Darius in game number 1. Adam dominating, decimating, destroying Team Wales. And Ender, at this point, we just got to have a full reset for Wales coming into game 2.
Well, Fan, you got the LEC back. We're all set here in game number 1, but I do think for Team Wales,
two disappointed fans here.
Oh, okay.
Olaf and Garrett. Oh, we got that.
We'll get there. Look, you know, who's to say that he's not locking in one right now? Because honestly, like, Adam was the star player in game number 1, but at the same time, Team Wales literally did not get to play the game, right? Like, Adam from level 1 crushed top lane. That absolutely happened. Team Wales need to find a way to stop that from happening, and then we get to see an actual game of League of Legends. Hope is down in the gutter for them right now, but if they're able to stabilize, I do think this team has talent to be able to fight BDS in the mid game.
And I want to reiterate something we sort of tried to talk about during the previous game, but there was a lot of fights. And that's that, like, BDS have come in with quite an intelligent strategy here of like, you know, just really hard win your top lane. You know, that's a great strategy.
Yeah, pretty smart.
But Shio, like, camping that top lane, forcing BJ to either respond or totally abandon his top laner, it really plays away from what Team Wales like to do. They love to be on the bottom side of the map, and it means that BJ doesn't get to do his customary, like, sort of level 3 ganks, that style that he's built up over the years. He has no opportunity to use it.
Also, BJ now literally thinks Shio is insane because Shio spent like 4 minutes just not farming camp, sitting in the bush next to top lane. Like, BJ was covering and was like, this guy can't be here for 90 seconds, and then he just is. So, okay, into the draft now. I was wondering, do we see targeted bans at Adam? Darius is targeted, but you cannot forget, he can do the exact same thing on Olaf in terms of the early levels of the lane phase, and his Garen's no joke either. They actually just snap lock the Renekton. All right.
I mean, this is the thing. This is the beauty of having a player like Adam on your team that has these pocket picks. It doesn't mean he can't play meta picks. I mean, Renekton, like, when you think of the champions Adam plays, Renekton fits that style just beautifully. It's the best pick of the meta. Like, it still makes sense for him to play that meta pick and take it away from Sparta.
Oh, want to hear my T? My T is, I think Adam just locks in the Renekton because he's so confident in the top lane matchup, and he doesn't want to show any more of his 1v1 deck. You know, it's like, I don't want to show them that I'll just flash on you at Darius level. I don't want to show you what I do with my set. I don't want to show you any of that. I can just take the Renekton and crush in that 1 versus 1. But already, I think this is a good start for Team Wales, especially with Cassante coming in for topside as a very powerful pick. And again, if we can just neutralize top lane, BJ's allowed to play through Artemis on the bot side of the map. That is a completely different story for Team Wales in game 2.
I've got to say, for me, it's quite disappointing that Sparta isn't like a Pantheon one trick. I feel like
that is like Sparta, so real of you.
You want like a bit more. Anyway, we do get a Taliyah coming on through, which I've not seen that much Taliyah. I think it's been banned every game today so far. We are going to see that coming through for Nuke. I assume for Nuke. Depends on, we can't have a double flex here, honestly.
Yeah. The BDS are keeping options open, but I'm kind of with you on that one in terms of the actual assignments. Meanwhile, Nautilus, very common pairing with the Kai'Sa on the bot side. Really easy to just sort of set up the passive procs on the Kai'Sa. Good damage there too if you're looking for all-ins. Nautilus base damage is very, very high for those 2v2 lanes. But we'll see, because I mean, already I think that Team Wales are reading that it is going to be Rel into the jungle for Shio, because otherwise maybe you keep options open and can play things like the Braum, but Braum plus Kai'Sa probably not your favorite 2 versus 2 on the bot side, so it all makes sense. They're just taking things that are not really too contested at the moment.
Yeah, interesting to see the Jace ban. They obviously don't think Taliyah's going mid. And, you know, with the Nocturne ban coming on through, you'd anticipate if you want to take the Taliyah to mid, you probably want to ban something like the Azir maybe, like get rid of some of these difficult to deal with control mages for Taliyah. If they're not banning that, that does kind of signal that maybe it is going to be, you know, Shio taking that, the the Rel going down into the support role as well.
Yeah, in the meantime, Nocturne banned away. BJ did play that 4 times over the course of the summer. You know, makes sense from the region that spawned the Levi, right? The Nautilus, you know, lane swap, or the Nautilus, the Nocturne lane swap, all that nonsense gets taken away. So BJ likely just goes back to that Viego. Makes some sense for him. He was not able to have really much early impact, just tried to trail around the top side, but I think now you really are looking to have K'Sante completely neutralize top lane, and that frees BJ up to farm and then play around his mid-bot side.
Ezreal potentially going to be available for them once again. Crownie looking good in it in the previous game. Certainly a powerful pick right now.
He also just loves the Ezreal. Like, the man will, any excuse he can have to lock in the Ezreal, he will take that.
I feel like it's one of these things as well where a lot of the time, it is actually going to be Talia back in the mid lane. A lot of the time, like, people talk about Kai'Sa versus Ezreal being very Kai'Sa favored, but the problem is that's very exclusively in like the direct 1v1, where a lot of the time you don't see that. A lot of games you'll see this matchup, and Ezreal can kind of bypass a lot of that potential assassination, especially when you got Braum alongside.
Yeah, you just sort of play range, play poke. Braum, like you're saying, can eat it all up. And then, when all things considered, between Ezreal and Talia sort of fishing with those Ws to sort of isolate a player, pick them off, you have a ton of burst damage, the ability to jump on players. You can also combo the Talia W with Rel ult so nicely, right? Rel brings everyone together, and then your W could hit 3-4 players, depending on how good that ulti is. So some really nice built-in combos on that front for Team BDS, but also just a very different look for them overall. This is definitely a game where Nuke can get a little bit more involved around the map, and it's not going to be as focused on Adam's lane dominance.
I do like this composition from Team Wales as well, where you've got Sparta on the K'Sante, who can kind of absorb a lot of pressure up at the top side. Like, I'm still favoring Adam after what we saw in game number 1, but I feel like you can kind of relax a little bit from BJ's perspective and look towards your bottom lane. Look towards getting this Kai'Sa ahead. You've got a Nautilus to set you up there, and you've even got a powerful mid laner that's happy to get involved in the early traps as well. So I feel like Team Wales can shift their focus away from what's going on up top and play for those Drakes.
And they're gonna have to, right? Because I do think they can get some pressure on the bot side. Really hard to play for kills though, right? Between Braum and Ezreal, it's hard to stick damage on those champions. They're very slippery as well. So I see this as a game where maybe it's a little bit more about BJ covering, getting priority, putting down vision inside the enemy jungle, taking crab priority, dragons, all those things. A bit more of a controlled early game from Team Wales, which I'm sure they would love to see after how haywire game 1 went.
Yeah, well, game number 1, absolutely brutal from the side of BDS. But the same was true against Golden Guardians. Then game number 2, things went a little bit pear-shaped for BDS in the early game against Golden Guardians. They still managed to come back and win by the end of things. But perhaps Team Wales can find some opportunities. Certainly a less aggressive comp from BDS. What we saw in game number 1, Artemis will get away.
Yeah, if Nuke took the pathing around the left side there, I think there might have been an angle. Probably would have required starting W, which, you know, not preferred on the Talia, but it's always there. It's always worth shouting out, though, that BDS were really known, especially in their run in the spring split, where they made all the way to the finals. A lot of people had them as favorites to win that. Of course, we all know Mad Lions ended up winning that and moving on to MSI. But BDS were really known for a lot of level 1 ideas with the invade. And when you have Talia, Ezreal, Braum, like, those 3 champions are just nuts at level 1. So no surprise to see them go for that. Team Wales sort of navigate their way out of what could have been a potentially hairy situation. But it's all about putting early vision down inside the enemy jungle, right? You've got that ward on the blue buff there. Over on the side, you know, that circle's not going to go away for a long time. I hate to break it to you. My telestrator just turned off. So we're going to have a circle on the minimap.
You know, I like circles.
Just be aware that there are jungle camps down there.
Yeah, so...
and there's a ward on one jungle camp. Just like in game 1.
The circle has dealt with itself.
All right.
Yeah,
no more
circles. Don't forget as well, everyone at home, you might be able to win a circle or not. But if you connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming, you can get a Heimerdinger emote. It's experimentation.
Yeah, his head's kind of like a circle.
Yeah, it's sort of circular.
Circle
it's yellow,
glasses.
like it's similar. Yeah, circular glasses. We'll take that. It's good enough for me. As yeah, could be in trouble. Good little proc, but does get the aftershock, so it won't take too much damage.
All right, so BDS fully aware of sort of the early pathing of BJ, knows he's got to be starting on the top side of the map. So now BDS walk in, donate the extra hit to share the gold there between Crownie and Labrov. But with the prio they built on bot side, and now with Shio doing the exact same thing, just flipped onto the bot side of the map, it just looks like game 1 all over again. Labrov and Crowny look for the level 1 all-in with the Ezreal and Braum synergy, and now with that priority, instead of ganking, it's just going to be Shio stealing away a camp. This dude loves to live inside the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it feels like Shio's literally just switched which side of the map he's playing for. Good little knockback onto Glory here from Nuke. Scatter the weak. Doesn't quite land. Flash available, but not going to go forwards here. BeanJay's in the area.
Yeah, he actually read this invade happening. He didn't see it, had no info other than the fact that Labrov sort of went into the fog for a second. So by doing that and by not wasting any time, he now very likely snags all 3 camps on the top side. I think Shio's going to continue playing around bot. There might be an angle to threaten a look at a dive. Probably not all inning for that, but if you want to do it similar to game 1 where it's denying away minions underneath the tower now that he's found that the wolves are offline, could be an angle. Actually, mid lane might be a little juicier with how forward Glory is playing. It's really important Glory hugs that north-left side of the lane like he is now to deny that gank from Shio. And with that positioning, can't really do it.
North-left is an interesting combination of directions.
North by north-left. That's a famous movie, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll run with it. Why not? As Shio wants to move into the mid lane.
He goes to the upper west this time.
Moves upwards. But Nuke has this wave in just a perfect spot. Shio drops a ward out as well. Doesn't know that BeanJay's here, but BeanJay knows exactly where he is. Shio actually using everything on the crab here. It's stolen away by Glory. Shio might just have to flash over the wall here. He's kind of just duking it out right now for the time being. He's going to be... he still has
Labrov
flash.
is here. Like, he was trying to buy time for the Labrov roam. Dude just completely sprinted up out of that bot lane. But it ends up looking a little bit like an int there from Shio. Did have the flash to escape. Just thought he could live a little bit longer.
Unfortunate for him is... trying to trade once again with Sparta, but Sparta doing a much better job, and much easier matchup for him in terms of just neutralizing that Renekton. A little bit down in CS, but not, you know, at this point last time here, I think he had 3 deaths, so we'll take this as an absolute
I don't care
win.
if Sparta has 0 CS. As long as he has 0 deaths, we're chilling. You know? He's going to be all right up there, especially now that BeanJay is hovering the lane. But, I mean, when you look at the jungle matchup now, BeanJay is a phenomenal spot. Ooh. A lot of damage onto Nuke, but he's okay. Just needs a reset without any mana there either. But, I mean, and the fact that he obviously gets the kill, but also got an extra camp off the invade on the bot side because he read what Shio was trying to do. Again, I want to stress that was not based off of vision. That was close. It was not based off vision. That was based off of very good game sense from BeanJay. And he's a player you got to keep your eyes on with Team Wales. He is so active.
Here's Adam going for a plate there rather than a dive. Shio.
Show you the replay of just standing still and taking a lot of damage. It was nice to see Glory peel away this Scuttle Crab. Actually called for when he was tossing it in, I think, so BeanJay could get the smite, but yeah, I don't know. He was just sitting there with the flash. Thought Labrov could get in time.
I mean, like, he was very tanky to start with. I think the thought process was, oh, these guys don't do any damage, but that was actually just Aftershock. Once Aftershock was gone, he just ran out.
I also think he thought he had 2 kills there. If he could stall so that Labrov could flash jump to him with the W, bot lane.
Speaking of Labrov, getting his passive stacked up on both players here. Good damage coming out from him and Crowny in the bot 2v2. Doing a good job building a bit of a CS lead for themselves as we continue to just spar in every lane. And it has been enjoyable watching these laning phases, but with Drake up now, you can anticipate... Oh, no. Unlucky. Unlucky. Hits the minion there for Bia. But yeah, Drake started up now by Shio. Could be a catalyst for a fight.
Yeah, Nuke's just sort of been tanking damage in the mid lane to get the prio here. And has fallen a little bit behind. Glory did very well on the CS front in game number 1, too. But this is exactly the same. 6.5 minutes in, Shio just starts up the Drake. BJ's looking for damage. This could break out into a fight, but the Dragon's almost already gone.
Yeah, be in trouble. In fact, it's Labrov that's in trouble. Taking down Drake. Gets picked up by Shio. Still has flash. Luckily, saved his flash in the previous
Dude, the man is just, it's like Paul Atreides in Dune. Timothy Chalamet, you can just see the future. He knew he could use that to save himself. All part of the plan.
Yeah, all part of the plan. He gets away, gets the Drake for his team. But hey, so far so good for Team Wales. Over 1,000 gold up right now. 2 kills on the board. They're feeling pretty good with how this early game is going. Artemis with that assist as well, but BeanJay, a solid early game. He's got a sizable lead over Shio this time around, and it feels like this is a team that when they can control the early game a little bit more, when they can go into the mid game a little bit more even, you feel much more comfortable.
Yeah, this is what game 1 should have looked like, right? Like, BeanJay generates a big lead for himself, farming, looking for gank timings, while Shio falls further and further behind in golden experience because he's looking to cover lanes, looking for ganks, taking dragons. Like, Shio has sacked all of his early, like, personal assets in Golden EXP. And right here, I just think BDS get a little too Drake, they get the Drake fever a little bit. You know, we got to take this dragon, burst it down. Shio is already so low that they can't really look for a fight, so they just sacrifice LeBron so they can secure it. Which at the end of the day is all right. You know, 1 kill for a Drake when BDS won a stack, like, they don't care about Lebrov's life. It literally doesn't matter at the end of the day. But Team Wales are in a much better position, and I still want to highlight Glory and that CS advantage, because we're going to get to a point where Pat Syndra can do so much burst if Nuke are trying to get caught out.
Yeah. I think especially the fact that Bia got the kill onto Lebrov as well, like, it makes it even more chill that the kill went across. But even still, Team Wales with a bit of a gold advantage. And we're looking towards those team fights. We're looking towards Artemis having an opportunity to pop off a bit. This is a player that is a little bit hyped up coming into the tournament. He, you know, joining this roster, feeling like sort of a focus point for this roster. I want to see a little bit of that. I've been told about that. Game number 1, there was not even remotely a chance of him showing any of that off.
We might get a glimpse of it. First of all, Artemis not doing the lethality build, going for the DPS tack speed option right now. Oh my god, Sparta! Okay,
damage.
Here to play, doing Cassante things, but now both bot lanes full rotate to the top side. We want a bloodbath for the Herald, blood for the Blood God, and both top laners are so low.
Adam's trying to solo kill Sparta, and he's got him under the tower in the meantime. 4v2 for the Drake. True Shot Barrage hits 4 players as Nuke tries to get the flick back, but BJ flashing onto him, forces the flash out from Nuke as well, but BJ might have gone too far for this one, but Lebrov goes down. The reset can't come on through, but the hook can, and suddenly Team Wales, they're feeling like an orca.
Team Wales just completely ignore Adam. Doesn't matter he gets the solo kill on the top side. They run the exact opposite direction. Exactly how they needed to team fight. Glory pumping out so much damage next to Artemis, though both players virtually untouched in the fight. That's what we needed to see. Team Wales are here to play. It all starts with Adam jumping over the wall. Sparta didn't have a ward in the brush and just gets absolutely decimated. Meanwhile, this Arcane Barrage, or the True Shot Barrage, rather, this is like Crowny's Comet, except it's the one that took out the dinosaurs, man. Look at the damage that comes through from this. Like, that is insane. The fact is, Adam was not close enough to the fight for it to matter. BJ realized that, transforming into the Sejuani to lock up Lebrov, continue looking forward. He does fall at the end, but BA sees the moment to follow up. Artemis dives in with that killer instinct on top of it.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. BDS, off the back of tempo, do still manage to get that Herald for themselves. You know, Team Wales did have to go some resets there. But all things considered, a much, much better showing here to start off game number 2. And BJ wants to keep this ball rolling. Most importantly, Glory picked up 2 of those kills. He's now just snowballed ahead of Nuke. Like, he is dramatically ahead in that mid lane at this point. And Artemis as well, getting a bit of gold influx too.
This is really nice. So both teams have flipped sides of the map, setting up a dive on the top side while plates galore ready on bottom. Now, they can kill this turret. They're going to require like probably 10 autos or something on top of this Herald to bring it down. But now that Lebrov is here, there are options. I just don't think they have the damage to kill Sparta while the turret is still up. So he can squeak on out of that one. Meanwhile, Glory in a lot of trouble. Great ult!
He's knocked back. The flash does dodge away from the flick back. It's a fantastic ult. Adam dives forward, finds the stun. Nuke doesn't have cooldowns as the thread and volley flies in. And Dominus dominates again.
Adam, over and over. When he's on the roams, he always finds the ability to impact the map. That was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, comboed with the Weaver's Wall from Nuke that brought Glory into that direction as well. Really nice stuff.
And I feel like that's 2 kills in a row now. Sparta and then Glory, both of them just not ready for what Adam's bringing to the table. Not ready for the sheer aggression that this player, this patented aggression from Adam.
Yeah, and it all happens, well, I think Team Wales trying to do a little bit too much. They're catching wave top lane, wave bot lane. BJ had started up the Dragon as well, so there wasn't really any coverage on Glory, who thought he was all right. The Weaver's Wall ruins everything, and Shio with the steal in, out, easy as that.
That was stylish, actually. Crowdy with the WQ to burst it down with him. Shio steals the Drake, gets on out of there. It is a Cloud Soul. Not ideal for BDS, but hey, 2 Drakes back-to-back. You're happy with that one?
BDS didn't even end up losing that many turret plates off of it either, so that's 2 gone in the top side. Probably more now that Sparta has no one to stop him here. on that next wave, as he goes for a little proxy to guarantee that he can get just one more. But even bot lane, Artemis only got the 2 solo ones, so that's not going to be too disruptive in terms of the overall gold, especially with BDS now up to 2 Drakes again. This is a team that, LEC, I think, got like 17 Dragons in a row back in the spring split. It was part of their crazy run into playoffs. They always put such a focus on those objectives.
It was bonkers, wasn't it? But I just want to quickly point out as well, we've got 2 Triforces coming on through across the board, and I have to say, it saddens me a little bit that this is the first Worlds where we don't have Freak on the cast. It's the first Worlds in a long time where Triforce is like absolutely meta on a lot of champions. Like, we have so much tons of damage, so many tons of damage. And Freak's not here to talk about it. It's depressing. But Adam has to use the Dominus here. Artemis trying to make the play happen. No flash available for Adam, and Artemis kites it out beautifully. He slays the Kraken.
Okay, Artemis. I don't think Adams thought that was even possible, but Artemis just full-on ran into him and deleted the Renekton. All right, the Kraken Slayer finish off. That's insane damage, and that's the guy we wanted to see show up. He didn't have a chance to play the game back in #1, but now he's just solo killing the enemy top laner? Okay, Team Wales are absolutely in this thing.
They certainly are. Artemis, we heard a lot about him. Showing up now with a beautiful, I mean, a solo kill. How often do you see an AD carry get solo kills at 13 minutes in the game? Often, that's for sure. Fantastic stuff from him. And now, already 1.5 items. He'll be getting close towards that 2nd item as well. And Kais is one of those champions that when you get the ball rolling like this, it can be monstrous. It is a full-on 1v9 champion. It's a hyper carry in the right hands.
Absolutely. I mean, the ability to choose to dive into the enemy backline when you see an angle that your teammates have opened up for you, or just hit frontline, make use of the passive. Just a really good spot to be in.
MasterCard lane economy snapshot showing that Adam has once again found himself that pretty huge advantage. However, consistently across the rest of the board, it is Team Wales that are ahead. Like, there is every single egg is currently in Adam's basket in terms of those lane leads. Crownie, though, you know, does have that kill for himself, is building up gold himself, just not quite at the same pace that Artemis is.
I like what Team Wales have done. Actually, some of the wards they have. Oh my, Lebrov!
The flash forwards on the Braum, and instant teleports coming on through. Lebrov needs to get over to his teammates, but Sparta can't really threaten him too much. Crownie has been found and forced to flash. BJ once more gets underneath the turret.
Yeah, important flash there. If he gets tagged by the Kai'Sa W, Artemis is flying in, no hesitation. So he survives there. Good chip damage down onto the turret, but that's what I was saying. Team Wales, they had good vision inside of the enemy jungle. It's now disappeared, but playing very nicely around while all the chaos is going down bot side. Crowning's probably looking at bot lane to set up a true shot barrage. It's exactly when BJ's jumping on him, forcing all the summoners out. So the bot lane from BDS, no summoners remaining. And there's a dragon fight in 1.5 minutes. The only flash that's gone from Team Wales is BJ's. This is the golden opportunity to set up for a fight. As a matter of fact, Nuke doesn't even have the first item finished. Sure, that's going to be done in time for the Drake, you would imagine, but he's going to have to find an opening to get a reset. If he doesn't have the gold off of this wave, things will get really challenging for him to find it.
Well, it's going to be a tough situation if you can't.
I honestly think BDS with 2 Drake, they might just give this dragon. I don't think items-wise they're in a good position to fight, and they could trade it for the Rift Herald that's going to be spawning in 15 seconds unless Team Wales decide to fight them here, and then things might get out of control for BDS.
It's one of those things where I feel like it's kind of a risky fight if you go for it, just with how strong Artemis is right now, and the fact that you don't have that mythic in your mid lane.
Yeah, and neither top laner has teleport either, so I don't think BDS can start this up. Sparta, check out your minimap, had Prio in bot side, so he moves up into mid lane first. This is a very different game. Team Wales with full control over the map. They're going to be able to maybe take both objectives because of the desync on the spawns. Maybe just set up for a pick if Shio tries to step in. Shio is on a ward right now, and it's good he realizes this because that was almost deadly.
It's great to see this kind of play coming out from Team Wales, though. Not just like, hey, we're kind of ahead in our carries right now, let's force a fight, but like, let's leverage that advantage, let's take control of the game. And like, this cool, calm, collected gameplay, after game #1, it's great to see them able to fully mentally reset, come into game 2 looking strong.
Now they set up a potential dive. Yeah, Nuke can't step up here with the Rift Herald going down. Turret's gonna fall. Adam is still pushing in bot side. So BDS had control over bot side river, now have to react to the Herald in mid. Poke attempt to shield gets chunked.
Shio dashes out, does get himself out alive, but hey, Second charge acquired. Adam, in the meantime, is trying to get some gold for himself, trying to find that advantage. It's a TP. Is channeled by Glory. Adam is just sticking around. He really wants this tower. Okay, slice and dice out. But hey, squeezing every bit of value out of his position as he can.
But look at this. Team Wales have given up control over the bot river. Now BDS are the ones walking in. They've got the wall going down. Glory can't get out.
Oh, Glory knocked back once again. These walls have been fabulous from Nuke. And he takes them down. That's Glory out of the picture. I think that was a shutdown, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Drake up. Crownie already starting that one off. And BDS, we've just been saying how Team Wales are in a great spot. And suddenly, BDS, they find themselves the Drake.
That is a huge blunder from Team Wales. I mean, first of all, Glory has flash there. Unless it was 1 second off. Like, he could have gotten away from the Weaver's wall. But on top of that, deciding to play for the Herald in mid and steal enemy Wolves instead of setting up in the bot river gives BDS the third Drake of the game. It allows Adam to get that mega push, and then BDS set up the pick inside the jungle because they just walked in and cleared everything away. That's a massive error from Team Wales. They're still ahead ever so slightly, but now it is go, go, go here with BDS on Soul Point.
Yeah, Wales ahead in gold, but BDS slightly ahead in our win probability there, powered by AWS. They're feeling pretty good in terms of, you know, stacking these Drakes, in terms of the way that the kind of macro matchup has been going.
Yeah, and also the items were massively favoring Team Wales. I didn't quite catch if Nuke had gotten the reset off to finish off the mage item, but I felt like it was dire. Okay, the follow Artemis!
That's a lot of CC, and that's a lot of damage. BJ grabbing a kill onto Crownie. Even Ezreal can't survive that kind of onslaught.
All right, PA, that was gnarly. And they just get mid-tier too. The Herald that went down chunked this turret out easily enough.
I feel like we literally just criticized Team Wales for like mispositioning, getting caught out, and then literally the opposite exactly.
Yeah,
happened.
that's the thing though, is that Team Wales have been playing sort of like a lot of these micro skirmishes very nicely, looking for picks. They've had great vision, all this stuff. The error previously was a larger macro error, in my opinion. Here we have it though, nice little bump. I mean, that is just gorgeous from Nuke.
Absolutely fantastic wall to set up the play. That's twice now that he's got the knockback with the wall as well. But then Crownie trying to go for a recall. He was just spotted on that ward, and there we go. A little slow in the reaction to seeing that ward, and everyone just flies in from across the map. And I feel like this game too, so much closer, and rightly so, because this is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. We were all hoping this was going to be a bit of a banger. We were all hoping to see that VCS spirit coming through from Team Wales, and I feel like we're really seeing it in Game 2.
It is here in Game 2. Artemis has the Navori Quick Blades finish as well. He is doing some serious damage. Team Wales continue to play this pick style, fly at you, burst and get out. It's going to go very, very nicely for them. Right now, though, BDS, look at the investment in terms of control wards on this bot side, or bot side. We're on the top side of the map, aren't we? Yeah, that's where Baron spawns. Okay, on the top side of the map.
Unless we're playing Wild Rift, it's flipped sometimes.
Nice Weaver's Wall just to push them back off the tower, so Artemis can't step up and hit the minions there. So that means free tower in the mid lane. Really good use of the ultimate just to guarantee that one. Although Wales could look for a fight.
Might try and find a way in. Honestly, though, Nuke, his Weaver's Walls have been fantastic this game. Like, I feel like Talia's one of these champions you often see in pro play, and the Weaver's Walls are often the thing that decides whether or not you're a good Talia or a great Talia. And I feel like, so far, Nuke having a fantastic job on those walls in the fight. Smarter, almost getting stunned up there, will walk away with his life. As we just got a straight-up A-ramp.
I love it. I feel right at home. That's my preferred method of League of Legends. Just all random, all mid, have a good time. Team Wales, though,
the Shy's preferred method of League of Legends. That's how he practices famously.
Look, and me and the Shy, we go way back. Kate or who? No. Me and Shy, I'm the #1 fan. We both play around.
Smoke the whole pack, as they say. BJ,
that's what they say these days. Oh my. Shio's in an interesting position. No one's really here to follow up off of him, but
nobody spotted him either.
Yeah. I wonder, there's a world where they could start 3-hitting on Baron, on Vision, and she was just in the jungle.
Let's hold that thought, because Adam has been caught out. He stepped way too far up, or as the Artemis almost going down there, but still finds the kill. That's twice now that Artemis gets a pick onto Adam in the side lane. BJ stepping in. He's not been spotted just yet. Still hiding away in the brush. BJ now spotted. Labrov is here. The CC is there, but So is BJ managing to get over the wall with the ultimate.
Yeah, I think BDS got lost in the sauce there a little bit. Mainly Adam just overextending on the bot side of the map was probably 10-15 seconds ahead of the play, because realistically, with that flank spot from Shio, you just want to start Baron, pull the players into that choke that BA is standing in, and then all of a sudden Shio's hitting 4 people with the ultimate. Like I talked about in draft, the Rel ult plus the Talia double is an insane combination. But because Adam gets overextended caught earlier, they can't start the Baron, and also going on to BJ, he's just too slippery.
We saw what True Shot Barrage can do to 4 people earlier on with no items. Yeah. Now we've got 2 items on Crowdy. If you can get them stacked up like that, it's perfect.
That's nice. I'll raise you though. 3 items Runon's Hurricane on Artemis, and this isn't any of that nonsensical double lethality Kai'Sa in the bot side. No, this is a tank killer build right here. The front line, you have 3 melees, they're gonna be on top of each other. Runon's bolts hitting everybody.
BDS, they kind of need to get a bit creative on how they're going to approach these fights now, as Soul has just spawned onto the map. Labrov could be caught, does get stunned, but will walk away with his life, still leaning towards that Baron for BDS. But at this point, they could, I mean, Team Wales maybe could just send someone to solo the Drake while Baron is contested.
It's a tough spot, though, because Team Wales are sacking side lanes because they need prio and mid to contest the objectives. BDS are under not the same pressure, right? They're the ones on Soul Point. They can give this Drake and trade it for a top lane turret, for pressure on the inhib to start hitting onto the Baron. If they start hitting Baron now, similar to the last fight, where Shio had the flank, Adam can run down through that topside jungle and have a really good pinch. I think that's what BDS are going to look for.
Baron kicked off here, and it could be dangerous for Team Wales. They've got to come contest.
No blue
got
trinkets.
To get vision. There we go. Blue trinket just used the last one, so they know it started at very least. BJ wants to move in. Labrov on the front line as Nuke. He's waiting to get that perfect Weaver's Wall. He wants to split the team up, and he'll be able to do so. 3v5 with the pick right here, but BJ trying to get involved. Sparta separates himself from the team as the pullback onto Shio. Looking good for Wales so far, but a trade 1-for-1. Huge. And now the knockdown comes through. BJ obliterates, and Artemis is here to clean things up. A triple already as Nuke left alone and will be taken down. The Void Seeker won't find its target, but BJ will. The VCS is here to play.
BJ shows up in a big way. That man just tears them apart. Look at this, the Weaver's Wall barely misses Glory. That would have ended the fight right there if they could jump on. But between the scatter, the weak, and then eyes on BJ here. They burst the front line. BJ transforms into the Rel, and then look at that. The triple stun off the Q, the knock-up jumping on in there, and then just picking up player after player. Ezreal extends forward to get that damage down, can re-transform back in. That is a phenomenal fight from BJ to lead.
I mean, the combo of the the Rel crash down into the Viego ult on 3 people. It's like the amount of damage, the amount of value he got out of that ult combo right there. BJ taking over the fight, and now 4,000 gold lead in favor of Team Wales. They finally, it feels like, have control. It's been a long time since it felt like they were in control of this game.
Already 2,000 up with Red Bull Baron power play. Team Wales full control over the map. They also stalled out the Soul from happening from BDS. With the pressure of the Baron, surely they can stop it a second time as well. Adam just hunts down a control ward. That's all he can fight at the moment. He has been thoroughly tamed in this game.
He certainly has. Feels like Team Wales figured out how to play around him a little bit. Then it was needed. It was absolutely needed, but great flexibility from this team, right? To be able to come into game number 2, completely change the way that they're approaching this game and succeed. Shio is taking an absolute beating from this poke.
It is brutal. And now, like, the amount of damage Artemis does, as long as his front line keeps players in front of him that he can free hit, there is no chance BDS can lose a team fight. Here we go.
He comes in, Nuke's arriving as well. Adam will be on the scene, and he dives straight onto Artemis. Oh, Zonyas comes out on 1 HP. Can Artemis survive this one? He flashes into the rest of the team. Sparta sacrificing himself to get his team out of dodge. Artemis, I have no idea how he lived that.
That is ridiculous. The stopwatch saves his life, flashes on out of there. That's a 700 gold shutdown on top of the kill gold you would have gotten there. And if that had gone into the hands of Crowning or Nuke, BDS might have been able to fight back, but Sparta does exactly what you say, sacrifices himself. And now they're back in the thick of things. Glory TP's in.
Could be in trouble for now as Xiao trying to escape as well. Drake not up for another minute and a half, so BDS will be able to get away. I think Glory wanting to find more out of that TP.
They still want it. They have full vision of the jungle. BJ's on a warpath right now.
It is, but he's also kind of lonely on that warpath. The rest of the team not really close enough to follow up, just takes a good chunk. Has to back away.
Still, though, I mean, this Baron play didn't really amount to much of anything. They were up 1,800 off of the team fight. Now have lost 700 because Crowny's just been free farming on the top side. Team Wales went a little bit of hunting, and the great teleport Weaver's Wall play here from BDS just saves this Baron play. It neutralizes it entirely. Adam with great flash forward. The damage is barely not connecting. And then, oh yeah, Sparta, what a save, man.
Glory as well. Scatter the weak onto Adam that pushes him away. One more auto would have done the trick. Glory literally saving his AD
I literally
carry.
couldn't see the Syndra orbs underneath all of the particles. I don't think BDS saw them either.
I'm not even sure if it was a stun or if it literally just pushed Adam away, like far enough away that the auto attack couldn't come through. It doesn't really matter. What matters is he saved the day, he kept Artemis alive, and he kept Team Wales with their advantage.
Two big objectives coming up. 30 seconds on Drake. I don't think BDS can fight that. Look at the vision. Team Wales have full control. BDS are going to flip the map and play for topside pressure. Maybe they could even hit that inhibitor tower, get some pressure in there. They also are going to put down deep vision inside the enemy jungle with just 2 minutes ahead of the Baron buff. It's very important that they're in a good position to fight for that. Last time, kind of threw around there. Team Wales won a fantastic fight. BDS can't let it happen again.
Now, this time around, BDS don't have the opportunity to leverage the Drake pressure, right? They're just going to go for some resets here. Accept the Team Wales, get a second Cloud Drake for themselves. And we kind of reset to 0 for a little bit here, where we've got a bit of a gold lead, but the Drake lead is kind of diminished at this point. We've got 2 minutes until Baron, and we're getting to the point where all of the carries are starting to get multiple items. All of the carries are starting to get to like that late game team fight stage.
Right now it's a sprint for big items. Can you get them in 90 seconds? Can we even get Sparta here? He's going to be running, but that's a Weaver's Wall.
Flash is available. I don't know if he'll be able to get over there. Does dodge. Oh, nice little flash. Gets creative, but he's dashed into 5 players, so a little unfortunate.
It's not worth... Oh, he actually did use the flash. I was going to say it's not worth using the flash. You can respawn, have that for the Baron fight. But yeah, I was going to say big items. Gargoyle, Stoneplate, finish off. Can BJ get a Guardian Angel? That would be large. Tsurulda's Grudge just completed for Crowny, so that's going to be big. And Nuka's working towards his third. At the same time, Artemis is so far ahead of the curve and has just been sitting on 3.5 items for a long time. So if he gets a reset off in the next few seconds, that could be yet another big purchase on top of the red buff that's up for grabs.
Yeah, Crowny with that Tiamat as well, so his wave clear will be that much better too. And our eyes move towards this Baron area, right? 40 seconds until it comes up.
Yeah,
BDS currently in the area looking for vision.
It's just a GA full from Artemis, so that's a thing you have to worry about. 2 stopwatches on Team Wales as well. So all of the active effects are in favor of Team Wales. That's where we have to check in on flashes. No flash on Adam, no flash on Sparta. Artemis's flash is going to be coming back right around the time that Baron spawns. So Team Wales not in too bad of a position here, as long as Artemis can get that flash back online.
Luckily for BDS, Adam's flash is like synced up with Artemis because he literally flashed on Artemis in the last fight, causing Artemis to flash. So, good little flick back on BJ. Looking out with his life though. Shio once again trying to get cheeky with it, but spotted in Pixel Brush. They'll clear that ward, and BDS maintain vision control. But Team Wales fighting for this mid prio. It feels tense here, Ender.
It absolutely does. Team Wales just want to stall for about 30 more seconds so that Kaisa Flash can get back online. Take mid-prio. Look at the wards. They have wards on the blue buff, on the wolves, on everything. They can see the approach from BDS, and that makes it so hard for Shio to accomplish anything. If Shio's going to find a big ult, it needs to come off of a flank or off of the Weaver's Wall setup. That's what Nuke is looking for. Check out his positioning in top lane. He's looking for an angle where he can pinch Team Wales in river, potentially.
If he can find that angle, but so far Team Wales have been disciplined. They've been working together, but they've been staying as a group.
There's no rush.
And remember, BCS not managing to get a win so far in the tournament. Team Wales, this is not just about them staying in this best of 3. This is about getting VCS as a region on the board here at Worlds.
I think Nuke has a purchase here. He just went for the reset. Let's check it out. No, just another needlessly large rod. No Rabadons coming online just yet.
I mean, as far as tier 1 items go, that's still pretty big.
That's not bad. You're right. You're right.
But it's no death cap, is it? It's no death cap. He would love to finish that big damage item off, but I will say a lot of the value Nuke's been bringing so far this game has been the Weaver's Wall. You see the gold difference still. I mean, it's been in favor of Team Wales for basically half, if not more, of this game at this point.
It's been so close though, right? Team Wales just been holding on to that 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead for a long, long time, not letting it slip, but not turning it into much else either. BDS did a really good job of stopping the last Baron with a good team fight, but here we go. Team Wales want to fight. Artemis needs to be able to hit targets. If he can, I don't think BDS can stop him.
They're just going to burn through this one. Oh, True Shot Barrage does it go for it! Oh, it couldn't have been closer. But the smite is there for BJ. The smite is good. And BDS, they just get the Baron taken off of them like candy from a baby.
Highway robbery. Okay. Easy Baron, easy reset, all good. 1 minute on the Drake. I guess that's where BDS are going to draw the line. But can you actually do that against the Baron pressure in mid and in bot lane? It's not going to be so simple for them. Crowny stealing away the blue is a very nice pickup, and I actually think BDS just want a full wait for their next items, right? They need Hydra on Crowny, they want the Rabadons on Nuke, because their damage is kind of lacking. They have a ton of upfront burst damage, but when you compare a Talian and Ezreal to just free-firing auto attacks from that Kai'Sa, it is just not going to be close.
Adam trying to clear the wave here, but BJ charging on forwards, and nobody's here. It's only Adam on the tower.
Guys?
This might just be an inhib tower taken. Great hook onto Adam, forces him away, and the inhib tower is just... I feel like there's 2 objectives in a row where Team Wales just kind of waltz in and take it.
The BDS are just waving the flag right now. I don't really know. They did just get the Rabadon, so I think the initial read is right, but they're not going to be able to fight for this dragon. That's going to mean Team Wales, after losing the first 3 Drakes of the game, are on soul point, and that's 3 uncontested souls. Now, yes, that is the buffer room you give yourself when you go for the 6.5-minute Drake every game. Shio loves to do that. But now, so much more on the line for them as they've pretty freely given away 2 Barons now. Yes, they've traded it for a lot inside the enemy jungle. Sort of checking out levels right now. It's pretty even across the board, just 2-level lead for BJ, who now has the Guardian Angel finished off as well.
And, I mean, the Baron power play, a surprisingly small amount of gold coming out of that one, 450.
Just like
so
last
far
time, actually.
On the Red Bull Baron power play. And I have to say, you know, 2 Barons now, still no inhibitor taken for Team Wales. Kind of like we do need a little bit more throughput on getting these neutral objectives and using that Baron buff to buy more space on the map. Speaking of space on the map, they might have just found some in the form of a dead Adam here. Shield comes on through. Can they chase it out? Killer Instinct underneath the tower, and Artemis dives Adam once again. And we found the answer to Adam. It is Artemis.
It's Artemis, and B has found so many of these picks as well. They are absolutely on a roll. You're questioning, how do they make use of this Baron? They've got 25 more seconds. That bot inhib is in a lot of trouble. They can tank up here. They got the cannon behind them. This might just be 2 inhibs off of 1 pick onto Adam.
Fantastic moment for Team Wales, for the VCS in general. As they charge on forward. Sparta fighting the fight. The hook comes out from Bia as well. Sparta's the one to go down, and actually they didn't get any kills just yet. Shio there, but down goes Nuke. Glory finding his pick. Crowny still full HP right now. True Shot Barrage blocked by the shield as Artemis has to flash out of the play. BJ dives in, low on HP. GA will be Crowny's and Crowny is still going strong. Crowny wants to keep himself in this game, diving forwards, but he doesn't have the damage to finish kills. TP's coming on in. Nuke, Adam, both available, but Nuke not currently alive as Artemis is in trouble. Diving on in, the Croc is there, but they can't find the kills. Everyone 100 HP between the goalposts. Oh, it's disaster as Bia trying to escape now, being chased down. The scan, the wick, and the hook on the wall. How the hell did they get away with that?
Glory just disrespected BDS again and again and again. BDS are the weak, and he pushes them back. He doesn't care, man. Team Wales, they just wanted to end the game. Look at Sparta. What a play from him. Double scat of the week. The damage is coming in. And while Glory flashes in to finish off Nuke, it was not a simple fight. Crowny is doing so much poke, but the way that Team Wales are playing in and out around the Ezreal, no one's ever in threat of dying. BJ out of the fight, then enters off of the GA. They did get double GA pops.
but Crownie just can't finish off a kill. BJ walks in to tank for Artemis. They're just dancing together. And then here's Scat of the Week #1. All right, Adam jumps on in here, gets into the middle of everything. Glory saves it to hit 2 players. Then Artemis dodges away from the True Shot Rush. That's gorgeous. Here's another Scat of the Week. BA surely dies here, but that play stops Adam from getting the slice and dice through the minion wave that would have gotten the kill.
It's so insane. Glory just denying everything. Even before the big ones we saw onto Adam, he actually got a Scat of the Week onto Crownie that denied him following up onto the stun on Art. So it's like there was even more of them. And I mean, the win probability powered by AWS looking pretty good right now for Team Wales. It's slightly less than it was when they took that inhib and looked like they were going to win the game. But still looking good for both Team Wales and for the VCS.
This next fight is about to go stupid. It's about to go crazy, man. We got 40 seconds on the Baron. BDS gave it last time. They're not going to let that happen again. And nobody has summoners. There's not a flash on the Rift. No one's going to have it up in time either. So it's time to look.
Oh, the knockback onto Adam. He's pulled into the enemy team. He's got a bit of sustain, though. Walks away with his life for now. And Lebrov not so lucky. Artemis charges in for a second. Crownie jumping forwards, but that might have been a mistake as he's shut down. Shio is there. They know it's over. Artemis, we were told that this man can carry games, and my God, what a performance on Kai'Sa.
Team Wales got tired of waiting around, and Nuke got tired of playing the game, man. Just full-on sends it in. I guess he was trying to snipe the minion wave, but that is it. Team Wales bounce back. They play an honest game of League of Legends. None of that Darius nonsense in the top lane, and it's Artemis who destroys BDS.
Team Wales coming in looking huge, looking like the biggest mammal on the planet right here. 1-1 in the series now, and I think a lot of people at home will have counted Wales out of the series, right? Even before the series started, I think most people around the world were anticipating BDS being the favorite. Then game #1 is an absolute stomp. And I think at that point, the hope for the VCS had just about died out. But Team Wales answer back. Artemis, what a game on this, Kai'Sa. The whole squad, fantastic stuff.
It was such a hard-fought game, too. It wasn't a crushing performance. They neutralized Adam early on. That was nice. But it was really that Baron team fight where BJ got the transform into the Rel, lined up everyone, and Artemis is just boom, 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 just blasting them away. That was a gorgeous fight. And from there, Artemis and Glory with the Syndra performance just took over.
I've got to say, for me as well, like one of the biggest moments in the game was when Artemis just took Adam on in a 1v1. Just basically said, right, look, Adam, you may be ahead, but I'm even more ahead. Just takes him down. Phenomenal stuff from Artemis, from Team Wales, and it means we're going at 3 games. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll be right back with the decider.
Blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I had a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god. Here I am, stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh, that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughter in the sheep. The blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. Nah. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughter in the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the leg. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughter in the sheep. And they slaughter in the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. Y'all tryna eat. I'm tryna feast. They know I'm below bill. Me when I'm nice, see what you get when I'm untamed. In reality on tape, I'm the same. Terry got the mic, the touch, I keep that Range Rover for my mama. Roger that my mama told me don't you cry over no spill meal. Yummy 8-8, tryna mac kiss meal. Shout out to the homies that be keeping it real. Who that look like they look all my friends left me last year. I drove all the way here, we out here for a feast. What's your play?
Nautilus could be around.
Good base now.
Yep. Okay, nice.
NT.
I'm coming.
I'm basing. Let's match. What's it?
Nice.
Looking good for Wales so far, but the trade 1-for-1. And now the knockdown comes through. Bean J obliterates, and Artemis is here to clean things up. No one's going to have it up in time either, so it's time to look. All the knockback onto Adam. He's pulled into the enemy team. He's got a bit of sustain though. Walks away with his life for now. Rock not so lucky. Artemis charges in for a second. Crowley jumping forwards, but that might have been a mistake as he's shut down.
Team Wales take down Team BDS to even out the series at 1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, we have a series on our hands. And I'm going to dive straight into some of the more exciting plays that we saw in game number 2. Starting with Artemis, a player that, Mark, you specifically called out as one of the danger players here for Team Wales. We got a little bit of a reel, so let's talk about how and why this new look Ezreal took down the old Ezreal.
Yeah, this definitely doesn't play like Ezreal if you look at the two champions this game. I was really hyped on Artemis because mechanically he's very, very good. Decision making, sometimes you can debate it. I think especially the front line, the top side, was one of the things we were critical of potentially. That's what went wrong in game 1. This time around, much more stable top side. They were able to scale until the point where Kai'Sa could start making plays, and he was really, really good at finding his opportunities to go in and continue to spoon feed himself a lot of these kills.
Oh, absolutely, and he made the most of his moments, but I also think like you play into the Ezreal, right? So it's not like BDS was trying to put a lot of pressure on the bot side. They quite clearly wanted to just feed off of Adam's pressure, and that made it a very difficult thing when Adam then died to Artemis, and Artemis started taking over the game. Didn't die a single time, 90% kill participation. Ooh. The team was rallying around him, playing around him, and making decisions around him. Artemis basically was this entire game, and he completely gapped Crowny in it.
Beautiful play, not only from Artemis, but this time around on the Renekton, Adam didn't have the early game impact from the top lane. So, with that being neutralized, we saw Glory slowly pulling a little further ahead. Glory's one of the players that Gulborg was hyping up and looking at as one of the potential dangers, and his Syndra signature pick manages to have an impact.
Yeah, I mean, not so much his signature in the essence of most played, but still a champion he's very good at playing. And
impactful
I think that,
pick, rather.
Yeah, exactly. And he had a very good laning phase, super solid. He got leads again. But I also have to be a bit more critical on Nuke and Shio in this game specifically, because I do think that Nuke made a lot of bad decisions. I do think that it was not necessarily gifted over, but Glory was outperforming him here. But I also think that Shio in the setups for example, Riptide, when we're looking into the fights, even when Adam gets a kill, they still start a preemptive fight. They start dying when they have priority that they can play around. And you can see it here in this bird's eye view. Adam is pushing Sparta in. Adam is making sure that they get priority. You have Nuke and Crowny making up, so you're making a conscious decision of getting your entire team up here for this Rift Hell fight. The best you can do right now is let Adam do his thing and then rally together. But Gio's kind of hovering in a place where they don't have mid lane priority, where there's no vision, and you can see they just move in and straight up will just engage him in a moment. He's feeling overconfident because Adam's getting a kills, but Crowny's in mid lane, Nuke's in mid lane. It's so easy for them to turn on Gio right here. They have Syndra, they have Nautilus. If you're a bit more patient with this prey, it becomes so much easier to navigate, but they just pulled the trigger too early, and once Adam finally joins the fight, it's too late. It's just better team play for Team Wales in general.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see them be able to jump on that, but like you said, it's all predicated off the fact that Gio had way too far up the river. There's no reason for him to be face checking effectively these double pink wars down there, and I think if you told me that we're going to get one series to go to the 3 games.
Yep.
This would have been my last one predicted, I think. The fact that GAM lost to Loud and now you have BDS going to the full series versus the second seed Team Wales, it's very strange. And
I want to build on that in a second. Because I also think, keep in mind that both of these teams, it is their first World Championship appearance, for instance, international appearance as a team, as a squad, right? I'll dive into the extrapolation of that in a moment. Let's quickly round out this game with the Baron fight. 24 minutes, BNJ, his Viego pops off. And I think part of the reason I also want to highlight this is just looking at the impact that BNJ was able to have this time around versus game 1.
I have to be critical of this wall from Nuke as well, because straight up sailing into a fight like this is completely blowing it apart. You build a priority in the beginning, you had the first move, you can play around the wall in terms of splitting the enemy team apart. Instead, you just fully send yourself in there, and yes, BNJ, absolutely beautiful performance in this fight when he possesses the rail and takes over the team fight, but it's still BDS really clawing themselves in there in a bad spot. And as soon as this happened, I mean, it's all Team Wales. Despite how close the game still was, some of the base races, or not base race, but the base defense later, this was still a game that Team Wales should win and will win and did win.
Yeah, really impressive to see them kind of have to win in the mid to late game portions, because I feel like it's a lot of the times where people get critical of some of the minor regions play, but the fact that they were able to have really good objective control to force BDS off of so many free objectives. They had 3 dragons for BDS, and then they never got another look at one. The Barons were taken for free. They grabbed a ton of new towers as well for free, so that was a really impressive level of control that you usually don't see.
From 20 to 24 minutes, I still lived under the Hopium banner that BDS could pull it back. I didn't fully. After that Baron fight we just watched, I then knew we were going to game 3. I felt it intrinsically. You can see from the way they're playing. Mark, I want to come back to what you were saying, but I want the play-ins bracket to be pulled up as well, because obviously it's sitting at 1-1. For these two teams that are competing, their first World Championship, we need to find out who will be advancing to face off against Flying Oysters and who will be dropping down to face Detonation Focus Me. Coming into the day, I was 100% aligned. This was going to be a 2-0, maybe the first series, maybe, right? But after what we've seen, now you start to go, the pressure's on, right? I think that was a clean win in Game 2 from Team Wales, and I'm nervous here.
Yeah, I mean, even throwing in the World Qualifying Series, this is the first time that a series has actually had a different winner. Everything else has been sweeps the whole way through. Golden Guardians got absolutely decimated by BDS, and so see Wales as the first team to really throw a counterpunch is really, really impressive.
And for the sake of VCS, I'm really hoping that they can ride this momentum going into the next game, and this is also going to be a test for BDS at the same time. We hadn't seen them lose yet. When BDS rode their high in spring when they were performing so well, everything collapsed as soon as they lost one game against Mad Lions in the finals. They kind of tilted off the face of the earth and couldn't come back in the series. I'm wondering what that looks like now. This is where you want to see the improvement of a team that's almost had half a year since then to this point in time now. And they are in, this is realistically a game that they need to win to qualify to the Swiss stage. Last time they lost to Mad Lions, they lost out on MSI. So it's a very important game.
You do still have the lower bracket, right? But it's more, I think, in terms of what the expectations are, the performance.
Absolutely.
And there's way more pressure on Team BDS, in my opinion, coming into this game, especially what we've heard from the players already. BDS selected red side. You can see them sitting down, so we are going to be getting it for picks and bans shortly. But I mean, Mark, put yourself in their heads. Like, what would you anticipate from this as kind of the neutral party here?
Well, I think they played 2 games of blue side so far, so the fact that they're going to red side, to me, seems like they're saying we want to give Adam a little bit more options in how he wants to counterpick potentially, because I don't think it seems like the mid lane counterpicks are going to be all that important. It seems like Crowny is mostly going to be playing control mages, and the most you're going to get is a slightly advantageous control mage matchup.
Here's what I think is going to happen. I think there's no way Crowny's coming out of this game and saying I want to play another Ezreal into Kai'Sa game. Give me something I can actually play the game in and then actually give him a champion.
One of the carries.
I think at the same time as well, you just give Nuke one of the Syndra, Sears, and Orianna. The trifecta that's worked so well for him, that is literally meta right now that you should be playing as well. And I understand, Leah, if you have good setup with it that you can play around it, but when you can't snowball it, and when you fall behind like this, it doesn't offer as much as any other control mage that can still scale fine into the game and find that hyper shockwave
very
scatter.
quick. I love the idea of getting scaling advantage for BDS. That's what they're great at this whole time. And the last game, it was actually Team Wales who had the scaling advantage as the game went on and on.
I want a yes or no. This is the Neo broadcast. We're covering Team BDS. Do you believe they will win Game 3?
No!
Do you believe
Screw
they'll win
BDS.
Game 3?
They beat Golden Guardians.
Well, screw Maxi. BDS will win.
You've heard the yeses and nos from the analyst desk. We're going to head over to the casters to round out Game 3 in the series.
Thanks very much, guys. I love the straight up hate coming out from Mark.
I think our analysts are really focused on the analysis, and there's no feelings involved.
Definitely.
No hurt feelings, definitely.
I feel like Mark is channeling the entire NA fan base right now in wishing the downfall.
He's
of
doing
BDS.
more damage to BDS than GG ever could.
Well, that's true and brutal from a fellow American as well. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt.
I flip-flop. Look, the second I go back to NA, it's just like spouting out all the praise, and it's wherever I am, you know.
Yeah. You're a flip-flopper. That's the name of it.
That's
but
me.
I will say they are comfortable when you're at the beach. BDS versus Team Wales here. Team Wales coming back in game number 2. Fantastic in the late game. Our analyst desk saying they want a bit more scaling from BDS, and I can see where they're coming from there.
I hear
It
that.
does feel like the early game is pretty favored towards BDS so far, regardless in both games. So if you can have a little bit more scaling, like then you can contest what Team Wales were succeeding in game number 2.
And I think if we hone in on the draft, because like the desk was talking about, BDS did choose red side for the first time this series. I think it is bot lane priority that skyrockets for them. Like last game, they went for the first pick Renekton. I think we're going to be seeing like the Kai'Sa, maybe a first rotation over from them on red side, which is something Team Wales have to be considering themselves.
Happy birthday, dude in the crowd.
Feels birthday, man.
Let's have some happy birthdays in the chat for person in crowd.
Is it your birthday? Can you actually ask for Adam Olaf if it's not your birthday? Because like I see other signs that are asking for all these things. I feel like come on, we can't deliver on all of those, right?
I just love how many signs Adam gets. Like, you know that you're a player that's building up a decent fan base when everyone in the audience has a sign with your name on it. Like, that's got to feel good for Adam.
I like it. I feel like every player at World should just take this under advisement. Just start picking some crazy champions.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, oh, you know, Nuke instead of Talia, what if you play some Teemo mid lane? I bet there's some signs tomorrow.
I mean, look, that's what Doing B did. I mean,
that's so valid, and then he just wins.
Kind of success. That's what Caps has done a lot of the time. He plays all sorts of wacky stuff. Although less like often. I guess he just plays a lot of stuff as opposed to specific weird stuff.
Plays that Sejuani mid lane. That's another breed right there.
It's the Vayne mid. The Vayne mid is the one for me. With
yeah, the duality of man.
Trust
Either
me, boys.
Sejuani or Vayne mid lane. Okay. That is wild. But yeah, honestly, this is obviously big, important matchup. Lose and you're not necessarily out, but it does drastically reduce your chances here with double elimination in the new World format. But I will say, all things considered, BDS going over to red side, I think this adds that extra wrinkle in terms of bot lane priority, counter pick, maybe being saved for Adam instead of just going for that blind Renekton. Like, come on, let's give us the Darius, let's give us the Olaf, all these things. Yeah. And how many of those bans can he attract from the blue-sided Team Wales?
That's going to be the question. What can he pull off here in the draft? Do we get Adam on a carry once again? Although, I mean, Renekton arguably a carry, but
it's just boring.
It's not Adam's like, I'm going to dominate top lane carry, you know?
Yeah, it's I'm going to win top lane, but I'm not going to make you want to uninstall, you know? Which
instantly.
Is probably more reasonable.
The Maokai from Shield banned away. The Orianna as well that the analyst desk were praying wouldn't be banned away from Nuke is taken off of the board as well. We'll see. And yeah, there we go. The Darius going to be gone as well. So very, very targeted bans here coming out from Team Wales.
Yeah, not too surprising. Actually, the Kai'Sa is what BDS remove. So still I'm expecting maybe some Xayah priority coming in from Crowny, Xayah Rakan, ideas like this, and just like not wanting to engage with that Kai'Sa, which makes Team Wales obviously go, hey, hold on, we're not going to let you get one and we don't get the other. Xayah makes a lot of sense to go ahead and get locked in first here.
I'm curious if this is to set up for the Ezreal for Crowny or if there's some alternate game plan being formed here, because I feel like we're on a patch where actually there are a lot. I was really surprised and a little disappointed that we keep getting Kai'Sa Xayah on this patch. I feel like there are so many viable AD carries, like the Ezreal we've seen a good chunk of, but like things like Ashe, Jhin even got a buff coming into this patch. So we'll see if we do get more utility AD carries or if it is these hyper carries that dominate for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it is taboo to talk about Ashe with Crowny. So, you know,
well, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, you know what, Jin, yeah, great idea. Absolutely love that.
Well,
no, honestly,
when you need it, man.
I would love to see, like, you're going for like the more utility AD carry route. I feel like Crowny, like historically and earlier this year especially, was so good on like those hyper scaling ADs down on the bot side. So if you wanted to kind of ignore the early game a little bit more and pick something that scales really hard, that could be a good look. And Adam goes through.
I will say, I don't necessarily think that the Renekton was a problem in the previous game. Like,
no, it was
he still solo
actually
killed Sparta. Like, he still had massive pressure in the top side. It's not like Adam wasn't. Adam was definitely winning top. Like, there's no two ways about it.
It just means we're playing regular League of Legends,
exactly,
which is less fun. So and, it opens up, it invites the Cassante, of course.
I'm critical from a I want to see fun stuff perspective as opposed to a this is not good drafting perspective, if that makes sense.
That 100% makes sense. I think that's something we can all get behind. Glory, of course, in the last game was so good on the Syndra that came on through. I think like mid lane priority is obviously taking a very big back step. Jungle as well. Saw this in the first series of the day too. There's a lot of pressure being put on getting your bot lane matchups, getting your top laners in there as well. But this very likely means that BDS are holding on to that counter pick for Nuke in mid lane, making sure he gets something very comfortable. And if it is, I mean, I think the Crowny Ezreal is a good pick for them. It is a little bit tough because the front line already is showing very tanky on the side of Team Wales. Now, I am expecting to see maybe a Viego ban come in this time. That was really strong on BeamJ, although maybe there aren't as powerful transforms for him this time around, so they might let that slip through.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what comes through in the mid lane. Obviously, Analyst Desk kind of criticizing the Talia coming on through, not wanting that again. And I feel like Nuke, he had fantastic Weaver's Walls. His ultimates were fantastic. But the general combos, like, saw a lot of missed Ws, wasn't necessarily able to connect a lot of those combos in crucial moments. So perhaps something a little bit more comfort for Nuke as opposed to that Talia.
Yeah, I'm thinking for BDS, if they can get something that fights front to back a little bit better as opposed to like a hit and run comp. I feel like Ezreal, Talia kind of want to move around in fights. They want a very like flowy team fight where they can make use of the Ezreal jumps, the Q poke, you know, Talia working around on the worked ground as well. It's a little bit tougher to just full-on front-to-back team fight, especially because like Team Wales, like Xayah, that's exactly what she wants to do. Nautilus, exactly what he wants to do. That's exactly how they want to play the game.
I will say, Syndra's up. Glory looked really good on Syndra in the previous game. Why not just take the Syndra away from Glory, deny the pick, and also get yourself a mage that is fantastic at those front-to-back.
Yeah, the question is, do we want to blind mid lane here when all we dropped was the Nico ban? And I don't think that's going to be the way for them. Do we see something like a Jarvan come in for Shio? Okay, yeah, we can root up the Xayah. That might not be terrible. Gives us another like easy form of engage next to the Rakan. But hey, like you say, they do decide to steal away that Glory, and I can't necessarily fault them for it. Now just the gauntlet has been thrown, like what is Glory taking? Because I think there's a lot of room to play harder around mid lane, especially with these junglers that are being hyper. Lee Sin, LeBlanc, that's a power two-piece.
Okay, here we go. BeamJ and Glory basically said, okay, time to play for mid and jungle.
Yep.
The Lee Sin LeBlanc combo, that is power in those two lanes.
And you don't want to lock in the Jarvan after seeing the Lee Sin come in from BeamJ, so I don't know. I feel like Shio's kind of forced to play something that is going to be a little bit more losing in mid. So now this is going to be AP mid and jungle. Will be that Gragas going into the hands of Shio, which is a champion he's been pretty strong on in the past. I do have to give him credit on that front. But I'm wondering how much influence can he actually get from the cast, because the Xayah is really slippery. The LeBlanc, too, might be difficult to hit priority targets, or Shio just has to sit on that ability and rely on Adam or Lebrov to bait out the big cooldowns.
Honestly, when you look across the team from Team Wales, everyone has a way out. Like, you can buffer the Anchor for Nautilus. Like you mentioned, the Xayah, the LeBlanc, they're obvious. Lee Sin can dash to an ally. And even Sparta can literally buffer CC and just dash away. So it feels like, unless it's a really nice combo, unless it's off of the point of someone else's CC, it's going to be tough to land.
Yeah, Merc Tread's also looking very valuable this game, not just because mid-jungle are AP focused, but between the crowd control effects of Rakan, the Renekton, like, those are going to be big purchases, especially for the top side of the map from Team Wales. But this is what it all comes down to for these two teams today. BDS just got handed their first loss since they arrived in Korea after the 3-0. And Team Wales with a chance to take that over the finish line.
See if they can do it. It'd be huge for VCS, especially after GAM Unfortunately losing 0-2 in their series. VCS now with a game on the board and an opportunity to turn it into a series up against essentially what I think a lot of people were considering the absolute favorites of play-ins overall. Like, this is a huge statement game in game number 2, and it could be a statement series for Team Wales if they can finish this one off. BDS now up against it. They've got pressure on their shoulders as the European representative.
And as the European representative coming into the play-in stage, that loss, another loss here, would bring very, very unwanted flashbacks to some of the LEC representatives in the past in the play-in stage.
I don't want to see the Reddit thread. I don't want to see
struggled
it.
a little bit. This is a must-win for BDS.
It certainly is. It certainly is. We'll see if they can finish this one off in style. When they win, though, they dominate a lot of the time. And I feel like this series so far has been kind of reflective of the Golden Guardian series as well, where game number 2, it didn't feel as strong. Like, that was a comeback win in game number 2 against Golden Guardians. Felt like they fell behind a little bit in the early game and had to reach for straws to get back into things. Perhaps game number 3 can feel a little bit stronger for them again, just like it did against Golden Guardians.
I think what we really saw was that neither team, BDS towards the end gave up the fight, but I think like over the first like couple Barons, they did keep things very close. The Baron power play did not end up meaning too much for Team Wales. BDS also had a pretty solid early game. Shio had nice early pathing, and once again, BDS have that early ward. Adam dropped that on in there on his way to lane, so BJ is going to be fully spotted out. And for a guy that loves to look for those level 3 ganks, he has not been able to find those opportunities today because every single game starts with level 1 ward for BDS.
It certainly does. I just want to say as well, isn't it glorious to see Glory in the mid lane with Electrocute and Corrupting Potion instead of a bloody longsword, instead of fleet footwork, none of that stack shiv nonsense. We're back to actually LeBlanc playing like a LeBlanc.
Yay! We did it, team. We got there eventually. I like it, you know? Does mean, of course, no attacks. Not going to be packing a punch. Does mean you have to jump into the entire minion wave to clear it away instead of auto-attacking one time and all of the range creeps are down. It's pretty a big nerf to the champion, to be sure, with some compensation, of course, and into the Syndra matchup. There's a lot of ability to set up for plays around the mid lane, especially with that Lee Sin for B&J. Dude in the jungle just said, hey, played a couple games with Viego, had a fantastic game too, give me the lead. I can take over early, and already we're seeing that. Look, hovering around mid lane instead of doing the bot side camps, but I believe he was seen out on an early ward from BDS.
Glory dodges away from the scout of the week, jumps forwards though, and Shio sees that as an opportunity. The wave is in an awkward spot to get the body slam. Glory with some fancy footwork. He has a little bit of damage back onto them. Did lose a chunk of health though. Does make this lane a little bit tougher.
That was nice. I thought for sure that's just going to be a flash blown there from Glory, but gets on out of there.
He's been looking good in this series, honestly. The laning phases have been really solid. And now a flash forwards onto Crowny. He's going to force the heal out, but that's about all it'll get.
It's nice to see VA feeling a little confident now. Sees the angle to go for, especially just trying to soften up this lane. Get a summoner spell out with B&J on the prowl, then look for the re-engage. Unfortunately, only got the heal. Yeah. Did cost the flash, and does PI actually not have the, don't believe there is,
Hex Flash.
Hex Flash, that's the one. It's a little bit harder to repeat around there, but does have things like the minion dematerializer and the stopwatch for all-ins a little bit later.
Yeah, opting away from the Hex Flash. Surprising to see on a Nautilus, but not unheard of. As Glory actually running all 3 D-mats, just try to clear waves ASAP, get himself reset and get some gold. But a great start to the lane, almost 10 CS lead now at this point. There is a lot of minions there. For Nuke to get farming up, to catch up a little bit, but a good start certainly. As Adam looks to get onto Sparta, but did not.
It's actually interesting because I think the DMAT tech that we were seeing on LeBlanc previously was all to just make it so that your auto attack, the static shiv proc, could full clear the ranged minions. Yeah. I think you need 2 stacks on the melees, but hold that thought because B&J's around the top lane, just making himself known up here.
B&J making sure that Sparta can crash this wave in, might end up going for a reset, but Adam perhaps try and hold this one for now. Looks like he will get underneath the tower, but no, good positioning from Adam to try and contest it. Sparta realizes he has to stay, he has to keep pushing that one, and then Adam clears the wave.
Look at BA off the reset, runs to the top river. Potential angle into nuke, but at best you're trying to get a flash there, and he doesn't have the flash to combo. Now she up into top lane. Sparta's really been trading aggressively here. Adam has the stun.
Stun available. Sparta gets the knockback at the same time, but Sparta forced the flash away there. Shio burning the flash in the top side. BA is here. They could try and find something here. It depends on the recalls, the timing from Shio. Sorry. But no, they'll not pull the trigger in the end. I've got to say, this feels like a nervous game from both teams. This feels like a little bit like tiptoeing around each other. We've had an absolute slobber knocker over game number 2. Now in game number 3, we're taking it easy to start things off.
It's like everyone's kind of looking for an angle though, right? You have like the roams into mid from the supports, then into top. Like BA is just not even laning at this point in the game. Rob just putting down some early vision.
It's a very different vibe in the early game to what we saw in our first game of the day, where they're
you want some
literally
action?
diving between
I'll give you
tier
some
2s.
action.
Artemis takes a chunk. Shio's moved down to the bottom side, but Nuke is here as well. BA just gets onto the tower. Scatter the Weak won't find its mark. And, I mean, the attempt is there. I like the idea, but, I mean, this is the thing we were talking about. Everyone on this team is so slippery.
This time around, actually, Shio can't really start up the Dragon. It's actually a little bit tougher on the Gragas, especially because this is going to be Shio going for the one-pop build. So it's first strike, got a little bit of equity, went for that topside gank. It's just going to be building full AP.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think of Gragas as like this tank character that's going to set... No. Shio's going to one-shot people.
Yeah,
Shio's going to do a lot of damage.
There's going to be at least once this game, unless BDS just kind of stop playing like they did towards the end of game 2, where Nuke is just going to press R, and then Shio's going to press R, and someone will be dead, quite simply. Or Crowny throws the ultimate in. There's so much burst on this BDS team, but it means they have to navigate the team fights pretty carefully, I would say, because it's very easy to overcommit in, especially on that AP Gragas. And then you're just getting insta-popped by, you know, the feathers rooting you down, the Nautilus. It gets very annoying.
So let's talk about the next couple of minutes of the game, right? Because we've got Herald coming up in about 40 seconds time.
175.
Oh, what a prediction! And the Featherstorm is there as well. The flash for the root. Artemis and BA take a bow. That was glorious.
Oh my God! What did BA just do to the man? The absolute read on the hook. Crowny jumps straight into it. Some nice feather play with the ultimate from Artemis as well. I mean, look, it was getting a little quiet for a second. You wanted to talk about the next few minutes. Nah, Artemis and BA are taking over. And they did the exact same thing last game. When topside was neutralized, which it has been again, they just dominate.
And it might not be neutral for long, honestly, because Adam is getting ganked by BeanJ here. Kick available for BeanJ. He wants to go for that. Has vision right now. Pulled over the wall, kicked back and taken down. Team Wales, 2 kills across the board.
Phenomenally played by them. BeanJ finds the long loopy path. Bot side's rotated up here, so they're going to take the Herald. Rob can't do anything. Good bot side vision control. Denies the gank in mid while BeanJ was looking top. This could start running away from BDS. I'll be perfectly honest. Especially with that Herald, if you just donate that over to the Xayah, Artemis is going to be absolutely feeling it.
And these are the kind of games where when plays like this are happening one after another, it can start to get to your mental a little bit. Because the play down in bot, that was just like, oh, yeah, that was beautiful bit of footwork. He's still got flash available. He's not even going to use it. He has no fear in his heart. Like, an incredible hook onto ground. He outplay the bottom lane. They get the kill onto Adam up in the top side. They get advantages on both sides of the map in short succession. Like, mentality-wise, this is going to be feeling fantastic for Wales.
I was going to say, this is going to be really frustrating for BDS, because you have Crowny where that's just a mechanical blunder straight up, straight in to that hook. Artemis just pulling back the feathers with the old flash, just amazing. But then also you had, like, the sidestep in mid lane on that initial gank that Shio went for, where Glory doesn't have to burn the flash. Then you have that other one with BA in mid. You have Adam dying in topside. Every single player in BDS has had a moment where they've just been outplayed mechanically, and either it's resulted in kills or it's resulted in them not getting any. And I think their real only claim here from BDS is that Adam's got 1 solo plate in topside. Crowny got another solo one in bot side, so the gold isn't so bad after those first 2 kills.
It's not so good either, though. 1,000 up in favor of Team Wales. It's feeling good. I think a lot of fans at home over from Vietnam going to be biting their nails in this one, watching their team go up against arguably the favorite of play-ins. They managed to find game number 2. I'm not sure a lot of people believed it was doable, but they've proven that belief wrong. And now looking good with the lead in game 3. BDS, though, they love to stack these Drakes. They're yet to get one on the board.
Glory had an interesting position there for a second and just walked straight up into BDS's jungle, but nope, gonna take the quick reset from BJ. 10.5 minutes in, no dragon. Is this really a BDS game? Sure doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? You don't see this very often, but a lot of that down to Team Wales and how they're playing the map, how they're controlling things. Labrov clearing vision.
Pretty sure that walkabout from Glory placed that control ward right next to the Wolves from Shio, so that one might survive a long time. BDS don't seem aware of the pathing that Glory ended up taking.
And the thing is, like, we're talking about the fact that Drake is up on the map. Well, BJ has the Herald in pocket. You can use that to get yourself into River for the Drake, as well as just getting gold into Artemis's pocket, which we saw after last game. Like, you want gold in Artemis's pocket. This guy's going to carry if you give him the gold. And BJ knows it, moves into this bottom side. Not sure if he was quite in vision range. I think it probably was. As now trying to clear. Shio's in the area as well, but I'm not sure if BDS can contest.
I think it's Herald. Push out this cannon wave and then Herald, because your own cannon is going to eat up so many turret shots here that would be your best opportunity in terms of time you can stall out to start up the Drake if they want to. BJ's actually just taking his time. Maybe he thinks if he pulls... No, he's just actually not even using the Herald. So this is the ultimate like greed play almost, because then you keep the Herald and you can probably cash in on more turret plates as opposed to just using it for pressure. And hey, he's got the Gold Drinker finished off, so I can't entirely blame him for wanting BDS just straight up fight him here. That's a TP behind though.
TP coming out from Adam. BDS want to find themselves the fight. BJ the target as Bia gets to the back of the pit. BJ flashes out safety, and suddenly it's Adam that's the target instead. BJ doesn't dive back in, and BDS back to front to back here, back on their side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, BJ, he could just drop Herald in mid and then go back to the Dragon. Yeah, exactly. He puts it straight in front of the tower. They might even get some hits on as well. No, Glory jumps in to get the auto, to get the extra gold off of that Herald. And now with BA taking the reset, he's going to be full HP. This should just be their Dragon, and BDS don't really have the tools to go for it. Shio doesn't have the ultimate. Adam spent it, as well as the teleport to get the flank. So yeah, run back to top lane. That's a lost engage from BDS.
And it was only in trade of Bia's ult as well. So you've still got Artemis, you've still got BJ, you've still got Sparta with their ults. So realistically, not a fight that BDS can afford to take right now. And it means that Team Wales, not only with a gold lead, but a slight dragon lead now as well. A great start to things. And once again, we complimented it. We complimented that on it in game number 2 on their control of the mid game, their ability to play this sort of slower game and just maintain a lead. It's looking good in game number 3.
We haven't even seen them set up for picks yet, because that was really impressive between BA's Nos like flashing over walls. Yeah, they had the Kaisa, which simplified things for them. But now you have the LeBlanc perhaps to follow up on that Nautilus engage. So it's a different pairing we might see, sort of running around, spooking everyone on the map. But it's still a very, very powerful one, especially once we get some items online for Glory.
Maybe we get Artemis going for a Gale Force to be budget Kaisa. Hang on a second, Sparta goes for the all-in on the top side. Adam's in trouble. Sparta forces the flash, and Dominus comes out at the last second as well. But Sparta, I mean, he has warmed up over this series. I've never seen like an evolution throughout a series like this.
It's great. He was just Casanteing all over him. I love Casante. Oh, man. Adam thought he was winning that fight. Absolutely not. Nuke turns it.
Glory's been found. Dodges away from the W, though. Won't get the full combo coming through there. And it feels really tense. It's 45 seconds until this Herald comes up, and it feels like both teams will want to fight for this one. But I feel like this Lee Sin from BJ is doing a lot of the heavy lifting of this early game. Like, they don't want to fight him. Everywhere he goes, Shio, it feels like he's kind of shadowing him. Doesn't really want to commit.
Yeah, he's really strong. He's got a level lead. Both BJ and Sparta just went for the Merc Tread purchase, so that's fantastic up against BDS's comp. So setting up for a fight here. At the same time, Shio, stopwatch available, finished off the Night Harvester on the latest reset, so the gap isn't quite as extreme items-wise between him and BJ anymore. Really, it's going to be the levels where he finds the hurt just ever so slightly.
And a quiet one. here to round out our day. This is our final game of the day as well, of both teams. They know it's their final game in the upper bracket if they can't connect a victory here. So far, Team Wales, a fantastic start, but they've got to finish it off. BDS, they showed us already in the tournament they can win comebacks. They did it in Game 2 against GG, and they do it here against Team Wales as well.
So both Nuke and Glory have teleports available. Nuke's got some nice damage down onto Glory. Does make things a little bit awkward when we're going into a Herald fight because you can't always get the perfect teleport location, especially as a mid laner. Yeah. The fact that Glory has the mobility to maybe reposition favors him ever so slightly. I don't think either team wants to start it up though. BDS has the mid prio, BDS has the top prio, but Team Wales are overall stronger. So how do you really reconcile with that? Well, you play for the Scuttle Crab. You take things slow. BJ just styles on Shio, and now here comes the TP. Glory.
TP coming in here. It's Glory joining the play. Lock up, but Glory still gets out with his life here. It's just the clone that's going to go down in the end.
And now Nuke teleports into mid lane, so options to re-enter the fight with the Leandry's complete. Crowny's pretty low on mana. It's still not the freest objective, but they are going to kick it off.
It felt like that was a positive TP with the flank there, but Glory actually just gets burst out, and now it feels like BDS have the advantage off the back of the TP.
Yeah, they were ready for that teleport to come on in. And yeah, PJ, you got to channel the resets here. Glory just can't re-enter the fight. Team Wales were stronger, but a misstep on that teleport position, I feel, like I was talking about, kind of hard to get those flanks off. You need a little bit more distance between the enemy team or you just get popped.
Yeah. Especially when they know where you're teleporting, like this is a composition for BDS that definitely has the ability to target CC and just one-shot someone, so you can't really afford to go the way that he went.
Yeah, you're also on the LeBlanc at this point in the game, you're more stacked into points in your W as opposed to your Q, so it's a little bit harder. Like later in the game, you can W forward, QR, get a lot of poke damage and snap back. At this stage of the game, you got to be like double Wing in, so that puts you in a lot of risk of just being chain CC'd and popped exactly like we saw right there.
See what Team Wales can do to regain control, because I feel like that was a crucial moment in the game for BDS, right? It felt like slowly but surely, Wales were like eking these little advantages out time and time again. This Herald will kind of reinvigorate BDS a little bit, get a bit more confidence back, see what they can get with the Herald. In the meantime, though, Team Wales, they don't feel like they need Herald. They're going to be able to get this bot tier 1 just with pressure.
It's time for a Dragon. BDS just took a reset on Crowny, and that cost them bot lane turret, mid lane turret very, very low. But it does mean coming into this Dragon fight, he's feeling very strong. Everyone pretty even in items across the board. Yeah, Team Wales are 2K ahead, but first items all completed. It's really just components that are going to be separating the two.
I felt a little bit close there. BJ gets out with his life. And I've got to say, and I hope you're right, I hope we get a Drake in 5 seconds. I'm channeling my inner LPL, desperately trying to divine a fight out of this situation. It's 2 kills on the board at almost 20 minutes.
So Sparta just channeled Recall. There's double teleport wards. He's just TPing into mid lane, as a matter of fact. That turret is falling. Just in the thick of things, but hey, the whole team's here.
Adam's been found, but they don't use the ultimate from the Cassante. Knockback is going to be enough, though. Adam low on HP and taken down. Team Wales once again 3 kills on the board. The hat trick there for them. And perhaps could find the second Drake for themselves. They're building advantage after advantage, but BJ just gets jumped on. He still gets out somehow. The charm, the stun is there. The kill is there. Traded 1 for 1, but Wales still with the advantage. But health bars are low, actually. Glory gets a root, has to dash away. And maybe they actually, I think BDS get the Drake.
I mean, respect to BDS finding an angle there. Yeah, I think BDS take Dragon. Team Wales look for that mid lane tier 2 turret on Artemis. That would be even more gold he's able to secure. Adam just gets caught out in mid lane, but respect to BDS for finding an angle, seeing that BJ was split away from the rest of the team and knowing they have so much burst between the Gragas and the Syndra. They can just pop them quickly.
Yeah, I feel like BJ counting his whales before they'd hatched there. Steps a little too far forward, thinking perhaps BDS were backing away. Another look, because I feel like Adam a little disrespectful here. Honestly.
Yeah. Just walks up for the turret. He saw the teleport, so I think he assumed Artemis and be like, no one's running up mid lane in that situation. If you're teleporting to catch that wave, surely you're coming from the river, and then he's probably fine. Here you have it. BJ turns right around and gets that kill, or gets killed.
Yeah, BJ goes down from the ultimate as well, and then it's kind of just everyone from Team Wales grouping up to finish those kills, but the health bar's still plenty high. Crowny and Nuke, and this is kind of what we were talking about with the composition earlier on as well, right? Where we've got the Syndra and the Ezreal that can kind of sit back behind the Renekton, behind the Rakan, and get that front-to-back damage down. And I feel like the health bars at the end, you're kind of seeing the safety that these, or at least relative safety, that these two picks have been able to use. And we'll see if they can keep that up throughout these fights. BDS still behind in gold, 3,500 at this point. But getting that Drake will be a welcome boon for them. And we'll see what else they can find off the back of it, whether or not they can scale into this game.
All right. Both teams, or BDS, really looking for a reset at the moment. Second item finished off for Crowny, but also Artemis. I feel like Artemis has just been outpacing him in these last two games. He's been such a difference maker in the team fights. And now it does seem like the pressure has really shifted almost completely in favor of Team Wales. I mean, Artemis is just full clearing the bot side jungle while BJ is looking for picks and plays around the top side of the map. So Artemis continues to snowball ahead.
Root almost lands onto Shio, not quite. I have to say, I'm impressed by Team Wales in their sort of flexibility. Oh no, that's just done, but Glory dodges it. Beautifully done. Bit of fancy footwork and a bit of fancy distortion work.
Mercury treads makes playing this game really unfun. Nuke scouts out BJ. Does see the particle traveling over there, but yeah, I mean, 4 Merc treads from Team Wales.
Feels pretty good.
What are you gonna do? Like your pick options just aren't really there, especially because tied into the slipperiness, like Lee Sin, LeBlanc, you hit them with any amount of CC, they're immediately snapping out of there with the W dashes.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Wales adapting well in this series. We saw game number 1, Adam destroying, and we all know BDS love a dragon. It feels like the longer this series has gone on, the more they've been able to A, contain what Adam's doing on the top side, but B, actually contest these early dragons, not allow those being kind of the 2 win conditions we've seen from BDS today, and so denying both of them here in game 3.
Yeah, Team Wales have played very nicely when sort of grouping up together and then playing around those objectives. Vision control has been on fire as well. Makes it really hard for BDS to sort of cross the threshold and get into the river. Just currently, you know, stacking up, farming in side lanes, and this was kind of how BDS tried to play the second game, and one of the reasons why it looked so silly from them almost, where they were just giving up everything, because they would just like go and spread out, play all 3 lanes, and farm once they fell behind. It did mean that the Baron plays from Team Wales didn't give them huge gold leads, because while Team Wales was grouping, BDS was just farming everything under the sun, but it did mean Team Wales stacked objective after objective after objective, and that's going to be a serious concern if BDS can't find ways to fight back inside of this game.
See if they can find their way back in. I'm amazed at how quiet this one has been, honestly, especially when we saw the Lee Sin LeBlanc locked in. I was like, okay, early action, let's go. But realistically, these kind of picks, they don't have to just be used for fighting. Like, the early presence that they give also can be a deterrent for the enemy team, so you can just take more objectives, you can take more space without the fight ever needing to happen.
Also, just BJ is outpacing Shio inside of the jungle clear, rushing the Gold Drinker, all of these things. Now he can go full-on tank. It's a Spirit Visage. He's just going to be a giant meat shield for all of the magic damage that BDS are going to be firing at him.
Artemis, he might find an opportunity, but Lebrov dashes out to safety. I believe that was Guardian proc there.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the angles at which Team Wales can approach, because anyone can flank. Cassante, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Nos, each one of them accomplishes something very different, but it starts with BJ control over the bot side jungle, stealing away wolves, putting down control wards, full bot side push from Sparta as well. BDS can't fight the dragon, because if they walk into their jungle, even if they make it in, someone's going to be coming from behind them, man.
I mean, this is just sheer control of the bottom side for Team Wales. BDS have to just accept it, have to back away, look towards that top side instead. Clear vision towards Baron. Perhaps looking for a pick themselves, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what the play is, but Adam, in the meantime, trying to get onto this tier 2. Glory moving over to answer. He's fairly lonely right now. Bia is nearby. He'll just be able to clear the way. I'm amazed he jumped back in there. That felt dicey.
That is just disrespectful, man. Glory is having a good time.
All for a single Q.
Yeah,
He got 100 damage out of that.
No, he's just saying a little goodbye kiss on the way out. Hello. Adam, you went for the turret again? What happened last time?
No, Adam really wanted that tier 1 in the mid lane. The feathers are there. He's rooted up. And Artemis, once again, just 1v1ing Adam. Sparta comes in to take the kill at the end, but let's be honest, Artemis had that beautiful stuff. Well, I mean, Artemis, he's a monster. It's as simple as that.
I can't. I don't know what to do, man. Like, Adam just runs in for the turret again. It feels like a side effect almost of how dominant game 1 was, that he's just playing unhinged a little bit, going for that, thinking he's absolutely unkillable, like in the Darius match. And now Luis in flank, the teleport behind. It's a team fight for Team Wales.
Here we go. Team Wales want to find their advantage. They jump in. Crowny could be the target, but it's Nuke kicked back, and Glory flies in as well, but LeBron blocking it, and it's actually Crowny to get a kill. But now the knockbacks are in, and Artemis has arrived. The feathers flying on in. He wants to make quills. He wants to write BDS's epitaph. But now a TP in from BDF. The re-engage could come on through. I don't think they're going to be able to find their mark, though. Glory has the fancy footwork, has his W's available. So 1-for-1 in the end.
I like the idea, maybe a little bit too much from Team Wales. B&J couldn't quite find the kick he was looking for. I think the best target in terms of his angle was going to be Crowny, but because Crowny has the Arcane Shift, he didn't commit to it. Then he kicks Nuke, but there's not immediate follow-up, so he gets absolutely popped. 1-for-1, though, still not so bad for Team Wales. Yeah. Although the side effect of that is a lot of vision inside that topside jungle and river for BDS. So here's what I'm talking about. Crowny, a kick on him is really nice, but the damage follow-up isn't going to be there. Artemis is too far away. Glory also coming in on the flank, so B&J just gets exploded. Still, between Sparta and V8, that was gorgeous. The double knockups there to eliminate Nuke.
And then Artemis is obviously there to just absolutely sweep up with the damage. Yeah.
Oh,
hang on. Restart a Baron. Team Wales in the pit right now. Adam behind them, and the smite is there. B&J grabbing the Baron as Adam trying to survive, trying to sustain in the middle of the pit. Dashes out to safety. But as do all of Team Wales, they get a Baron for nothing.
I wish I could tell you what happened right there. Honestly, I think Team Wales just reset off of the fight and immediately forced into the Baron. BDS must have been caught out of position. There was deep, I don't know. BDS just getting caught every single time. It feels like they're either ones getting picked off or being really late to the play. Yeah. Team Wales are fully in control, and it's just a shame.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel the pressure on BDS right now as the European seed in play-ins, as the favorite for play-ins. They're expected to dominate today. They started today dominating. Team Wales, it feels like they found the answer. It feels like they found the kryptonite to BDS. And now this macro control that they've shown us is paying dividends.
And if it's not the macro, it's the items. Can't assume now. It is the Red Bull Baron power play from Team Wales. They can continue this pressure going in. But between the Merc Treads, there's also now a third item, Maw of Malmortius on Artemis. There's no way you're going to burst him between that Syndra and the Gragas anymore. Spirit Visage complete for B&J in the jungle. On top of the 5,000 gold lead, all of the gold advantage that Team Wales have, they've just fully invested into defensive options. And that's so limiting for any angles BDS might find.
Yeah, it feels so oppressive, doesn't it? It feels like even when you do find a potential opportunity, it's that much harder to connect it, especially when you're running like the first strike for Shio, you know, you're wanting to try and burst people down. Those defensive options do so much to deny that potential opportunity. And again, I want to say Sparta, the level up this player has had across the course of today. Game number 1 was an absolute disaster. Game number 3, he's looking fantastic. That combo alongside Bia. And I mean, you can see the win probability by AWS looking pretty good. Adam pulled over the wall, rooted up once again. Glory with a kill. And I mean, Team Wales, they're just taking BDS apart now.
It is personal, man. They're not going to let Adam live. They just keep targeting him and deleting him, zeroing him from the map. That is just insane.
And I was coming into game number 3 excited for game number 3, thinking, yes, we're going to have another close one, just like game number 2. This is going to be a brawl. But honestly, it feels like Team Wales have just got better and better. And now game 3, this doesn't even feel close anymore.
It is brutal. I mean, just dragging him over the wall. There's not really anything, at that point, Adam can't do anything about it. Just accept what's happened and move on to the next fight. Team Wales also first onto the objective. No way BDS are going to be able to contest this. I mean, trying to look at items and see if there's a break point at which BDS can fight, it's not going to happen now. Down 7,000. Yeah. It's a full item lead on both bot laners and mid laners for Team Wales.
And you know, the cruel irony of this series is in game number 1, when we're talking about the ridiculous lead that BDS had and how it was an infernal soul on top of it. Well, Team Wales, they've got a massive lead for themselves and an Infernal Soul on top of it. If they could get 2 more Drakes for themselves, everything that they could wish for is going their way. And look at Artemis's items, man. He's got 360 CS at the 30-minute mark. That is mind-blowing. 4 items strong already. And that more, it's just going to be such a pain for Nuke.
Look, if these whales are Team Orcas, BDS are looking more like the boats right now. It is over. BJ finds out Nuke. Nuke forced to flash away. And that's off of a cost of nothing.
BJ just playing bouncer in the mid lane, not letting them move back, not letting them take the control of the space. Adam will look for a tower in the bottom side. I mean, it's a tier 1.
You get a flash just for walking at the man. If you don't all chat XDD, I don't know what you're doing on BJ. He has just been disrespecting, owning BDS, forced into their jungle. It's just full-on despair o'clock from BDS.
It's brutal. We need a miracle. And you know what? In the last game, we almost saw that miracle. Crowny went absolutely insane when he was around the Nexus, getting everyone so low on HP. But then Glory went insane too.
Yeah.
You know, BA went insane too. It feels like there was so many moments of like, yes, Crowny's doing so well, but so are Team Wales, and we need to see some kind of miracle, some kind of outplay if BDS are going to come back in this one.
I mean, maybe I'm just a doomer, but I don't see how Ezreal can effectively deal damage like against this front line. It's tough. Yeah, they've specced a little bit more into magic damage, so maybe BJ isn't as tanky as he looks. That health bar is pretty massive, but there's not a ton of armor to back it up. But like, Ezreal needs to find ways to hit the priority targets, and BDS's own front line is pretty malleable. You know, Adam's the tankiest dude, and he's getting popped in the fights. He's got insane healing, don't get me wrong. The Gore Drinker plus Q-Croc in the last fight was ridiculous, but I don't know, LeBron and Shio kind of have to wait, have to play back. There's not the front line to give space to Nuke and Crowny that Team Wales have at their disposal.
And I feel like we talked about Nuke and Crowny as being like being able to do safe damage front to back, but that only functions if Adam is ahead. That only functions if this Renekton is a real threat, which he's not in this game right now. We're getting real cheeky with it. Shio sneaking on forwards. Glory could be in trouble. Lebrob's moved over. He's been spotted on a control wall. Shio still not spotted. They found their opportunity. They found a shutdown to go into the pocket of Nuke.
And this is 20 seconds before Baron. I think this might be BDS's best shot. Push out top wave, get on this Baron. 50 seconds to the respawn on Glory, and he will have teleport, but that gives him a 35-second buffer to play with on this objective.
This would be unreal if BDS can come back now. We said they needed a miracle. They needed to get creative, and get creative Shio has, finding the pick. But BJ is in the area. Sparta moving forwards, try and buy space for his team. Keep your eyes on Artemis or on Adam as he's kicked back into the fight. The stopwatch is there though, as BA could be going down here. Gets the shield, gets away, gets the CC. Adam finds one to answer the play, but Artemis will take him down anyway. Double kill for the Bird Lady, and Baron next on the chopping block. Crowdy could be in trouble. He actually jumps forward. He jumps at BJ, but into the pit they go, and Sparta trades places. Baron still going to 7K.
Shio has to try something. It's down to 5,000. They have so much burst. Team Wales are going to pull off the objective. They know they are dominating. And Shio, I mean, they're trying to sneak it, but there's wards in the pit. What is he doing? He's got to flash on out of here. It is falling apart for BDS.
At least they didn't lose the Baron. It could have gone worse in theory, but my God, that felt close.
But what are they doing, man? Like, you gotta turn and fight there. They have 3 people still hitting the Baron, while Team Wales are just killing their front line.
Shio's been spotted on the ward. He's completely blind. He wants to try and get into the pit. It's too little too late. Baron taken for Team Wales now. 3 Drakes already, with the next one spawning in a minute's time. Everything they could want is in their favor. Artemis is practically full build, and his last time is a stopwatch, so
it's a GA,
more valuable
actually.
than most.
Yeah, he just finished it off. I mean, look, BDS, the right idea. Shio sets a tent in the enemy jungle, finds this pick. Glory is gone. They have 35 seconds on the play, but then, what are you doing? Adam and I think LeBron enter this fight, but Crowny, Nuke, and Shio just sit inside of the Baron pit. They're hitting instead of, I guess Crowny looks forward there, but they need to be able to actually turn and fight instead of just being stuck in the pit. There wasn't a collective decision to turn, it felt. And now they have to run away to the top side. Artemis is free hitting. You have to jump on Xayah, or you can't play a front to back.
And now the Baron power play for Team Wales. The fourth, I think, Baron power play for Team Wales across the course of the last 2 games here. They've got a huge gold lead. Drake up in 5 seconds time. Shio trying to get cheeky onto Glory again, but Glory's getting even cheekier onto Shio. This is a good chunk of his health for it.
Dragon's been started up here. Soul point for Team Wales. BJ and Sparta looking for that flank option on the top side. But now the rest of the team regroups. They can't force a fight. They're going front to back.
TP comes in. BJ stepping forwards. It's just going to be a 50-50, and BJ wins those. Now the all-in onto Crowny, but Sparta might have gone too far on this one. He gets out with his life, though, and the Infernal Soul's taken. If no kills go down, Team Wales are over the moon with this play.
They also beat BDS to this wave in mid lane. If they can save those ranged minions, there's a cannon there, too. They're just going to delay. Maybe get some pressure down on this inhib tower.
BJ still has his Dragon Rage available, so you've got to be careful if you're Nuke or Crowny in this situation. BJ will pull the trigger on that kind of play. And once again, just great control from Team Wales. Now with Soul on top of that Baron, they are feeling fantastic. They are feeling on the cusp of taking this upset against the LEC 4th seed.
Sparta, Glory, Artemis, all level 18. Full build on Artemis now. He's not getting any stronger, but my word, I don't think BDS have an answer to him.
When you said Sparta, Glory, Artemis, I thought you were going like a 300 angle here. I thought we were going Gladiator style, but it feels like Team Wales are going Gladiator style. They want revenge for what happened in game number 1. Lebrov is caught, dashes out, gets himself to safety as the siege begins. Only playing for 1 lane right now, Team Wales.
Yeah, they're going to have to send Glory, I think, to pick up that top wave. It slows down. I feel like, yeah, Team Wales haven't been able to generate too much off their Baron plays, but it doesn't matter because eventually BDS are just forced to fight them. Now with the Infernal Soul on top of it all, Glory can look for just insane poke damage. That was just AQ. No R duplicate involved there whatsoever, but oh, nice attempt from Shio to turn. Glory's just too flexible.
That's tower going down. His name is Artemis, Maximus, Meridius, Decimus, whatever the name is in that film. And they've taken 1 tower down. But again, it feels like every single time we see a Baron power play from Team Wales, my criticism is they're not really able to get that much off of these Barons. It doesn't feel like they're using the Barons to great effect as BA looks for the chance. Crowny, that's his flash gone.
You know, maybe it's unfair to say they never look for the chance, but it just narrow misses sometimes. No, I think that Team Wales have been a little bit overly patient with their Baron plays. At the same time, they feel they have the scaling, they have the stronger team fight, so can't fault them for not necessarily wanting to throw it all away at a moment's notice. But we saw very similar things in the last game. Maybe something to eye as you look later into this tournament, but for now, they just continue to push the foot down.
I do think as well, like, you know, spending my year commentating JDG, you become impatient.
It's valid.
Like, when they get a Baron, they win within the next 3 minutes of the game. So it builds some kind of conditioning there. So maybe just need to hone that in a little bit.
Team Wales, we usually wait for the 3rd Baron before we look to end the game. It's just really rubbing salt in the wound to BDS. Like, imagine, you've actually lost the game by like 28 minutes, but then you're forced to stay in the server for 20 more minutes, losing fight after fight, Baron after Baron after Dragon. Meanwhile, they just build more MR. I don't know, I'd be tilted.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to BDS. You know, this is a double elim. They still have the opportunity to make it out of this bracket, even if they lose this game. But they certainly would have been coming in today with expectations of winning, right? They are definitely the team that should be coming out of play-ins with the expectations of finishing plays, you know, of making it into the Swiss, joining their LEC brethren. So far, it feels like Team Wales might just have their number. It's a disastrous place to be for BDS, a team with such expectations after beating Golden Guardians.
I appreciate that you have so much faith in BDS. I can never be too sure. I always have my doubts coming in internationally because it is just such a different game.
It is.
And that's kind of what we've seen here. Like, ever since if Adam isn't 1v9ing the game, how do BDS actually play around here? Because they have not looked very strong in the team fights, and that was a big strength of theirs. I felt the majority of the LEC, the team fights around objectives, around dragons, they're always so good there. Today, it has been lackluster, and the way they've been picked out in the mid game has just been downright sloppy.
Yeah. I've got to say as well, Artemis has been so good. Like, his positioning in the late game has been phenomenal. His team fighting is fantastic. Even the plays like, you know, him and Bia essentially just 2v2ing Crownie and Labrov, finding the kill early on. In a matchup, you know, that it's not necessarily easy to just find simple kills against an Ezreal, against the Rakan. He still managed to find that opportunity. And now BDS, they want to contest this Baron. This Team Wales very much in control for now.
Yeah, oh my word, look at the damage, Labrov.
If that chain lands, that's the end of Labrov.
Yeah, but now that forces a reset, right? So they can maybe hit the Baron, see if they can tempt out a fight. It's always going to be this dance from Team Wales. The mid-pressure into Baron, and then always looking for picks over the wall while in between.
They don't actually have a control ward in the pit right now, so full vision here. BDS go in!
It's Artemis!
But Shio can't find the steal. It's taken, as is his life. And now Nuke chased down. Labrov on the scene as BJ trying to go further forward.
It's going to be a double TP.
The TP's in from the solo laners. The hook is there. Glory on the backside, looking for Nuke. Goes golden to buy time for his team as everybody charges on in, and Artemis remains untouched. Adam goes down as Sparta finds his redemption. It's glory across the board, not just the mid laner, as Sparta gets the 3 out of 300 with his triple kill.
The tenacity from Team Wales today, after the humiliating defeat in Game 1, grinded out. Both these two games, hard fought to the last breath, but Artemis has been unstoppable in the fight, and Sparta delivered the final punch.
What a beautiful victory for Team Wales. The upset of the day easily. And I mean, look at that. Look at their faces. They're so happy, and rightly so. Well-deserved happiness off the back of this upset. After how game number 1 went, to see this result and to see game 3 happen in such a dominating fashion, it just feels fantastic for this team.
Slow and steady wins the race. Team Wales rebranding to Team Turtles after this one, right? It's just, but it's like, it's the spiky shell. You know, anytime BDS tried to do an attack, they're, ow, that hurt. You know, just jumping straight into it. And yeah, absolutely take a bow after that one. Yeah, they're literally just Ramesing all over the place. Fantastic stuff from them. I mean, so much, like, individually, you could see throughout the course of the game how each player stepped up when necessary, because you highlight the damage dealers. But BA, in game 2 and 3, the picks on the Nautilus flashes over the wall was always a concern from BDS.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, what a series from Team Wales. I'm not sure what that face was. I want to see it again. I hope that's in the replay package later on. Phenomenal stuff. As I mean, I'm kind of speechless, honestly, because I feel like it's not just like, it's great for Team Wales, it's also like, where did BDS go across the course of the series?
That's what I want to know.
Like, they sort of vanished.
They lost one Baron fight in game 2, and then I don't know if the internet died or what, but they just gave every objective, and they did not feel the same ever since that moment.
And I think we all know our Oppo player of the series. I don't even need to say it, but I will anyway. It is, of course, Artemis. Going to be grabbing that for himself. Just desperate. I mean, this was the moment where the series turned in my mind, where he literally 1v1s Adam.
And Adam like turns around, he's like, oh, I can win this. Oh, no, I absolutely cannot. Really nice kiting there as well from Artemis. Just like 2 or 3 clicks, but it kept Adam interested enough to try and turn back into the fight and realize I actually don't have the speed to catch up. This fight, fantastic follow-up off of the Beam J engage after transforming into the Rel, but I mean, his ability to play on just the very edge of a team fight, especially on this Kai'Sa, was nice. Also, when he paired up with BA, those picks in the mid-game, just phenomenal as a duo.
And it's to the point where I feel like the Kai'Sa especially, you maybe need to ban. This 2v2 is fantastic. BA, what a hook out from him, and then the feather flash as well. I mean, both of them just absolutely styling on the bot lane of BDS.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was great team play from Team Wales as well. Like, Artemis making a lot of those flashy plays, but the duo play, no matter which duo it was, you could tell the experience, the playing together, and just how well coordinated it all was.
Well, that's all from us here at the caster desk. It's time to send it over to the analysts for the world's cooldown, and boy, do we need a cooldown at this point.
Thank you so much. To kick this off, I want to make something incredibly clear. This is the first time ever in the history of VCS Second Seed attending the World Championship that they have won any best of series. In 2019, they lost to Down One Gaming. 2020 and 21, there was no attending, as no one from the VCS was there. And in 2022, they lost to the Mad Lions. Today, Team Wales have made history for VCS as a region, as well as VCS's second seed. Now, before I get too far ahead of myself, I made the claim that Adam and Gods and BDS maybe had some magic on their side with the anthem, but maybe the opposite is true. Maybe there is a tradition that no matter which team represents LEC's play-ins representation, maybe it's just the LEC's lowest seed gets eliminated.
We're not dead yet.
They're in a lower bracket. They're in a lower bracket. But I get nervous. And why do I get nervous? I want to talk about it. I have some visual aids to help along this discussion, but we were not happy with BDS's performance. I'm focusing on them because they're the team that were upset. I was incredibly impressed with Team Wales. I think they did play well. They earned the win. But as we bring up this first replay, Herald into River Fight, we were scratching our heads. Gulborg was yelling a little bit at the screen, and I think let's talk holistically how and why BDS lost.
Well, I really want to hit this play here by Crowny. Just, you can see the panic because you shift forward onto Glory, who has no spells left after that E2 kind of runs out. He might W on top of you, but that's not going to kill you. You have Nuke in your back pocket, and the rest of the team has gone mid. There's no reason to flash out there, and that only happens because you're nervous. You're playing poorly. And I think that is something that is absolutely true. I don't want to take credit away from Team Wales because obviously they played incredible, but this is not the same. Yeah, both things can be true. BDS underperformed. Team Wales played very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was pretty much what plagued them the entirety of this game. You see every single fight that they approach, they're just scared to pull the trigger. You take a look at other fights where they're 5 versus 4, they're scared to play the game. I've seen a lot of play-ins, all right? And even as a minor region, when they show up and they get stomped, most of the time when it looks bad for them, it's because they're outclassed, but they're still trying. Backs against the wall, they team fight because their macro's not always the best. I have not seen the team just straight up stand there and just lose, because while there was really good plays coming out from Team Wales, BDS just did not play League of Legends at all in the third game. They stood around. They didn't look for windows. Shio didn't get any ganks off in the early game either. We couldn't play around the Syndra stun too. I think that there was a lot of moments here where the same thing that plagued BDS in spring, where they lose one game, they completely lose it. That happened here. Like, I don't think you saw the right draft adaptations, and I certainly don't think like it felt like they connected to that game 3.
I mean, look, I've got one more replay from that game 3 that I do want to take a look at. It's again another frustrating team fight from the perspective of Team BDS. Maybe let's flip this, talk a little bit about what Team Wales did well, what we liked about their performance, because similarly, what BDS kind of stood and didn't do much, Team Wales did push them. Team Wales did play the map.
Oh, absolutely. And I think every time that you see Artemis is just unlocked in a team fight, no one's touching him. Like, his spacing, the way that the team is playing around him, they buy so much ground as well. Glory under LeBlanc was super good with his sidestep every time on a Syndra QE. And I think in general, it's just way better team fighting from Team Wales. That is something where you have to give them credit. The team fights were phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Artemis is the... Obviously, they talked about being the player of the series, but he was the guy who they needed to kill, and they never once really got close to making that happen. He was incredible the whole time. I think Bay also had a better series than we were expecting. He had that really sick...
right at the beginning of the game.
Yes, exactly. That flash predict hook, which started the snowball for Artemis yet again. He is incredible, but it did have the rest of the team setting him up over and over again in Game 2 and Game 3.
Ultimately, Team Wales come away with a 2-1 victory, and I think Munch really put it well, bouncing back from what was an embarrassing defeat in Game 1 to then hand BDS 2 dominant losses in Games 2 and 3. Very, very impressive stuff.
Well, they also stopped playing the minigame, the Adam mini. We kind of talked about that, where they did not opt into taking Ignite on their top laner, trying to out-Adam Adam. And when you start playing towards your strengths, I think that does go a long way towards that turnaround that you saw from Game 1 to Game 2 and 3.
Exceptionally well played. Team Wales pulling up a bit of a surprise. I mean, they're going to advance in the bracket. It will set us up then for Loud to face PSG and Oysters to take on Wales. Hang on, is that right?
Yeah.
Oysters.
The Battle of the Sea Life.
I hadn't put 2 and 2 together.
Tune in tomorrow for the Battle of the Sea. Two giant whales
Sea
against
World,
the
coming at
Oysters.
you.
One
know
of
what?
them's flying. It's not the whales.
awesome.
They're still on the water.
Honestly, that is such a great combination of games.
I think it's really cool from Wales as well, just because they're bringing so much fresh talent as well from VCS. Remember that it's Glory's Fern International. The same for Artemis as well. So it's just really huge to see these players are the ones that steps up as immensely as they have so far in this tournament. And I think, yeah, I'm super excited for that matchup.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe BJ is the only one to have any kind of international experience for this squad. So really, really cool to see Team Wales able to grab that one and force BDS down to the bot side of the bracket. I think, you know, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I would expect them to be favorites versus DFM, but who knows? It's the thing that happens after that when you're playing the loser of that PSG Loud matchup that's on the other side of the bracket.
You might get the Cloud9 treatment.
Oh, expand.
Yeah, what is the Cloud9
yes,
treatment?
Well, they didn't get knocked out by DFM, but there was that victory against Cloud9. You remember the Worlds?
Say what you will about North America and play-ins.
Actually.
None of our seeds have ever lost in play-ins. And might I remind you, the Worlds qualifying series was not Worlds.
I hate that you have
So
the high
guess what?
rates.
North America has never lost in play-ins.
And so far haven't won either this year.
So rough. Honestly,
we're not in play-ins this year.
Honestly, though, the other thing as well is just a reminder that of all the play-ins teams for both Team Wales as well as Team BDS, they were the first teams to make their debut. First organizations, first appearances. Now, I don't want to use that as a copium, right? But it was very clear that after game 1, as soon as things started to go badly in game 2, Team BDS did choke. Team BDS didn't perform. Goldberg, you called it out explicitly. Like, this is something we have seen. They went to that losing. I think it was after Mad, they just went all the way downhill, right?
Yes, they've had. I obviously don't know them too well behind the scenes in terms of how the communication looks like, but it does at times feels like they're a bit of an emotional team with the way that they're riding their highs when the game goes well, and then when it starts going poorly, the optimizations that comes through aren't just really there. And I think it obviously showed. You can pinpoint it pretty much a lot of the moments in the game. There's no need to really break it down. You know when you really look at it.
Yeah, I think it's good then that they have the day off. The fact that the loser side of the bracket is not playing tomorrow, they will have this time to hopefully reset themselves if they are an emotional team, to look at those mistakes. And it's, again, not really like strategically did we do the right thing. It's like, guys, we got to play with more confidence. We need to actually go out there and make plays. And I think Adam was the only one who was still doing that, even though they were getting so overconfident, right?
Yeah. Well, listen, we're still waiting to get set up for the interview. While we do that, I'll touch a little bit on R7 versus Gamma. I think it's the only one of the matchups that we haven't exactly looked at. This is now a series that I think until the result just came in, this was the series I maybe was a little more confused about, unsure how that was going to play.
We were saying today, like, you know what, the play-ins isn't that hard to predict. I only thought this would be the hard series to predict. And, you know,
that's right. Your first prediction is wrong.
Yeah, that's my first wrong prediction as well.
Mark, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, why do you think I'm so emotional about this?
You were doing so good.
I know, until that happened.
Well, it also just throws everything in terms of the transitive property that people often use. The fact that Loud beat the first seed from the VCS, but then the VCS 2 seed beats
the 4 seed.
Yeah, so then, like, is Brazil better than, you know, how good are they if they were playing in Europe? You know, you start getting all these, like, weird questions if you try and play it that way.
I will say, like, VCS in general was a bit weird as well. Like, Team Secret could have easily been here. They took both GAM and Team Wales to 5 games every time in the upper and lower bracket. So, I mean, there is a bigger strength of the VCS region as well, just from what we've seen as well. And I highly recommend people to really go back and try and watch some of those games. They might not always be the prettiest, but I guarantee you'll be entertained.
Guarantee you'll be entertained. Okay, let's get some very quick thoughts on tomorrow's matchups before we round out today. When we look at PSG versus LAD, CFO versus TW, who's going to win and why? Don't play me off just yet. I want predictions.
PSG and CFO.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably going with the PCS hype train as well. No, actually, screw you. I'm going with Team Wales. You know, the glory, the grind, the glory. That's what we're going with.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European Summertime with the upper bracket MSI rematch between PSG Talon and Loud, followed by the oceanic battle of Oysters versus Wales. We will see you then. Good night, goodbye, good afternoon, whatever time of the day it is. Thank you for watching. We'll see you then. Bye. Coming up else, Loud taking them on tomorrow.
Aria could be stunned. One more auto, but they can't quite get in range. And Aria flashed on by Jimmy, but he doesn't finish the kill. He's not tanking though. He gets a no. Just on the edge of range.
Out Aria to be there. It's tough, but they're looking for the dive.
Jimmy in trouble once again. The amount of times this man has been dived this game so far, and once again, there's just nothing he can do. Look at this damage coming out from Rest as Apperman just trying to flip. What a prediction from Jimmy. Farming up the storm, fantastic. He's got that mythic. We talked, oh no, another hook. The silence is there as well. Shousey with his second kill of the game. Aria trying to get onto Sean, trying to find an assassination of his own, but he's knocked up and should be taken down. The Q can't quite finish the kill, but Shousey can! Could be in trouble again. Shio is here, pulls them in, knocks them both up. The sustain is there, and BJ bleeds to death. Sparta's gonna be next. Is the Q coming back up quickness though? Oh, but he channeled it just in time. The buffer is beautiful from Adam as he looks for a little bit more as well, and he still lives on! Adam is unstoppable!
I go next here. I will mid as well.
I go mid, I
go next mid, yeah. I'm tipping on top, I'm tipping on top.
What's come to me?
Viego.
Vego.
Viego, raise it. Oh, you're OP, Adam. So, oh, you're a bit tanky.
Looking good for Wales so far, but the trade 1-for-1. And now the knockdown comes through. BJ obliterates, and Artemis is here to clean things up.
40 seconds time.
175. Oh, what a prediction!
flash for the root. Artemis and BA take a bound. The TP's in from the solo laners. The hook is there. Glory on the backside, looking for Nuke. Goes golden to buy time for his team as everybody charges on in, and Artemis remains untouched. Adam goes down as Sparta finds his redemption. It's glory across the board.
The tenacity from Team Wales today. Grind it out.
Such a great video.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right to the sun, like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. I double dare. In rare form, I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a